Aragorn moved swiftly up the hillside, pausing often to study the earth. Hobbits tread lightly, and even a ranger finds their traces difficult to follow. Yet near the crest, where a spring crossed the trail, he found the marks he sought in the damp soil. My reading was correct, he murmured to himself. Frodo came this way to the summit. What did he behold from that height, I wonder? But he turned back, descending once more the way he had come. For a moment, Aragorn was torn. He longed to climb to the high seat himself, hoping its vantage might offer some clarity to his troubled thoughts. But time was against him. With a sudden resolve, he surged forward, dashing across the broad flagstones and up the ancient steps. Seating himself upon the stone chair, he gazed outward, yet the world appeared muted and distant. The very sunlight dimmed. He scanned from the north and back again, seeing only the far-off hill. One thing he did perceive, a great eagle-like bird high in the sky, wheeling in slow descending circles toward the earth. Then his sharp hearing caught sounds from the woodlands west of the river. He froze, cries carried on the wind, and among them, to his dread, he discerned the guttural shouts of orcs. Suddenly, a deep-throated call rang out. A mighty horn, its blast striking the hillsides, echoing through the vales, and rising above the roar of the falls in a defiant shout. "Boromir's horn!" Aragorn cried. "He is hard-pressed." He flung himself down the steps and took off at a run down the path. "A curse upon this day and my ill fortune, all my choices turned to error. Where is Sam?" As he ran, the clamor grew louder, though the horn's blasts now sounded desperate and fainter. The yells of the orcs rose fierce and shrill, and then abruptly the horn calls ceased. Aragorn charged down the final slope, but before he reached the hill's base, the sounds faded away. Swerving left toward where he thought they had been, he found only retreating echoes until silence reclaimed the woods. Drawing his gleaming sword and crying, "Elendil! Elendil!" he burst through the trees. About a mile from Path Galen, in a small clearing near the lake, he found Boromir. The man was seated with his back against a great tree, as if in repose, but Aragorn saw the truth. Many black-feathered arrows pierced him. His sword was still gripped in his hand, though broken near the hilt. His horn, cloven in two, lay beside him. Around him were heaped the bodies of many slain orcs, a grim testament to his final stand. Aragorn knelt at his side. Boromir's eyes opened, and he struggled to speak. Words came slowly. "I tried to take the ring from Frodo," he confessed. "Forgive me. The price is paid." His gaze drifted to the fallen foes. 20 at least lay there. "They are gone, the halflings. The orcs took them. I do not believe they are dead. The orcs bound them." He paused, his eyes closing in exhaustion. After a moment he spoke once more. "Farewell, Aragorn. Go to Minas Tirith. Save my people. I have failed." "You have not failed," said Aragorn, taking his hand and kissing his brow. "You have triumphed. Few warriors earn a victory such as this. Be at peace. Minas Tirith will not fall." A faint smile touched Boromir's lips. "Which way did they go? Was Frodo among them?" Aragorn asked urgently. But Boromir spoke no more. "Alas," whispered Aragorn, "so passes the heir of Denethor, Lord of the Tower of Guard. A bitter ending indeed. Now our fellowship lies in ruins. It is I who have failed. Gandalf's faith in me was misplaced. What path remains? Boromir has charged me with Minas Tirith, and my own heart yearns for it. But where now is the ring? Where is the bearer? How can I possibly find them and rescue this quest from ruin?" He remained kneeling for a long moment, hunched over in sorrow, his fingers still wrapped around Boromir's. It was in this state that Legolas and Gimli discovered him. They emerged from the western side of the hill, moving without a sound through the trees like hunters on a trail. Gimli gripped his axe, while Legolas held only his long knife, his quiver empty of arrows. Entering the clearing, they stopped in stunned silence. Then they bowed their heads briefly, the tragic scene speaking plainly to them. "Alas," Legolas said, stepping to Aragorn. "We pursued and cut down many orcs in the forest, yet our strength was needed here. We ran when the horn call reached us, but arrived, it seems, only to be too late. I fear you carry a mortal wound." "Boromir is gone," Aragorn replied. "I am unharmed, for I was not beside him. He fell protecting the hobbits while I was atop the hill." "The hobbits!" Gimli burst out. "Where are they? What of Frodo?" "I cannot say," answered Aragorn, his voice heavy with fatigue. "Before the end, Boromir told me the orcs had taken them captive. He believed they still lived. I had charged him to guard Merry and Pippin, yet in my haste I never asked whether Frodo or Sam were with them. Every choice I have made this day has turned to error. What path is left to us now? Our first duty is to the fallen," said Legolas. "We cannot leave him here like carrion among these vile orcs. Yet speed is essential," Gimli urged. "He would not want us to delay. If there is any hope that members of our company are held captive, we must pursue the orcs at once." "But we have no certainty the ring-bearer is among them," Aragorn countered, frustration edging his tone. "Do we simply abandon him? Should he not be our first search? A terrible choice is forced upon us." "Then let us first do what is immediately necessary," Legolas said firmly. "We lack both the time and tools to bury our friend as he deserves, or to raise a proper mound. A cairn of stones might serve." "That work would be slow and grueling," Gimli observed. "The nearest usable stones are by the river's edge." Aragorn's gaze shifted toward the water, and a new thought came to him. "Then we shall place him in a boat with his own weapons and those of the foes he defeated. We will commit him to the falls of Rauros and give him to the Anduin. The great river of Gondor will see that no foul creature ever dishonors his rest." They worked swiftly, searching the orc corpses and piling their swords, shattered helms, and shields into a heap. "Look here," Aragorn called out suddenly. He drew from the grim assortment 2 knives with leaf-shaped blades, intricately patterned in gold and red. Searching further, he found their black sheaths adorned with tiny crimson gems. "These are no orc blades," he declared. "They were carried by the hobbits. The orcs likely robbed them, but were too afraid to keep such weapons, recognizing them for what they are, crafted in Westernesse and bound with spells deadly to Mordor. So, if our friends still live, they are now unarmed. I will keep these against all hope to return to them one day, and I," said Legolas, "will gather any arrows I can find, for my quiver is bare." He sifted through the pile and the surrounding ground, retrieving several that were unbroken and longer in the shaft than typical orc arrows. He examined them curiously. Aragorn, meanwhile, studied the slain more closely. "Many of these are not from Mordor," he noted. "Some are from the north, from the Misty Mountains, if I understand anything of orc breeds. And here are others unfamiliar to me. Their gear is unlike any orc fashion I have seen. Among the dead were 4 larger goblin Zoldiers, dark-skinned and slant-eyed, with sturdy legs and broad hands. They carried short, wide-bladed swords instead of the usual curved scimitars, and their bows were of yew, shaped like the bows of men. On their shields was a strange emblem, a small white hand upon a black field. The fronts of their iron helms bore an S rune fashioned from some pale metal. "I have never seen these marks before," said Aragorn, his mind already turning over the fresh mystery they presented. "Stands for Sauron," Gimli declared. "That much is clear. Impossible," Legolas countered. "Sauron would never use Elvish script, nor would he write his own name or allow it to be spoken," Aragorn added, his voice low. "He shuns white as well. The red eye is the mark of his servants from Barad-dûr." He paused, thinking. "No, this S is for Saruman. Darkness stirs in Isengard, and the safety of the West is crumbling." Gandalf's fears were justified somehow. The traitor has learned of our path. He likely knows of Gandalf's fate, too. Perhaps orcs from Moria slipped past the watch of Lorien, or found another route to Isengard. They move swiftly, but Saruman has eyes everywhere. "Remember the birds? We haven't time for puzzles," Gimli grumbled. "Boromir must be taken to the river." Yet Solving this riddle may guide our next move, Aragorn replied. Or there may be no good path left to choose, Gimli muttered, hefting his axe. He cut stout branches, which they bound with bowstrings and draped with their cloaks. This makeshift bier bore their companion toward the shore, along with tokens from his final stand. The distance was short, but the burden was great, for Boromir was a man of formidable stature. Aragorn stayed by the water, keeping watch, while Legolas and Gimli hurried back to Path Galen on foot. The mile-long trek felt longer under the weight of their task. When they returned, paddling 2 boats along the bank, Legolas called out, "A strange discovery! Only 2 boats remain. The third is gone without a trace. Could orcs have taken it?" Aragorn asked. "We saw no sign of them," Gimli answered. "Orcs would have ransacked everything, boats and supplies both." "I will examine the ground myself once we arrive," said Aragorn. They placed Boromir in the center of the boat, destined for his journey. They folded his grey hood and elven cloak into a pillow for his head, combed his dark hair, and let it rest upon his shoulders. The golden belt from Lorien shone at his waist, his helm was set beside him, and across his lap they laid the broken pieces of his horn and sword. At his feet they placed the blades of his foes. Then, securing the prow to the stern of their own boat, they guided him into the current. With heavy hearts they rowed along the shore, turning into the swift channel past the green fields of Path Galen. The cliffs of Tol Brandir glowed in the mid-afternoon light. As they moved south, the mist of Rauros rose in a shimmering golden haze, and the relentless thunder of the falls vibrated in the still air. Sorrowfully, they released the funeral boat. There Boromir rested, serene and still, carried on the gentle breast of the river. They held their boat steady as the current took him. He drifted past, his vessel slowly shrinking to a dark speck against the golden glow until it vanished from sight. Rauros roared on, unchanged. The river had claimed Boromir, son of Denethor, and he would never again stand upon the White Tower at dawn, as was his custom in Minas Tirith. Yet, in Gondor, tales later spoke of an elven boat riding the falls and the churning pools, bearing him down through Osgiliath, past the many channels of the Anduin, and out under the stars into the vastness of the great sea. The 3 companions watched in silence. At last, Aragorn spoke. "They will watch for him from the White Tower, but he will not return from mountain or sea." Then, slowly, he began to sing. "Through Rohan, over fen and field, where the long grass grows, the west wind comes walking, and about the walls it goes, the wandering wind. What word do you carry from the distant west tonight? Did your path cross with Boromir, the tall beneath the moon, or the scattered stars? I watched him ride across 7 rivers, their waters broad and pale. I saw him journey through desolate plains until he faded from sight into the northern gloom. I saw him no more after that. Perhaps the north wind caught the echo of the horn of Denethor's son. O Boromir, I gazed far from the high walls toward the west, yet you never returned from those empty lands where no one walks." Then Legolas lifted his voice in song. From the coasts of the sea, the south wind comes rushing over dunes and rocky shores. It carries the mournful cries of gulls and sighs against the gate. What news from the south, sighing wind, do you bring as evening falls? Where is Boromir the fair now? His delay fills me with sorrow. Do not ask me where he rests. So many bones lie scattered on the pale shores and the shadowed strands beneath turbulent skies. Countless have been carried down the great river to meet the endless sea. Inquire of the north wind for word of them. The north wind brings such tidings to me. O Boromir, beyond the gate, the coastal road runs southward, but you did not return with the wailing gulls from the grey sea's mouth. Aragorn sang once more. From the King's Gate, the north wind rides forth, sweeping past the thundering waterfalls. Its clear, cold horn echoes about the tower. What news from the north, mighty wind, do you bring this day? What word of Boromir the bold, for he has been gone too long? Beneath the hill of sight I heard his cry. There he battled many enemies. They carried his split shield and shattered sword to the water's edge. They laid to rest his proud head, his fair face, his limbs, and Rauros, the golden Rauros falls, cradled him upon its breast. O Boromir, the Tower of God will gaze north forever toward Rauros, golden Rauros falls, until the final day. Their song finished, they turned the boat and rowed with all their strength against the current back to Path Galen. "You left the east wind for me to consider," said Gimli, "but I will speak nothing of it." "That is fitting," Aragorn replied. "In the White City they bear the east wind, but they do not seek news from it. Now Boromir has taken his road, and we must swiftly choose our own." He examined the grassy field, swiftly yet carefully, often bending to the ground. "Orcs have stood upon this grass," he stated. "Beyond that, little can be known for sure. All our footprints are here, crossing over one another. I cannot tell if any of the hobbits returned after the search for Frodo started. He went back to the riverbank near where the spring stream met the river. There are some clear marks here," he said. "A hobbit waded into the water and back again, but I cannot say when." "How then do you solve this puzzle?" asked Gimli. Aragorn did not reply immediately, but returned to their camp and studied the remaining gear. "2 packs are gone," he said, "and one is certainly Sam's. It was rather bulky and heavy. This, then, is the answer. Frodo has left by boat, and his servant went with him. Frodo must have come back while we were all away. I met Sam on the hill and told him to follow me, but clearly he did not. He understood his master's intention and returned here before Frodo departed. It seems Frodo did not find it easy to leave Sam behind." "But why would he leave us without a word?" said Gimli. "That was a strange thing to do, and a courageous one," Aragorn answered. "Sam was correct, I believe. Frodo did not wish to lead any friend to death with him in the Black Land, but he knew he had to go himself. Something occurred after he left us that conquered his fear and hesitation. Perhaps hunting orcs found him, and he ran. Legolas suggested he fled." "Certainly," said Aragorn, "but not, I think, from orcs. What he believed had caused Frodo's sudden decision and flight, Aragorn did not share. He would long keep secret the final words Boromir had spoken." "Well, at least this much is clear now," said Legolas. "Frodo is no longer on this side of the river. Only he could have taken the boat. Sam was with him, of course. No one else would have carried his pack." "That leaves us with 2 paths," Gimli declared. "We can take the last boat and follow Frodo, or we can track the orcs on foot. Neither offers much hope, and we've already wasted too many hours." "Give me a moment to think," Aragorn replied. "May I choose wisely and turn the tide of this grim day?" He fell silent briefly, then spoke with resolve. "I will pursue the orcs. My place was at Frodo's side, to guide him into Mordor and stand with him until the end. Yet if I turn now to seek him in the wild, I abandon our captured friends to suffering and death. My duty is clear. The fate of the ring-bearer is no longer mine to steer. Our fellowship has fulfilled its purpose. But while we still have strength, we cannot abandon those who remain. Come, we leave at once. Take only what is essential. We move by daylight and by night." They hauled the final boat ashore and hid it among the trees, stowing beneath it any supplies they could spare and could not carry. Then they departed from Path Galen. The afternoon light was softening as they returned to the clearing where Boromir had fallen. There they found the orcs' trail impossible to miss. "No other creatures leave such ruin in their wake," Legolas observed. "They seem to take pleasure in hacking and crushing anything living, even when it poses no obstacle. Yet they move with terrible speed," Aragorn added, "and they do not weary. Later, we may have to trace their path across barren ground where the signs grow faint." "Then let's after them," Gimli exclaimed. "Dwarves can match that pace, and our stamina is no less than an orc's, but it will be a long hunt. They have a strong lead." "True," Aragorn agreed. "We will all need the endurance of dwarves, but come, with hope or without it, we follow the trail of our foes, and let them beware if we prove the faster. We will mount a pursuit that will be remembered among the 3 peoples, elves, dwarves, and men. Fourth, the 3 hunters." Like a stag, he leaped forward, darting through the trees with tireless speed, his decision finally firm. They left the woods bordering the lake behind and began to climb long slopes, their dark outlines sharp against a sky already stained red by sunset. Dusk settled, and they pressed on as grey shadows in a stony country. Chapter 2. The Riders of Rohan. Darkness thickened. Behind them, mist lingered among the trees below and hovered over the pale banks of the Anduin, but overhead the sky was clear. Stars emerged. A growing moon hung in the west, casting deep black shadows from the rocks. They had reached the base of rocky hills, and their pace slowed. The trail was becoming harder to follow. Here, the highlands of the Emyn Muil stretched north to south in two long, broken ridges. Each western face was steep and treacherous, while the eastern slopes were more gradual, carved with gullies and narrow ravines. All night, the three companions scrambled across that skeletal landscape, climbing to the crest of the first and highest ridge, then down again into the deep, winding valley beyond. In the quiet chill before dawn, they paused briefly to rest. The moon had set long before, stars glimmered above, and the first hint of day had not yet touched the dark hills behind them. For a moment Aragorn was uncertain. The Orc trail had led down into the valley, but there it disappeared. Which way would they turn, do you suppose? Legolas asked. North, to take a more direct route toward Isengard or Fangorn, if that is their goal as you suspect, or south, to reach the Entwash. They will avoid the river, whatever their destination, Aragorn answered. And unless Rohan is deeply troubled, and Saruman's power has grown far greater than we know, they will choose the shortest path across the fields of the Rohirrim. We search northward. The valley lay like a stony trough between the ridged hills, with a thin stream trickling over the boulders at its base. A grim cliff loomed to their right, while to the left, dim grey slopes faded into the shadows of the deep night. They pressed northward for another mile. Aragorn moved slowly, his gaze fixed on the ground, examining every fold and gully that climbed toward the western ridge. Ahead of them, Legolas halted abruptly and called out. The others hurried to his side. "We have come upon some of our quarry," the elf said. "Look there." He pointed to shapes they had mistaken for scattered boulders at the slope's base, now revealed as huddled forms. 5 orcs lay dead, hacked by many brutal strokes, 2 of them beheaded. The earth was dark and soaked with their blood. "Another puzzle," muttered Gimli. "But daylight would make it clearer, and daylight we cannot wait for, yet however grim. This sight may hold hope," Legolas replied. "Foes of orcs could well be friends to us. Do any people make their homes in these hills?" "None," said Aragorn. "The Rohirrim ride seldom here, and Minas Tirith lies far off. It is possible some band of men hunted here for reasons unknown to us, yet I doubt it." "What is your thought, then?" asked Gimli. "I believe the enemy brought his own enemy along," answered Aragorn. "These are northern orcs, far from their own land. Notice, none among the slain wear those strange badges of the larger orcs. There was a quarrel, I deem, no rare event among such wretched folk. Perhaps they argued over which path to take, or about their prisoners," Gimli added darkly. "Let us hope the captives did not share this fate." Aragorn searched the ground in a wide arc, but found no further sign of struggle. On they went. The eastern sky was now washing with pale light. Stars dimmed as a soft grey glow expanded. A little farther north they found a narrow fold where a small tumbling stream had carved a stony bed down toward the valley. Bushes clung to its sides, with patches of grass showing here and there. "Here at last!" exclaimed Aragorn. "These are the marks we seek. The orcs went up this watercourse after their dispute." Now the pursuers turned swiftly, following the new trail. As though newly rested, they leaped from stone to stone with renewed vigor until they reached the crest of the grey hill. A sudden breeze lifted their hair and stirred their cloaks, the chill breath of dawn. Turning, they saw across the river, the distant hills ignite with daybreak. Morning leaped into the sky. a red rim of sun climbed over the dark land's shoulders. Before them, to the west, the world lay quiet, shapeless and grey. But even as they watched, night's shadows dissolved. Colour returned to the waking earth. Green swept over the wide plains of Rohan. White mists glimmered in the river valleys, and far to the left, some 30 leagues or more, the white mountains stood in hues of blue and purple, their peaks etched in jet, tipped with gleaming snow, and flushed with the rose of dawn. "Gondor! Gondor!" cried Aragorn, his voice thick with longing. "Would that I beheld you again in a happier time. Not yet does my path turn south toward your bright waters. Gondor! Gondor! Between the mountains and the sea, once the west wind blew there. The light upon the silver tree fell like shining rain in the gardens of the kings of old. O proud walls, white towers, O winged crown and throne of gold, O Gondor, Gondor, shall men ever see the silver tree? Or shall the west wind blow once more between the mountains and the sea?" But irony was not lost on him. Here he stood, singing of white towers while caked in grime, tracking filth through desolate hills. The poetry of kings felt almost absurd in the gritty dawn. Shaking off the reverie, he said, "Now we must go." He tore his eyes from the south and looked west and north to the road ahead. The ridge fell away sharply before them. Below, some 20 fathoms down, lay a broad, rugged shelf that ended abruptly at the edge of a sheer precipice, the east wall of Rohan. Thus ended the Emyn Muil, and the green plains of the Rohirrim stretched out, vast and endless to the horizon. "Look!" called Legolas, pointing into the pale sky above. "The eagle returns! He flies very high." He appeared to be soaring away now, leaving this land behind as he returned to the north. He was traveling with tremendous speed. "Look." "No, my eyes cannot make him out either, my friend Legolas." Aragorn replied, "He must be flying incredibly high. I wonder what his purpose is, assuming he is the same creature I have observed before. But look, I can see something much closer and more pressing. There is movement out on the plain." "A great many things are moving," Legolas answered. "It is a large host traveling on foot, though I cannot discern more, nor see what manner of people they might be. They are many miles distant, 12 I would estimate, but the flat expanse of the plain makes judging distance difficult. Still, I believe we no longer require a trail to show us our direction," Gimli declared. "Let us find a way down to the fields as swiftly as possible. I doubt you will discover a path more direct than the one the orcs selected," Aragorn said. They now followed their foes under the clear light of day. It was evident the orcs had driven onward with all possible haste. Every so often the pursuers came upon items that had been dropped or discarded. Empty food sacks, the hard crusts and remnants of grey bread, a tattered black cloak, a heavy, iron-nailed boot shattered upon the stones. The tracks led them northward along the crest of the escarpment until they reached a deep cut in the rock, carved by a stream that rushed noisily downward. Within the narrow ravine, a crude path descended like a steep staircase onto the plain below. At its base, they emerged with a sudden, startling transition onto the grasslands of Rohan. It rose like a green ocean to the very feet of the Emyn Muil. The falling stream disappeared into a thick bed of watercress and other plants, and they could hear it chiming softly away through green, hidden channels, down long, gentle slopes toward the distant fens of the Entwash Vale. It felt as though they had left the grip of winter back upon the hills. Here, the air was softer and warmer, carrying a faint, sweet scent, as if spring was already awakening, and the sap was beginning to flow once more in every herb and leaf. Legolas drew a deep breath, like one who drinks a long draught after thirsting in barren lands. "Ah, that green fragrance!" he exclaimed. "It is better than hours of sleep. Let us run." "Light feet may run swiftly here," Aragorn agreed. "Perhaps more swiftly than iron-shod orcs. Now we have a chance to close the gap." They moved in single file, running like hounds on a keen scent, an eager light in their eyes. Almost directly west, the broad, ugly swath, cut by the marching orcs, scarred the land. The The sweet grass of Rohan had been crushed and blackened under their passage. Suddenly Aragorn cried out and veered away. "Wait!" he shouted. "Do not follow me yet!" He ran quickly to the right, away from the main trail, for he had spotted footprints branching off from the others, the marks of small bare feet. These, however, did not continue far before they were intersected by orc prints, also diverging from the main trail both behind and ahead, after which they curved sharply back and were lost in the general trampling. At the farthest point, Aragorn bent down and retrieved something from the grass before running back. "Yes," he confirmed, "they are quite clear, a hobbit's footprints. Pippin's, I believe. He is the smaller of the two, and see here." He held up an object that glittered in the sunlight. It resembled the newly unfurled leaf of a beech tree, beautiful and out of place upon that treeless plain. The brooch of an elven cloak. Legolas and Gimli cried out together. "Not without purpose do the leaves of Lorien fall," said Aragorn. "This was not dropped by accident. It was cast aside as a sign for any who might follow. I think Pippin left the trail deliberately for that reason." "Then he was at least alive," Gimli said, a note of grim relief in his voice. "And he had the sense to use his wits, and his legs as well. That is encouraging. Our chase is not in vain." "Let us hope his boldness did not come at too high a cost," Legolas added, his usual calm edged with a rare heat. "Come, we must go on. The very thought of those spirited young ones being driven like livestock sears my heart." The sun climbed to its zenith and then began its slow, deliberate descent across the sky. Pale clouds drifted up from the distant southern sea, only to be scattered by the wind. The sun dipped below the horizon, and long shadows stretched from the east like grasping fingers. The pursuit pressed on. A full day had passed since Boromir's fall, yet the orcs maintained their lead, having vanished from the vast open plains. As dusk deepened, Aragorn called a halt. They had paused only briefly twice since dawn, covering 12 leagues from the eastern wall. "We face a difficult decision," he stated. "Do we rest through the night, or push onward while our resolve and stamina last? If our foes do not also stop, sleeping will leave us far behind," Legolas argued. "Surely even orcs must halt sometimes," Gimli countered. "Rarely do they travel openly under the sun, yet these have," Legolas replied. "They will not stop for the night, but if we move in darkness, we risk losing their trail," Gimli pointed out. "The path runs straight, neither veering right nor left, as far as I can see," said Legolas. Aragorn considered. "Perhaps I could lead us by guesswork in the dark, holding to the general line. But if we stray or they turn aside, finding the trail again at first light could cost us dearly." Gimli added another concern. "Only by daylight can we spot if any tracks branch off. Should a prisoner escape or be taken east toward the great river and Mordor, we might miss the signs entirely." "That is true," Aragorn conceded. "Yet if I read the marks back there correctly, the orcs of the White Hand have won out. The entire company now marches for Isengard. Their current direction supports this. Still, it is reckless to assume we know their full plans," Gimli persisted. "What of an escape attempt? In the dark, we would have missed the clues that led you to the brooch. The orcs will be twice as vigilant now, and the prisoners even more exhausted," Legolas said, a trace of grim humor coloring his tone. "Honestly, expecting another convenient dropped token is like hoping for a banquet in a desert. There will be no escape unless we engineer it. How to manage that is a mystery. But first, we must catch them." "And yet," Gimli grumbled, "even I, a dwarf well-traveled and as hardy as any, cannot run all the way to Isengard without pause. My spirit is fierce, but my legs demand a bargain. I must rest a little now to run better later. And if we must rest, this blind night is the time for it." "I said the choice was hard," Aragorn reminded them. "How do we resolve this?" "You are our guide," said Gimli. "You are skilled in tracking. The choice is yours." "My own heart urges me onward," Legolas admitted. "But we must stay united. I will abide by your decision." "You place the burden on one whose choices have fared poorly," Aragorn said, a weary edge to his voice. Since passing the Argonath, my judgments have gone awry. He fell silent, staring into the deepening gloom to the north and west for a long time. A cold breeze picked up, carrying the faint alien scent of dry earth from lands they had never seen, a subtle reminder of the vast, unknown world pressing in around their small, desperate fellowship. "We will not walk in the dark," he finally declared. "The danger of losing the trail or missing signs of others moving seems greater to me. If the moon gave sufficient light, we would use it, but it sets early and is still thin and weak, and tonight it is cloud-hidden regardless," Gimli muttered. "I wish the lady had given us a light like the gift she gave to Frodo." "It is needed more where she placed it," Aragorn said. "With him lies the true quest. Ours is but a minor thread in this age's great tapestry. A hopeless chase from the start, perhaps, which no choice of mine can truly spoil or salvage. Very well, I have chosen let us use this time as effectively as we can." He lay down on the ground and slipped immediately into sleep, for he had not rested since their night under Tol Brandir's shadow. He awoke and rose before the first hint of dawn touched the sky. Gimli still slept deeply, but Legolas stood motionless, gazing north into the darkness, as quiet and pensive as a sapling on a still night. "They are far, far away," he said, mournfully, turning to Aragorn. In his heart, he knew their quarry had not paused to rest. Only the swiftest of eagles could hope to catch them now. "Still, we will follow as we are able," Aragorn replied. Bending down, he shook the dwarf awake. "Rise, we must move, the trail is fading." "But the night is not yet over," Gimli argued, rubbing his eyes. "Not even Legolas, from the highest hill, could spot them before sunrise. I fear they have already moved beyond the reach of my eyes from any hill or plain, by moon or sun," Legolas said softly. "Where sight fails us, the very earth may yet bring news," said Aragorn. He stretched out upon the ground, pressing his ear to the cold turf. He lay so still and for so long that Gimli began to wonder if he had fainted or drifted back into sleep. A faint dawn light began to glimmer, slowly washing the world in grey. When Aragorn finally rose, his face was pale and strained, his expression deeply troubled. "The news from the earth is faint and muddled," he reported. "For many miles around nothing walks upon it. The footsteps of our enemies are distant and fading, but the sound of horses is loud. It comes to me now that I heard them even in my sleep, and they invaded my dreams, the thunder of galloping, passing away to the west. Now that sound pulls ever further from us, riding north. I wonder what shadow is falling upon this land." "Then let us go," urged Legolas. Thus began the third day of their desperate hunt. Through long hours of shifting cloud and fleeting sun, they drove themselves onward, striding and running as if a fire within them could burn away all fatigue. They spoke little, across the vast empty plains. They moved, their elven cloaks blending into the grey-green fields. Even in the cool midday light, few eyes but those of the elves would have seen them before they were nearly upon them. Silently, they each gave thanks to the Lady of Lothlorien for the gift of lembas, for a bite of the waybread could renew their strength, even as they ran. All day the trail of their foes led unswervingly northwest. As daylight began to fail once more, they came upon long treeless slopes where the land rose and swelled toward a line of low, humpbacked hills in the distance. Here, the Orc trail grew fainter as it curved north, for the ground hardened and the grass grew sparse. Far off to their left, the silver thread of the river Entwash wound through the green plain. No living thing stirred. Aragorn found it strange and unsettling that they saw no sign of man or beast. The settlements of the Rohirrim lay many leagues to the south, under the wooded slopes of the White Mountains, now shrouded in mist. Yet the horse lords had once kept great herds and studs in this eastern region of their realm, and their herdsmen had roamed widely here, living in camps and tents, even through the winter. Now the land lay utterly empty, wrapped in a silence that felt less like peace and more like a held breath. They halted again at dusk. They had now covered 24 leagues across the plains of Rohan, and the distant wall of the Emyn Muil was swallowed by the eastern shadows. A young moon glimmered in a misty sky, offering little light, and the stars were dim. Now more than ever, I begrudge any halt in our pursuit, Legolas said, his voice tight. The orcs flee as if Sauron's own whip were at their back. I fear they have already reached the forest and the dark hills, and are even now passing beneath the shadow of the trees. Gimli ground his teeth together. A bitter end to our hopes and to all our labor. To our hopes, perhaps, but not to our labor, Aragorn countered. We will not turn back here. Yet I am weary. He looked back along their path toward the night thickening in the east. There is a strangeness at work in this land. I distrust this silence. I distrust even the pallid moon. The stars are dim, and I feel a weariness I have seldom known, a fatigue no ranger should feel with a clear trail before him. A strange weariness clung to them, a weight in the spirit more than the muscle, as if some opposing will hasten their enemies and laid an invisible wall across their own path. You speak truth, Legolas answered, his gaze sweeping from the Emyn Muil to the shadowed lands ahead. The force we feel does not press from behind, but pulls from before us. He pointed westward, where the land of Rohan faded under a thin crescent moon. Saruman, Aragorn muttered, the name a dark vow. Yet he will not bar our road. We must halt again, for even the moon is swallowed by cloud. Our path when dawn returns lies north between these hills and the fens. Legolas, who seemed never to truly sleep, was first to stir. Awake, he called. The dawn is blood-red. By the eaves of the distant wood something stirs, whether for good or ill I cannot say, but we are summoned, awake. The others roused quickly and set forth once more. The line of downs drew nearer, green slopes rising to bear crests stretching northward. At their base the turf was short and dry, but to the east lay a sunken belt of land, miles wide, where the river coiled through dim thickets of reed. Just west of the first slope they found a great ring of torn and trampled earth. From it the Orc trail led out again, turning north along the hill's dry edge. Aragorn knelt, studying the signs. They paused here, he said, but even their outward trail is cold. Your heart spoke truly, Legolas. I judge it has been 36 hours since the Orcs stood where we stand. Holding their pace, they would have reached the borders of Fangorn at yesterday's sundown. I see only grass fading into mist to the north and west, said Gimli. Would climbing these hills let us glimpse the forest? It is still far, Aragorn replied. If my memory holds, these downs run for 8 leagues north and then northwest to the Entwash. There lies a broad land, perhaps another 15 leagues. Then let us go on, Gimli sighed. My legs must forget the miles. They would move more willingly if my heart were lighter. The sun was low when they neared the end of the downs, having marched for many hours without rest. They moved slowly now, Gimli's back bent. Though dwarves are stone-hard in labor, this relentless pursuit was wearing on him as hope dwindled. Aragorn walked behind, grim and silent, stooping now and then to examine some trace upon the ground. Only Legolas stepped as lightly as ever, his feet barely seeming to dent the grass, leaving no print. In the waybread of the elves he found all the sustenance he needed, and he could rest his mind in the strange paths of elvish dreams even while walking open-eyed in the world. Let us climb this green hill, he suggested. Warily they followed him up the long slope until they stood upon the round, smooth summit, the northernmost of the downs. The sun sank, and evening shadows fell like a heavy curtain. They stood alone in a grey, shapeless world without landmark or measure. Only far to the northwest, against the dying light, lay a deeper darkness, the mountains of mist and the forest at their feet. There is nothing here to guide us, Gimli said. Now we must halt again and endure the night. The cold grows bitter. The wind is from the north off the snows, said Aragorn, and before morning it will be in the east, Legolas added. Rest if you must, but do not abandon all hope. Tomorrow is unseen. Counsel often comes with the sunrise. 3 suns have already risen on this chase and brought no counsel, Gimli answered. As the night grew colder still, Aragorn and Gimli found little rest that night, their sleep broken and shallow. Each time they stirred, they found Legolas awake, either standing watch or pacing slowly, his voice a soft melody in the elven tongue. As he sang, the stars seemed to blossom in the cold, dark sky. The hours crept by until, at last, they gathered to witness the dawn. It broke pale and sharp, an east wind sweeping the mists from a bleak and wide land. To the east rose the windy highlands of the wold of Rohan, a sight first glimpsed days ago from the great river. The dark bulk of Fangorn Forest loomed to the northwest, its shadowy eaves still 30 miles off, its higher slopes melting into hazy blue. Further still, like a white ship on a grey sea, glimmered the peak of Methydras, the final sentinel of the misty mountains. The Entwash River emerged from the forest, its waters now quick and confined within deep banks. The Orc trail they followed veered toward it. Aragorn's gaze traced the path to the river, then back along its course toward the trees. In the distance, a shadow moved, a dark smudge against the green. He dropped to the earth, listening intently. Legolas, however, standing tall and shielding his keen eyes, saw more clearly. He discerned not a blur, but many small shapes of horsemen, the morning light catching on their spear tips like distant, tiny stars. Far behind them, thin tendrils of dark smoke climbed into the air. A heavy silence lay over the empty fields, broken only, as Gimli noted, by the faint sigh of wind through the grass. "Riders!" Aragorn cried, leaping up. "Many riders on swift horses are heading this way." "Indeed," said Legolas, 105. "Their hair is like ripe wheat, and their spears are bright. Their chieftain stands ahead above the rest." Aragorn allowed himself a tired smile. "The sight of the elves is truly remarkable. They are little more than 15 miles off," Legolas added. 15 miles or 1, grumbled Gimli. "We cannot outrun them in this open country. Do we wait or go on?" "We will wait," Aragorn decided, weariness in his voice. "I am spent, and our chase has come up short. Others were here before us, for these riders follow the Orc trail back. We may learn something from them, or receive a spear point," Gimli muttered darkly. "I see 3 horses without riders," Legolas observed, "but no sign of the hobbits." "I never promised good tidings," Aragorn replied, "but for good or ill we will meet our fate here." Leaving the hilltop, where they were starkly visible, the 3 companions descended the northern slope. They halted a short way above the base, wrapped their cloaks tightly around themselves, and sat together on the withered grass. Time dragged under the thin, biting wind. Gimli shifted, his unease growing. "What do you truly know of these horse lords, Aragorn?" he asked. "Are we sitting here waiting for a swift and sudden end?" "I have ridden with them," Aragorn answered, his gaze distant. "They are a proud and stubborn people, yet true and generous in heart. They are brave without being brutal, wise but not book-learned. They write no histories, but they sing many songs, much as men did in the days before shadow fell. Yet I cannot say what recent events have wrought here, or where their loyalty now lies, caught between Saruman's treachery and Sauron's threat. For long years they have been allies to Gondor, though not kin. It was Eorl the Young who led them out of the north in ages past. Their blood is closer to the men of Dale and the woodmen of Beorn's line, where many are still tall and fair, as are the riders of Rohan. But of this I am certain, they will hold no love for orcs. Yet Gandalf mentioned a rumor. Gimli pressed that they now pay tribute to Mordor. I give that tale as little credit as Boromir did, Aragorn stated firmly, a new edge of defiance in his tone, cutting through the earlier gloom. The very idea seemed to rekindle a spark of his resolve, a silent rejection of the despair that had begun to creep in. "You will know the truth soon enough," Legolas replied. "They are nearly upon us at last." Even Gimli could make out the distant, rhythmic thunder of approaching hooves. The riders had left the river's course, following the trail as it curved toward the rolling downs. They moved with the speed of a storm wind, clear, commanding shouts now carried across the open field. Then, like a sudden gale, they surged into view. The lead horseman veered sharply at the hill's base, guiding the company southward along the western edge of the highlands. Behind him streamed a long column of warriors clad in gleaming mail, a sight both swift and terrible, and fair to behold. Their horses were mighty and clean-limbed, with coats like polished silver, long tails streaming and manes braided along arched necks. The men who rode them were their equals, tall and long-limbed, their pale hair flowing from beneath light helms and falling in thick braids down their backs. Their faces were sharp and severe. Each bore a tall ashwood spear. Painted shields hung upon their shoulders, long swords rested at their hips, and skirts of burnished mail fell to their knees. They rode past in pairs, and though occasionally one would rise in the stirrups to scan the land ahead and to each side, none seemed to notice the three silent figures watching from the hillside. The host was nearly past when Aragorn suddenly rose to his feet and called out in a strong, clear voice, "What word from the north, riders of Rohan?" With breathtaking speed and precision, they reined in their steeds, wheeled about, and charged back, encircling the three companions. Soon the friends were surrounded by a ring of horsemen, riding in a swift, tightening circle up the slope behind them, and down again, round and round. Aragorn stood motionless. The other two remained seated, tense and uncertain of what would follow. Abruptly, without command or cry, the riders halted. A thicket of spear points angled toward the strangers. Several held bows already drawn, arrows nocked and ready. Then one rider advanced, a man taller than all the rest, a white horsetail flowing from his helm as a crest. He rode forward until the tip of his spear was barely a foot from Aragorn's chest. Aragorn did not flinch. "Who are you?" demanded the rider, speaking the common tongue in a manner and tone reminiscent of Boromir of Gondor. "And what is your purpose in this land?" "I am called Strider," Aragorn answered. "I come from the north. I hunt orcs." The rider dismounted in one fluid motion, handing his spear to another who rode up and also dismounted. He drew his sword and stood facing Aragorn, studying him with a keen, curious gaze. After a long moment, he spoke again. "At first glance, I mistook you for orcs yourselves," he admitted. "But I see now that is not so, though you must know little of orcs if you hunt them in such a manner." They were swift, well-armed, and many. Had you caught them, you would have become the hunted. Yet there is something uncommon about you, Strider. He fixed his bright, clear eyes on the ranger. "That is no true name for a man, and your garb is strange as well. Did you rise from the grass? How did you escape our sight? Are you of elvish kind?" "No," said Aragorn. "Only one among us is an elf, Legolas, from the distant woodland realm of Mirkwood. But we have journeyed through Lothlorien, and the lady's grace and gifts travel with us." The rider looked at them with fresh astonishment, though his expression grew stern. "So the tales are true. There is a lady in the Golden Wood," he exclaimed. "They say few escape her snares. These are passing strange days. But if you carry her favor, then perhaps you too are weavers of nets and spells." He turned a cold, searching look upon Legolas and Gimli. "Why do you remain silent?" he challenged. Gimli rose to his feet, planting them firmly apart. His hand closed around the haft of his axe, and his dark eyes gleamed. "State your name, Horse Lord, and I shall offer mine in return, and more," he declared. The rider gazed down at the dwarf and replied, "It is the stranger who should first make himself known. Still, I am Eomer, son of Eomund, known as the third Marshal of the Riddermark." "Then hear this. Eomer, son of Eomund, third Marshal of the Riddermark." Gimli the dwarf, son of Gloin, answered sternly, "You speak ill of a beauty far beyond your comprehension, and only a profound lack of wisdom could justify such words." Eomer's eyes flashed with fire, and the riders of Rohan growled in displeasure, tightening their circle and leveling their spears. "I would sever your head, beard and all," Master Dwarf, if it were not planted so low to the earth. Éomer threatened. He does not stand alone, Legolas stated calmly, notching an arrow to his bow with a speed that defied the eye. You would perish before your blow could land. Éomer lifted his sword, and violence seemed imminent. But Aragorn leaped forward, placing himself between them with an upraised hand. I beg your pardon, Éomer, he called out. With greater knowledge you will see why my companions are offended. We mean no harm to Rohan or its people, to neither man nor steed. Will you not hear our story before you act? I will listen, said Éomer, lowering his blade, though his tone remained guarded. Yet wanderers in the Riddermark should show less pride in these uncertain times. First, reveal your true name. First, tell me where your loyalty lies, Aragorn countered. Are you a friend or an enemy to Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor? I serve only the Lord of the Mark, King Theoden, son of Thengel, Éomer answered firmly. We do not bow to the power of the distant Black Land, yet we are not openly at war with him either. If you flee from his shadow, you would be wise to depart our realm. Danger stirs on every border, and we are under threat. We wish only for freedom to live as we always have, guarding what is ours, and serving no foreign master, be he good or ill. In brighter times we welcomed guests with open arms, but now uninvited strangers find us quick and stern. Speak plainly. Who are you? Whom do you serve? By whose authority do you hunt orcs across our plains? I serve no mortal man, Aragorn stated, but I will chase the servants of Sauron into any land they flee. Few living men know more of orcs than I. I do not hunt them thus by preference. The orcs we pursued have captured 2 of my companions. In such dire need, a man without a horse will travel on foot, and he will not seek permission to follow a trail, nor will he tally his foes except with a blade. I am far from unarmed. With a swift motion, Aragorn cast back his cloak. His hand closed on the hilt, and the elven sheath gleamed before the brilliant blade of Andúril flashed out like a burst of fire. Elendil, he cried. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, called Elessar, the Elfstone, Dúnadan, heir of Isildur, son of Elendil of Gondor. Behold the sword that was broken and has been remade. Will you assist me or stand in my way? Decide now. Gimli and Legolas stared at their friend in astonishment, for they had never seen him thus transformed. He appeared to have grown in presence, while Éomer seemed to diminish. In Aragorn's living face they glimpsed a fleeting image of the authority and grandeur of the ancient stone kings. For an instant, Legolas thought he saw a pale flame dance upon Aragorn's brow like a radiant crown. Éomer retreated a step, his expression one of stunned reverence. His proud gaze fell. These are truly peculiar times, he murmured, almost to himself. Dreams and old tales seemed to rise alive from the very ground. Then, addressing Aragorn with newfound respect, he asked, Tell me, my lord, what purpose brings you here? And what is the meaning of these ominous tidings? Boromir, son of Denethor, has long been absent seeking counsel, and the horse we lent him returned without a rider. What fate do you carry from the north? The fate of decision, Aragorn replied. You may deliver this message to Theoden, son of Thengel. Open war awaits him, whether beside Sauron or against him. No one can continue to live as they once did, and precious few will retain what they consider their own. Yet we will return to these weighty matters in time. Should fortune permit, I intend to stand before the king myself. For now, I am in desperate straits and must beg for your aid, or at the very least for any news you can share. You are aware we hunt an orc band that took our companions. What have you to tell us? Your hunt is over, Éomer replied. The orcs are dead, and our friends? We found only orcs among the fallen. That is passing strange, said Aragorn. Did you examine the dead? Were there no others, smaller in stature, unshod and dressed in grey? They would seem but children to your eyes. We saw neither dwarves nor children, Éomer stated. Every slain foe was counted and stripped. Then we gathered the bodies and burned them, as is our custom. The embers still smoulder. We do not mean dwarves or children, Gimli broke in. Our companions were hobbits. Eomer asked. "What are those?" "It is an odd name." "An odd name for an odd folk," said Gimli. "But they were dear to us. You have likely heard in Rohan of the tidings that disturbed Minas Tirith, talk of the halfling. These hobbits are halflings." "Halflings!" laughed the rider beside Eomer. "Halflings! Why, they are but a small folk from old nursery tales out of the north. Do we tread upon legend now, or upon the solid green earth in daylight?" "A man may do both," Aragorn answered. "For it is not we, but those who follow, who will shape the legends of our age. The green earth, you say? That is the very stuff of legend, though you walk it under the sun." "Our time runs short," the rider said, ignoring Aragorn. "We must ride south, my lord. Let us leave these wanderers to their fantasies, or bind them and bring them before the king." "Peace, Eothain," Eomer said in his own tongue. "Leave me a while. Command the Eord to gather on the path and prepare to ride for the Entwade." Grumbling, Eothein withdrew and spoke to the others. Soon they moved off, leaving Eomer alone with the three. "All you say is strange, Aragorn," he admitted. "Yet you speak truth. That much is clear. The men of the Mark do not lie, and so are not easily fooled. But you have not told me everything. Will you now unfold your full purpose, that I may decide how to act?" "I departed from Imladris, as it is named in verse, many weeks past," Aragorn answered. "Boromir of Minas Tirith rode with me. My task was to go to that city with Denethor's son to help his people in their war against Sauron. But the company I traveled with had another purpose of that I cannot speak now. Our guide was Gandalf the Grey." "Gandalf!" Eomer exclaimed. "Gandalf Greyheim is known in the Mark, but I warn you his name no longer opens doors to the king's favor. Within living memory he has been a guest here many times, coming and going as he pleases after a season or many years. He is always a herald of strange happenings, a bearer of ill news, some now claim. Indeed, since his last visit this past summer, everything has gone awry. It was then our troubles with Saruman began. Before that, we counted Saruman a friend, but Gandalf came and warned that sudden war was brewing in Isengard. He told us he had been held prisoner in Orthanc and barely escaped, and he pleaded for help. Yet Théoden would not listen, and Gandalf departed. Do not speak Gandalf's name loudly in Théoden's hearing. The king is furious, for Gandalf took the horse called Shadowfax, the most prized of all the king's steeds, lord of the Miraz, which only the lord of the Mark may ride. The sire of their line was the great horse of Eorl that understood the speech of men. 7 nights ago, Shadowfax returned alone, but the king's anger has not cooled, for now the horse is wild and lets no man near him. "Then Shadowfax has found his own path back from the distant north," said Aragorn, "for it was there he and Gandalf parted. But alas, Gandalf will ride no more. He has fallen into shadow within the mines of Moria and will not return." Aragorn said. "That is grim news," Eomer replied, "for me and for many, though not for all, as you may discover, should you reach the king. It is a loss more profound than many in these lands yet grasp, though its weight will be felt before the year grows much older," Aragorn continued. "Yet when the mighty fall, others must step forward. My task has been to lead our fellowship on the long road from Moria. We pass through the golden wood of Lothlorien, a place about which you should know the truth before you speak of it lightly, and then journey down the great river for many leagues, to the roaring falls of Rauros. There Boromir was slain by the same orc band you have since destroyed." "Your words bring only sorrow," Eomer cried, dismayed. "His death is a bitter blow to Minas Tirith, and to all of us. He was a valiant man, praised by everyone. Though he rarely visited the Riddermark, being ever occupied with battles along the eastern frontier, I met him once. To me, he seemed more akin to the swift riders of Eorl than to the solemn men of Gondor, and he promised to become a great leader for his people in time. Yet we have heard no word of this tragedy from Gondor. When did he fall?" "It has been 4 days since he was slain," Aragorn answered, "and since that evening we have traveled from the shadow of Tol Brandir." "On foot?" Eomer exclaimed. Yes, just as you see us now. A look of sheer astonishment came into Eomer's eyes. Strider is too humble a name, son of Arathorn, he said. I name you Wingfoot. The deed of you 3 companions ought to be sung in every hall. 45 leagues you have covered before the 4th day has closed. Hardy indeed is the line of Elendil. But now, my lord, what would you ask of me? I must return swiftly to Theoden. I chose my words with care before my riders. It is true, we are not yet in open war with the Dark Lord, and there are those near the king who whisper cowardly advice, but conflict approaches. We will not abandon our ancient bond with Gondor. While they fight, we shall aid them. That is what I believe, and all who stand with me. The East Mark is under my command, the duty of the 3rd Marshal, and I have moved all our herds and herders beyond the Entwash, leaving here only sentries and swift scouts. Then you do not pay tribute to Sauron? Gimli asked. We do not, and we never have, Eomer said, his eyes flashing. Though I have heard that falsehood whispered abroad, some years past the Lord of the Darklands sought to buy horses from us at a high price, but we refused, for he turns good beasts to wicked ends. Then he sent marauding orcs to steal what they could, always taking the black horses. Few of those remain now. That is why our hatred for the orcs runs deep, yet our immediate peril lies with Saruman. He has declared himself master of these lands, and we have been at war with him for many months. He has gathered orcs, wolf riders, and corrupted men into his service, and he has sealed the gap against us. So we are threatened from east and west alike. It is a foul thing to fight such an enemy. He is a wizard, cunning and skilled in dark arts, wearing many disguises. They say he walks abroad as an old man, hooded and cloaked, much like Gandalf, as many now remember. His spies slip through every net, and his ill-omened birds circle the skies. I do not know how this will end, and my heart is heavy with doubt. For it seems to me his allies are not all confined to Isengard, but if you come to the king's hall, you will see for yourself. Will you not come? Do I hope in vain that you were sent to me as aid in this hour of doubt and need? I will come when I am able, said Aragorn. Come now, urged Eomer. The heir of Elendil would be a mighty support to the sons of Eorl in this rising darkness. Even now, battle is joined upon the Westernet, and I fear it may go badly for us. In truth, I rode north without the king's leave, for in my absence his hall is left with too few defenders. Scouts brought me word 3 nights past of an orc host descending from the east wall, and among them were some bearing the white badges of Saruman. Fearing the very alliance I dread most, that between Orthanc and the Dark Tower, I rode out with my Eord, the men of my own household. We caught up with the orcs by nightfall 2 days ago, near the edges of Fangorn Forest. There we surrounded them and fought at dawn yesterday. I lost 15 of my men and 12 horses, for the orcs were more numerous than we reckoned. Others had joined them, crossing from the east over the great river. Their trail is clear a little north of here. Still more emerged from the woods themselves, great orcs, who also carried the white hand of Isengard, a breed stronger and more fell than the rest. Yet we ended them. But we have tarried too long. Our strength is needed south and west. Will you ride with us? There are horses to spare, as you see. There is work here for Andúril, and I would welcome Gimli's axe and Legolas's bow as well, if they can forgive my earlier rash words about the Lady of the Wood. I spoke only as our people speak, yet I am willing to be taught better. Aragorn replied, I thank you for your generous offer, and part of me wishes to ride at your side, yet I cannot forsake my companions while any hope remains. There is no hope left, Eomer said. You will not find your friends along the northern borders. But they are not behind us. We discovered a clear sign not far from the east wall that at least one of them still lived there. Between the wall and the downs, however, we have found no further trace, and no trail has turned aside in any direction, unless my skill has completely failed me. What then do you believe has happened to them? I cannot say. They might have been slain and burned among the orcs, yet I think you would argue that is impossible, and I do not fear it either. It seems more likely they were taken into the forest before the battle began, perhaps even before your forces closed the ring. Can you swear that nothing slipped through your net in such a manner?" "I would swear that no orc escaped after we had them in sight," Eomer answered. "We reached the eaves of the forest ahead of them, and if anything living broke through our circle after that, it was no orc, it would have possessed some elvish craft. Our friends were dressed much as we are," Aragorn noted, "and you rode past us in the full light of day." "I had forgotten that," Eomer admitted, a weary frustration in his voice. "It grows difficult to be certain of anything amid so many wonders. The world has turned strange. Elf and dwarf walk together through fields where our farmers toil. Men speak with the Lady of the Wood and live to tell of it. And a sword shattered ages before our forefathers rode into the mark is now whole and returns to war. How is a man to know what is right in such days?" "As he always has," said Aragorn. "Good and ill have not altered since yesterday. Nor are they one measure among elves and dwarves and another among men. It falls to each person to discern them, whether in the golden wood or in his own house." "That is true enough," Eomer conceded, "and I do not doubt you, nor the deed my own heart urges me toward, yet my hands are not free to act as I wish. Our law forbids letting strangers wander freely in our land until the king himself grants leave, a command held even stricter in these dangerous times. I have asked you to come back with me willingly, and you refuse. It grieves me to start a fight of 100 against 3. "I do not believe your law was meant for a moment such as this," Aragorn replied. "Nor am I truly a stranger. I have been in this land before, more than once, and have ridden with the host of the Rohirrim, though under another name and in another guise. You I have not met, for you are young, but I have spoken with Eomund your father and with Theoden, son of Thengel. In days gone by, no lord of this land would have forced a man to abandon a quest like mine. My path at least is clear. I must go on. Come now, son of Eomund. The choice is upon us, and it must be made. Help us, or at the least, allow us to go on our way. Or else, enforce your own law. Should you choose the latter, fewer of your men will be left to fight in your war or serve your king." Eomer paused, considering the words. "Time is a luxury neither of us can afford," he replied. "My riders grow restless to depart, and with every passing moment your own hopes grow dimmer. Here is my decision. You may go free, and I will go further. I will provide you with horses. I ask one thing in return. When your search ends, in success or in failure, ride these horses back across the Entwash to Meduseld, the great hall in Edoras where King Theoden holds court. In doing so, you will show him my judgment was sound. In this, I trust my honor and perhaps my life to your keeping. Do not betray that trust." "You have my word," Aragorn answered. A murmur of surprise and suspicion rippled through Eomer's men when he commanded that spare mounts be given to the strangers. Only Eothane voiced his doubt aloud. "It may be fitting for this lord from Gondor, if his claim is true," he said. "But when has anyone ever heard of a horse of the mark being offered to a dwarf?" "Never," Gimli grumbled. "And let it trouble you no further. No one ever will hear of it. I would rather walk every league than perch upon the back of so large a creature, whether it's given freely or grudgingly." "Yet you must ride now, or you will delay us all," Aragorn insisted. Legolas turned to his friend. "Come, you shall ride with me, Gimli. Then all will be settled, and you need not borrow a horse nor suffer its company." A tall, dark grey horse was led to Aragorn, and he swung into the saddle. "His name is Hasufel," said Eomer. "May he carry you swiftly, and to better fortune than his former master Garolf." For Legolas, they brought a lighter, more spirited horse named Arod, but Legolas asked them to remove the saddle and bridle. "I have no need of such things," he said, and with a graceful leap he was upon its back. To the onlookers' astonishment, Arod grew calm and obedient beneath him, answering to a mere spoken word. Such was the elvish gift with all creatures of good heart. Gimli was lifted up behind Legolas and clung on, looking about as comfortable as a hobbit in a rocking boat. "Go now, and may your search prove fruitful," Eomer called. Return as quickly as you can, and may our blades one day gleam side by side." "I shall return," Aragorn vowed. "And I will be there as well," Gimli added. "The matter of the Lady Galadriel remains between us. I still have to instruct you in courteous speech." "We shall see," Eomer answered, a dry humor in his tone. "So many marvels have come to pass that learning the praise of a fair lady from the loving strokes of a dwarf's axe might seem a small wonder indeed. Farewell." With that, they parted. The horses of Rohan were astonishingly swift. When Gimli glanced back only a short while later, Eomer's company had already dwindled to specks in the distance. Aragorn did not look back. His eyes were fixed on the path ahead as they raced forward, leaning low beside Hasufal's neck. Soon they reached the fens of the Entwash, and there they found the second trail Eomer had mentioned, descending from the eastern wold. Aragorn slipped from his horse and studied the earth, then mounted once more and rode a distance eastward, keeping to the side to avoid trampling any prints. Dismounting again, he paced back and forth, scrutinizing the ground. "Little can be learned here," he reported when he returned. "The main path is churned by the horseman's return. Their outward ride must have been closer to the river. But this eastern trail is fresh and plain. I see no sign of any footprints turning back toward the Anduin. Now we must slow our pace and watch carefully, lest any tracks branch away to either side. The orcs likely knew they were followed from this point. They may have tried to send their prisoners ahead before being caught." As they rode on, the sky thickened. Grey clouds lowered over the wold, and a mist veiled the sun. Ever closer, the wooded slopes of Fangorn rose before them, growing steadily darker as the day faded in the west. A sudden, chill wind swept down from the mountains, carrying the scent of damp earth and ancient leaves, a reminder that they were entering a land where time itself seemed to hold its breath. The companions found no path branching to either side, yet along their way they encountered fallen orcs, each struck down mid-flight by grey feathered arrows. As the afternoon light began to fade, they reached the forest's edge. Within a clearing among the outermost trees lay the site of a great fire, its ashes still warm and smoking. Nearby was a heap of war gear, shattered helms and mail, cloven shields, broken swords, bows and darts. Impaled upon a central stake was a large goblin head, the white badge on its ruined helmet still visible. A short distance away, close to where the river emerged from the woods, stood a freshly raised mound. Raw earth was covered with strips of newly cut sod, and around it stood 15 spears. Aragorn and the others conducted a thorough search across the battlefield. But as the light failed and a dim, misty evening settled, they found no sign of Merry or Pippin. "We can do nothing more," Gimli said, his voice heavy. "We have faced many puzzles since Tol Brandir, yet this one is the most cruel. I fear the hobbit's bones are now ash among the orcs. This will be a bitter blow for Frodo, should he ever learn of it, and for the old hobbit waiting in Rivendell." Elrond advised against this journey, yet Gandalf did not, Legolas countered. "And Gandalf chose to come himself," Gimli answered, "and he was the first to be lost. His foresight abandoned him here. Gandalf's counsel was never based on a foreknowledge of safety, for himself or for any of us," Aragorn said. "Some journeys must be begun, even when the road ends in darkness. But I will not leave this place yet. We must wait for morning's light." A short distance from the battlefield, they made camp beneath a broad, spreading tree that resembled a chestnut. It still held many broad brown leaves from a past season, which rattled like dry, skeletal hands in the night wind. Gimli shivered. They had each brought only a single blanket. "Let us have a fire," the dwarf declared. "I no longer care for the danger. Let the orcs come swarming like moths to a flame. If our lost hobbits are wandering in these woods, a fire might guide them to us," Legolas offered, "and it might guide other things as well." Aragorn cautioned, "Creatures that are neither orc nor hobbit. We are near the mountain borders of the traitor Saruman. Moreover, we stand at the very edge of Fangorn forest, and it is said to be perilous to meddle with the trees of that wood." "But the riders of Rohan made a great fire here yesterday," Gimli argued, gesturing to the stumps and felled timber around the clearing. They cut trees for their pyre, and they passed the night here safely after their work was done. They were many in number, Aragorn replied, and they seldom come here, so they do not fear Fangorn's wrath. They did not venture beneath the trees. Our own path may lead us into the forest's very heart. Be cautious, cut no living wood. There is no need, said Gimli. The riders left plenty of chips and boughs, and there is dead wood lying everywhere. He went off to gather fuel and soon had a small, bright blaze crackling. Aragorn sat silently with his back against the great tree, lost in thought, while Legolas stood apart in the open, gazing toward the deep shadows of the forest. He leaned forward as if listening to distant, whispering voices. Once the fire was established, the three drew near, huddling close, and using their cloaks to shield the light. Legolas suddenly looked up into the branches stretching above them. "Look," he said. The trees seemed to welcome the fire's warmth. Perhaps it was the flickering shadows playing tricks, but to each of the companions, the branches overhead appeared to sway and dip toward the flame. The higher boughs bent low, and the stiff brown leaves rustled together like countless chilled hands seeking comfort from the heat. A heavy silence fell upon them, as the dark and mysterious forest, so very close, made its presence felt, a vast, watchful entity filled with hidden intent. After a time, Legolas spoke. "Celeborn cautioned us against venturing too deep into Fangorn," he said. "Do you understand his warning, Aragorn? What are the forest legends that Boromir mentioned?" "In Gondor and in other lands, I have heard many tales," Aragorn replied. "Yet, without Celeborn's counsel, I might dismiss them as mere fables born from fading knowledge. I had hoped you might reveal the truth of it. If a wood elf does not know, how can a man provide the answer?" "You have traveled paths I have not," said Legolas. "In my own home, I heard little save for old songs telling of the Onodrim, whom men name Ents, who dwelled here in ancient times." "Fangorn is ancient, even by the measure of elves. Indeed, it is old," Aragorn agreed. "As ancient as the old forest near the Barrow Downs, and far more vast. Elrond speaks of them as kin, the last remnants of the great woods from the elder days, where the firstborn wandered while men still slept. Yet Fangorn guards a secret all its own. What it is, I cannot say, and I have no wish to learn it," Gimli declared. "Let nothing that calls this forest home be disturbed on my account." They drew lots for the night watch, and the first turn fell to Gimli. The others settled to rest, and sleep claimed them almost at once. Gimli, Aragorn murmured, already drowsy, "Remember, it is dangerous to cut any branch from a living tree in Fangorn. But do not wander far for firewood. Let the flames die if you must. Call if you need me." With that, he slept. Legolas lay still, his fair hands resting on his chest, his eyes open, mingling wakefulness with deep dream as elves do. Gimli, hunched by the fire, thoughtfully running his thumb along the blade of his axe. The tree rustled. All else was quiet. Then, abruptly, Gimli looked up. There, just at the edge of the firelight, stood an old, bent figure, leaning on a staff, wrapped in a heavy cloak, a wide-brimmed hat shadowing his face. Gimli leapt to his feet, too stunned to cry out, though the immediate thought struck him that Saruman had found them. Both Aragorn and Legolas, roused by his movement, sat up and stared. The old man neither spoke nor moved. "Well, friend, how can we help you?" said Aragorn, springing up. "Come, warm yourself if you are cold." He stepped forward, but the old man vanished. They found no trace of him nearby, and dared not search far in the deep dark, for the moon had set. Suddenly Legolas cried out, "The horses! Where are the horses? The horses were gone. They had torn free from their pickets and vanished." For a long moment, the three companions stood in stunned silence, burdened by this fresh misfortune. They were at the very edge of Fangorn, with endless miles now separating them from the men of Rohan, their only allies in this vast and perilous country. As they stood there, it seemed they heard, faint and far off in the night, the sound of horses whickering and calling. Then all was quiet again, save for the cold whisper of the wind. "Well, they are gone," Aragorn said at last. "We cannot track them or catch them now. If they do not return on their own, we must manage without. We began this journey on foot, and we still have our feet." "Feet," Gimli grumbled. "A fine thing, but we cannot very well eat them and walk on them too." He tossed more wood on the fire and slumped down beside it. The weight of their isolation settling in, Legolas chuckled softly. "Just a short while ago, you refused to even sit upon a horse of Rohan. Perhaps you will become a rider after all." "That opportunity seems rather distant now," Gimli grumbled. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "If you want my opinion, I believe it was Saruman. Who else could it be? Recall Eomer's words. He described a figure moving like an old man, wrapped in a hooded cloak. Those were his exact words. That wizard has either stolen our horses or frightened them off, and here we are stranded. Mark my words, more trouble is headed our way." "I am marking them," Aragorn replied calmly, "though I also noted that this old man wore a wide-brimmed hat, not a hood. Still, I do not doubt your guess is correct. We are in danger here, whether by night or day. For now, however, there is little we can do but take what rest we can. I will take the next watch, Gimli. My mind is too occupied for sleep." The hours of the night crept by. Legolas relieved Aragorn, and Gimli in turn followed Legolas, each keeping a silent vigil. Yet nothing stirred in the darkness. The mysterious old man did not reappear, and their horses remained gone. Chapter 3. The Uruk-hai, Pippin, was trapped in a dark and restless dream. He seemed to hear his own small voice echoing through endless black tunnels, desperately calling for Frodo, but instead of his cousin, hundreds of grotesque orc faces leered at him from the shadows, and countless hideous arms reached out to grab him from every direction. Where was Merry? He woke with a start. A cold breeze brushed his face. He was lying on his back, and the sky above was deepening into twilight. As he turned his head, he realized the waking world was scarcely better than the nightmare. His wrists, legs, and ankles were tightly bound with rough cords. Next to him, Merry lay pale and still, a soiled cloth tied around his forehead. Surrounding them was a great host of orcs, some sitting, some standing. Slowly memory began to piece itself together in Pippin's throbbing head, separating from the shadows of his dream. Of course, he and Merry had foolishly run off into the woods. What had possessed them? Why had they dashed away like that, ignoring Strider's warnings? They had run a long way, shouting. He couldn't recall the distance or the time. And then they had blundered straight into a band of orcs. The creatures had been standing and listening, and they didn't seem to notice the two hobbits until they were nearly upon them. Then came the yells, and dozens more goblins sprang from the trees. Merry and he had drawn their swords, but the orcs did not seem eager to fight. They only tried to seize them, even after Merry had sliced off several of their grasping limbs. Good, brave Merry. Then Boromir had come crashing through the trees. He had forced the creatures to fight. He cut down many, and the rest fled. But they hadn't gone far on the return journey when they were ambushed again by at least 100 orcs, some of them enormous. They loosed a rain of arrows, all aimed at Boromir. Boromir had sounded his great horn until the woods echoed, and for a moment the orcs wavered and fell back. But when no answer came, save the dying echoes, they attacked more fiercely than before. Pippin could remember little after that. His last memory was of Boromir slumped against a tree, wrenching an arrow from his side. Then darkness swallowed everything. "I must have been struck on the head," he muttered to himself. "Is poor Merry badly hurt? What became of Boromir? Why didn't the orcs just kill us? Where are we, and where are they taking us?" He could find no answers. A wave of cold nausea washed over him. "I wish Gandalf had never convinced Elrond to allow us on this quest," he thought bitterly. "What use have I been? Nothing but a burden, a passenger, a piece of excess baggage, and now I've been stolen, and I'm just luggage for these orcs. I hope Strider or someone comes to claim us, but should I even hope for that? Wouldn't it ruin all our plans?" The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, a would-be adventurer, literally being hauled across the wilderness like a sack of potatoes. I wish I could get free. He gave a feeble, useless struggle. One of the nearby orcs laughed and muttered something to a companion in their vile language. Then it turned to Pippin, speaking in the common speech with a grating, hideous accent. "Rest while you can, little fool. Rest while you can. We'll find a purpose for those legs of yours soon enough. You'll be begging you never had them by the time we reach our destination. If it were up to me," the other snarled, "you'd be pleading for death this very moment. I'd have you squealing, you wretched little rat." He bent over Pippin, his yellowed fangs inches from the hobbit's face. In his hand was a black knife with a jagged, wicked edge. "Stay still, or I'll give you a taste of this," he hissed. "Make a scene, and I might just forget my instructions. Curse those Isengarders." He launched into a furious, guttural rant in his own foul language, which eventually subsided into bitter mutters and snarls. Pippin, paralyzed with fear, forced himself not to move, despite the throbbing pain in his wrists and ankles and the sharp stones digging into his back. To distract himself, he focused intently on the surrounding clamor. Many voices were arguing nearby. While orc speech always seemed brimming with hatred, it was clear a genuine quarrel was brewing and growing hotter. To his astonishment, Pippin realized much of the shouting was in the common tongue. Several different tribes were present, unable to understand each other's native dialects. A heated debate was underway about their next move, which path to take and what to do with their captives. No time for a proper killing, one argued. No leisure for games on this journey. "Can't be helped," countered another. "Then why not make it quick? Do it now. They're a cursed burden, and we need to hurry. Evening is falling. We should be moving." "Orders," a third voice growled, deep and menacing. "Kill all but not the halflings. They are to be brought back alive, and with haste. Those are my orders. What does anyone want with them?" Several voices demanded. "Why alive? Do they provide good sport?" "No, word is one of them carries something valuable for the war, some elvish scheme or another. They'll both be questioned thoroughly. Is that all you know? Why don't we just search them and see for ourselves? We might find something useful." A fascinating suggestion sneered a softer, yet more sinister voice. "I may have to report that. The prisoners are not to be searched or robbed. Those are my orders, and mine," echoed the deep growl. "Alive and untouched. No plunder. That is the command." "Not our command," shouted one of the earlier voices. "We marched from the mines to kill and to avenge our people. I want blood, then a return north." "Then you can want in vain," rumbled the growling voice. "I am Ugluk. I give the commands. I return to Isengard by the shortest path. Who is the true master, Saruman or the Great Eye?" the evil voice insinuated. "We should turn back immediately for Lugburs. We might, if we could cross the great river," said another, "but we lack the numbers to risk the bridges." "I crossed it," the sinister voice stated. "A winged Nazgul waits for us northward on the eastern bank." "Perhaps. Then you'd fly off with our prisoners, claim all the reward and glory in Lugburs, and leave us to trudge as best we can through the horse country." "No, we must remain together. These lands are perilous, crawling with filthy rebels and brigands." "Yes, we stick together," Ugluk growled. "I don't trust you, little swine. You've no courage outside your own filth. Without us, you'd have all fled. We are the fighting Uruk-hai. We slew the great warrior. We took the prisoners. We serve Saruman the Wise, the White Hand, the hand that feeds us man-flesh. We marched from Isengard, led you here, and we will lead you back by the route I choose. I am Ugluk. I have spoken. You have spoken far too much." "Ugluk," the evil voice sneered back. "I wonder how that would sound in Lugburs. They might think Ugluk's shoulders are straining under the weight of a swollen head. They might inquire where he gets such peculiar ideas." The words came from Grishnach, a squat, broad-shouldered creature with arms so long they nearly scraped the ground. "Did those badges come from Saruman? Who does that wizard think he is, setting up on his own with his filthy white marks? My people might listen to me, their trusted messenger, and I tell you this, Saruman is a fool, a dirty, treacherous fool. But the great eye watches him. Swine, is it? How do you like being called swine by the muckrakers of a grubby little conjurer? I'll warrant they eat orc flesh themselves. A clamour of guttural shouts answered him, followed by the metallic ring of blades being drawn. Seizing the moment, Pippin carefully rolled over. His guards had rushed to join the confrontation. In the dim light he saw the large black orc, Ugluk, standing firm against Grishnak. Surrounding them were many smaller goblins from the north, their knives and swords drawn but held back by hesitation. Ugluk barked a command, and several orcs of similar size rallied to him. Then, in a sudden blur of motion, Ugluk lunged forward. 2 swift strokes sent the heads of 2 northerners tumbling. Grishnak slipped sideways and melted into the shadows. The remaining goblins recoiled. One stumbled backward over Merry's still form with a curse. That stumble likely saved him, as Ugluk's followers leaped over the fallen goblin and cut down another, the yellow-fanged guard who had watched Pippin. The body collapsed heavily on top of Pippin, its hand still clutching a long, saw-edged knife. "Enough, sheath your weapons," Ugluk roared. "No more delays. We head west from here, down the stair, then straight across the downs, follow the river to the forest. We march without rest, day and night. Is that understood? If that brute takes just a little time to get them in line," Pippin thought, "I might have a chance." A flicker of hope ignited in him. The black knife had nicked his arm, the blade sliding down to his wrist. He felt blood trickle onto his hand, but also the cold kiss of steel against his skin. The orcs were preparing to move, but some northerners still resisted. The Iron Guarders cut down 2 more before the rest were cowed. Curses and confusion filled the air. For a precious moment Pippin was forgotten. His legs were bound fast, but his arms were only tied at the wrists, his hands before him. He could move them together, though the cords bit cruelly into his flesh. He shoved the dead orc aside and, hardly daring to breathe, began working the knot of his bonds against the sharp edge of the knife held fast in the corpse's grip. The cord parted. With frantic fingers, Pippin retied it into a loose double-looped bracelet and slipped it over his hands. Then he lay perfectly still. "Get the prisoners up," Ugluk shouted. "No tricks. If they aren't alive when we return, someone else will die for it." An orc grabbed Pippin like a sack of grain, thrust its head between his bound hands, and yanked his arms down, crushing Pippin's face against its grimy neck. Then it lurched forward, jolting him with every step. Another orc handled Merry the same way. The creature's claw-like hand gripped Pippin's arms like an iron vice, its nails digging deep. Pippin shut his eyes, slipping back into a haze of grim dreams. He was suddenly thrown onto stony ground once more. Early night had settled, a slim moon already sinking in the west. They were on the brink of a cliff overlooking what seemed a sea of pale mist. The sound of falling water echoed nearby. "The scouts are back," an orc muttered close by. "Well, what did you find?" growled Ugluk's voice. "Only a single rider. He fled westward. The path is clear now." "Clear now, you mean? But for how long? Fools, you should have shot him." "He'll raise the alarm. Those cursed horsemasters will know of us by morning. Now we must run, and run hard." A shadow fell over Pippin. It was Ugluk. "Get up," the orc commanded. "My boys are sick of carrying you. We're heading down and you'll walk. Be cooperative. No shouting, no escape attempts. We have methods for punishing tricks you won't enjoy, though they won't damage your value to the master." He sliced the bonds around Pippin's legs, grabbed him by the hair, and yanked him upright. Pippin collapsed, and Ugluk hauled him up once more by his hair, drawing rough laughter from the surrounding orcs. Ugluk forced a flask between his teeth and poured a searing liquid down his throat. A fiery warmth spread through Pippin, and the ache in his limbs disappeared. He could stand. "Now the other one," Ugluk barked. Pippin watched as the orc approached Merry, who lay nearby, and kicked him. Merry groaned. Ugluk hauled him into a sitting position, ripped the bandage from his head, and daubed the wound with a dark paste from a small wooden box. Merry cried out and thrashed. The orcs cheered and mocked. Can't handle his medicine, they taunted. Too soft, for what helps him? Oh, we'll have our fun with them later, but Ugluk wasn't in a sporting mood now. He required speed and had to manage reluctant underlings. He was treating Merry in the orc manner, and it worked quickly. After forcing a drink from his flask down the hobbit's throat, cutting his leg bonds, and dragging him up, Merry stood, pale yet fierce and defiant, very much alive. The gash on his forehead ceased to trouble him, though he would carry a brown scar forever. "Well, Pippin," he said, "joined this lovely outing, have you? Any idea where we might find lodging and a meal?" "Quiet," snarled Ugluk. "None of that. Silence, no talking to each other. Any mischief will be reported, and he will know how to settle with you. You'll get bed and breakfast, certainly, more than you could ever want." The orc band started down a narrow gully leading to the foggy plain below. Merry and Pippin, separated by a dozen orcs or so, climbed down with them. At the base, their feet touched grass, and the hobbits felt a flicker of hope. "Straight ahead now," Ugluk shouted, "west and slightly north. Follow Lugdush." "But what do we do at sunrise?" asked one of the northerners. "Keep running," Ugluk replied. "What did you imagine? Lounge on the grass and invite the whiteskins to a picnic? We cannot run in the sunlight." "You'll run with me at your backs," said Ugluk. "Run, or you'll never see your precious holes again. By the White Hand, what's the point of sending half-trained mountain maggots on a mission? Run, curse you all, run while the night lasts." Then the entire company broke into the long, loping stride of orcs. They moved in no order, shoving, jostling, and cursing, yet their speed was remarkable. Each hobbit had a guard of 3. Pippin was placed far back in the line. He wondered how long he could maintain this pace, having eaten nothing since morning. One of his guards carried a whip. For now, however, the orc draught still burned within him, and his mind was alert. Unbidden, a vision kept returning. The keen face of Strider bent over a dark trail, running in pursuit. But what could even a ranger discern except a muddled track of orc feet? His own and Merry's small prints were utterly lost in the trampling of iron-shod boots all around. They had traveled barely a mile from the cliff when the land dipped into a broad, shallow basin where the ground was soft and damp. Mist hung there, glowing faintly in the last light of the sickle moon. The dark shapes of the orcs ahead grew hazy, then vanished. "Hey, steady there!" Ugluk yelled from behind. A sudden, desperate idea flashed into Pippin's mind, and he acted instantly. He veered sharply to the right, diving away from his guard's grasping hands, and plunged headlong into the concealing mist, landing sprawled upon the wet grass. "Stop!" Ugluk roared. Instantly, chaos erupted. Pippin scrambled to his feet and bolted, but the pursuing orcs were swift. Several appeared directly in his path, blocking any hope of flight. With his hands bound, he fumbled at his throat, fingers closing around the clasp of his cloak. As rough hands grabbed him, he let the brooch fall. It would lie there in the mud, he thought bleakly, a forgotten token. Why had he even bothered? If his friends had managed to get away, they were surely with Frodo now, far beyond his reach. A whip snapped around his legs, biting deep, and he choked back a scream. "Enough!" Ugluk bellowed, striding forward. "This one has miles left in him." "Make both halflings run. Use the lash for encouragement, nothing more." Then the orc captain turned his snarling face to Pippin. "But don't think this is over. Your debt is merely delayed. Now move." The remainder of the journey blurred into a waking nightmare for Pippin and Merry, a relentless tunnel of exhaustion where hope dwindled with every labored step. They ran until their lungs burned, lashed by expertly wielded whips whenever they faltered. Stumbles earned them not rest, but being dragged over the rough ground. The false warmth from the orc draught had faded, leaving Pippin shivering and nauseous. His strength finally gave out, and he collapsed face first into the grass. Cruel hands, nails like claws, hauled him up. He was slung over a shoulder like a sack, and darkness swallowed him. Whether it was night or his own failing sight, he could not say. Vaguely, he heard raised voices, many orcs clamoring for a halt against Ugluk's shouts. He was thrown down and lay where he fell, sinking into troubled dreams. The respite was brief. Pitiless hands seized him again, tossing and jostling him until, slowly, the blackness receded. It was morning. He was dumped onto dewy grass, where he lay grappling with a crushing despair. His head throbbed, and a returning heat in his veins told him he'd been forced another draught. An orc threw a hunk of grey bread and a strip of leathery, dried meat at him. He devoured the bread, his hunger a sharp ache, but left the unknown flesh untouched. Sitting up, he saw Merry nearby. They were on the bank of a fast, narrow river. Ahead, mountains rose, a tall peak already gilded by the sun, with a dark line of forest clothing the lower slopes. A fierce argument was boiling among the orcs, the old tension between the northerners and Ugluk's Isengarders threatening to explode. Some gestured south, others east. "Fine, Ugluk spat. Leave them to me. No killing," I said. "But if you fools want to waste what we marched so far to claim, go ahead. I'll keep charge of our prizes. Let the true Uruk-hai do the work as always. If the White Riders frighten you, then run. There's the forest," he shouted, pointing. "Hide in it. It's the only chance you'll get now. Go before I start cracking skulls to motivate the rest." After a moment of curses and shoving, the bulk of the northerners, over 100, broke away and fled wildly along the river toward the mountains. The hobbits remained with the Isengarders, a grim band of 80 or more large, swarthy orcs, armed with great bows and broad swords. A handful of the boldest northerners stayed behind. "Now we settle with Grishnak," Ugluk declared, though even some of his own warriors were casting uneasy glances southward. "I know," Ugluk growled in response to their fear. "The accursed horsemen have caught our scent. This is all on you, Snagga. You and the other scouts should be punished for your failure. But we are the warriors. We'll still get our feast, even if it's horse meat or something finer." Just then, Pippin understood the reason for the commotion to the east. From that direction came rough shouts, and there was Grishnak once more, leading a band of about 20 similar orcs, long-limbed, crooked-legged creatures with a red eye painted on their shields. Ugluk moved to confront them. "Decided to come crawling back, did you?" he growled. "Changed your mind. I returned to ensure our orders are followed and the prisoners remain secure," Grishnak retorted. "Is that so?" Ugluk sneered. "A pointless trip. I handle orders in my company." "What's your real reason? You left in such a rush." "Forget something. I left a fool behind," Grishnak hissed. "But some of the tougher lads with him are worth keeping. I knew you'd bungle things and get them killed. I'm here to salvage what I can." "How noble." Ugluk laughed mockingly. "Unless you've brought some fighting spirit, you've chosen poorly. Your road was to Lugburs. The horsemen are coming. What became of your precious Nazgul? Did he lose another flying beast? Now, if you dragged him here, that might have served a purpose, if those wraiths are half as fearsome as claimed." "Nazgul, Nazgul," Grishnak muttered, trembling and wetting his lips, as though the word left a bitter flavor he both hated and craved. "You chatter about matters far beyond your grubby understanding, Ugluk," he spat. "Nazgul are all they are said to be. A day will come when you'll regret those words. You ape," he snarled viciously. "You should know they are the favored servants of the great Eye. But the winged ones, not yet, not yet. He will not permit them to be seen beyond the great river so soon. They are being saved for the war and for darker tasks." "You appear to know a great deal," said Ugluk. "More than is safe for you, I'd wager. Perhaps those in Lugburs will question how and why. But for now, the Uruk-hai of Isengard can handle the filthy labor, as always. Stop standing there drooling. Rally your rabble. The other swine are fleeing for the trees. You'd best follow. You wouldn't survive the journey back to the great river. Move out. Now, I'll be right behind you." The Isengard soldiers grabbed Merry and Pippin once more, throwing them over their shoulders. The company set off, running for hours, pausing only to shift the hobbits to new carriers. Whether due to greater speed and endurance, or some scheme of Grishnak's, the Isengarders slowly pushed past the Mordor orcs, with Grishnak's group closing the rear. Soon they began to gain on the Northerners ahead as well. The forest loomed ever closer. Pippin felt battered and scraped, his throbbing head rubbed against the grimy jaw and hairy ear of the orc carrying him. Before him were nothing but bent backs and stout, tireless legs pumping up and down like mechanisms of wire and horn, marking the nightmare passage of an endless stretch of time. By afternoon, Ugluk's troop had caught the Northerners. They were struggling under the glare of the bright, wintry sun in the cool, pale sky, heads hung low and tongues lolling. Maggots, taunted the Isengarders. You're finished. The horsemen will catch you and devour you. They're coming. A shout from Grishnach proved this was no empty threat. Riders had indeed been spotted, still distant but closing fast, sweeping over the plains like an incoming tide over quicksand toward stranded victims. The Isengarders broke into a redoubled sprint that amazed Pippin, a furious burst of speed as if at the end of a race. He then noticed the sun was sinking behind the misty mountains, stretching long shadows across the land. The Mordor soldiers raised their heads and also quickened their pace. The forest stood dark and dense ahead. They had already passed a few scattered trees at its edge. The ground began to rise, the slope grew steeper with every step, yet the orcs pressed on, driven by the furious shouts of Ugluk and Grishnach. Pippin, with a painful twist of his neck, managed a glance over his shoulder. To the east, riders were now parallel to the fleeing band, their spears and helmets catching the last fiery light of sunset, their long pale hair streaming behind them. They were herding the orcs skillfully, funneling them toward the riverbank to prevent any escape. A cold knot of fear tightened in Pippin's stomach as he realized he knew nothing of these people. He regretted not paying more attention in Rivendell to the maps and the lore. Back then, the journey's dangers had felt like someone else's responsibility. Now, severed from Gandalf, from Strider, and even from Frodo, he felt terribly small. All he could recall was that Shadowfax, Gandalf's magnificent horse, hailed from Rohan. That was a slender thread of hope. But a more immediate terror struck him. How would these horsemen distinguish two hobbits from their vile captors? The thought was bitterly ironic. He supposed he should be glad the orcs were being hunted, but his own survival seemed a far more pressing concern. It was likely he and Merry would perish unnoticed amidst the slaughter. The riders were methodical, archers among them would gallop close, loose a volley at the stragglers, and wheel away before the orcs' panicked shots could find them. This deadly dance repeated, thinning the rank. One arrow found its mark in an Isengarder just ahead of Pippin, who fell and did not rise. As full darkness fell, the orcs reached a small hill. The dark line of Fangorn forest was maddeningly close, but they could go no farther, completely encircled. A few desperate orcs bolted for the trees against orders. Only a handful stumbled back. A brilliant position. Grishnach sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. Superb leadership I await with bated breath our glorious escape. Ugluk ignored the jab. Put the halflings down, he roared. Lugdush, take two and guard them. They are not to be killed unless the white skins break our line. But they are not to cry out, and they are not to be rescued. Bind their legs. The order was carried out with brutal efficiency, the rough cords biting into Pippin's ankles. Yet, for the first time since their capture, he and Merry were dumped side by side. Amid the clamor of clashing weapons and orcish shouts, they seized a moment to whisper. This is a pretty fix, Merry breathed, his voice weak. I'm spent, Pip. I doubt I could crawl a yard even if my legs were free. Lembas, Pippin whispered urgently. I have some, do you? They never searched our pockets. Mine's a crumbled mess, Merry replied, and I can't very well eat from my own pocket. You won't have to, I've got. A vicious kick from a guard cut him short. The noise had subsided, and their watchers were alert. The night grew still and bitterly cold. Soon a ring of small watchfires flickered to life around the hillock, a golden cordon just beyond bow range. The riders remained hidden in the dark, silent and invisible, while the orcs foolishly wasted arrows shooting at the flames until Ugluk cursed them into stillness. Later, a hazy moon broke through, and occasionally a shadow would pass, a fleeting glint of steel in the pale light, proof of an unceasing patrol. "They're waiting for sunrise, the cowards," one of the guards muttered into the dark. "Why don't we just rush them all at once?" one of the orcs grumbled. "What's Ugluk even waiting for, I'd like to know?" "You'd like to know a lot of things," Ugluk snarled, stepping forward from the shadows. "Implying I've got no plan? Curse the lot of you. You're no better than the rest of this rabble, the worms and the fools from the Dark Tower. Charging now would be useless. They'd just scream and scatter, and there are more than enough of these horse lords out there to finish us on open ground." He spat. "Those worms are only good for one thing, seeing in the pitch black. But from what I hear, these riders have sharper night eyes than most men, and never forget their horses. They're said to see the night wind itself. But here's something those fine horsemen don't know. Mauhu and his crew are in the woods. They'll be here any moment." This seemed to satisfy the Isengard orcs, but the others were sullen and restless. A few were posted as lookouts, while most simply lay on the earth, savoring the deep, concealing dark. The darkness grew heavier still as the moon slid behind a bank of thick clouds. Pippin could scarcely see his own hand before his face. The distant campfires cast no light upon their hill. The riders, however, were not content to wait for daybreak and let their foes rest. A sudden cry from the eastern slope of the knoll signaled trouble. It appeared some of the men had ridden in close, dismounted silently, crept to the very edge of the camp, slain several orcs, and vanished back into the night. Ugluk rushed off to prevent a panic. Pippin and Merry struggled to sit up. Their Isengard guards had gone with Ugluk. For a fleeting moment, hope of escape flickered, but it was swiftly crushed. A long, hairy arm seized each hobbit by the neck and yanked them together. In the gloom, they recognized Grishnak's massive head and loathsome face pressed between them, his foul breath hot on their cheeks. His hands began to pat and probe their bodies. Pippin flinched as cold, hard fingers crept down his spine. "Cozy, my little morsels," Grishnak whispered, his voice deceptively soft. "Enjoying your rest? A bit awkward, your situation, blades and whips on one side, sharp spears on the other. Small folk shouldn't poke their noses into business too large for them." His groping fingers continued their search. A pale, fiery light burned behind his eyes. A thought sharp and clear as if snatched from the enemy's own mind struck Pippin. Grishnak knows he's searching for the ring right now, while Ugluk is distracted. He wants it for himself. A chill of terror shot through Pippin, yet mingled with it was a desperate, calculating spark. How could he use Grishnak's greed? "You won't find it like that," Pippin whispered into the dark. "It's not so easily found." "Find it?" Grishnak's fingers froze, then dug into Pippin's shoulder. "Find what? What are you chirping about, little one?" For a heartbeat, Pippin said nothing. Then from the darkness he made a thick, gulping noise in his throat. "Gollum, Gollum." "Nothing, precious," he added softly. He felt Grishnak's fingers twitch violently. "Oh ho!" the goblin hissed, a new eager edge to his whisper. "So that's it, is it? Oh ho! Very, very dangerous, my little fools." "Perhaps," said Merry, suddenly alert to Pippin's gambit. "Perhaps it is, and not just for us. But you know your own desires best. Do you want it or not? And what would you pay to get it? Do I want it?" Grishnak repeated as if confused, but his whole frame was trembling. "What would I pay? What are you saying?" "We mean," said Pippin, choosing each word with care, "that fumbling in the dark is pointless. We could save you the bother, but you must untie our legs first. Otherwise we do nothing and say nothing." "My dear, soft little idiots," Grishnak hissed, his whisper turning venomous. "Everything you own and everything you know will be pulled from you in time. Everything. You'll beg for more secrets to tell, just to please the one who asks the questions. Mark my words, and soon we are in no rush at all." "Oh no, not in the slightest." Grishnak's voice was a low, venomous hiss in the dark. "Do you imagine you've been preserved out of some tender mercy? My dear little fools, trust me, Kindness is not a quality Ugluk possesses. It isn't even among his many flaws. Believe me, we find that perfectly easy to accept, Merry retorted, his own voice tight. But your prize isn't secured yet. However this ends, it doesn't seem to be going your way. Should we reach Isengard, it won't be the mighty Grishnach who profits. Saruman will claim everything he discovers. If you desire anything for yourself, now is the moment to make an arrangement. The mention of Saruman appeared to ignite a special fury in Grishnach. Time was slipping away. The commotion on the knoll was fading. Ugluk or his Isengard soldiers could return at any second. "Do you have it? Either of you?" he snarled, his patience fraying. Pippin made a small, choked sound. "Untie our legs," Merry demanded. They could feel the orc's arms trembling with suppressed rage. "Curse you, you filthy little rats," he spat. "Untie your legs. I'll untie every sinew in your bodies. Do you think I cannot search you down to the marrow? Search you. I'll carve you both into quivering scraps. I don't require your legs to carry you off to have you entirely to myself." In an instant, his terrifying strength was upon them. His long arms scooped them up, tucking each hobbit brutally under an armpit and crushing them against his sides. A huge, suffocating hand clamped over each of their mouths. Then he lunged forward, bending low, moving with a swift and sinister silence. He reached the edge of the rise, slipped through a gap between the sentinels, and melted into the night like a wicked shadow, descending the slope westward toward the river flowing from the forest. That way lay a broad open area with only a single fire. After covering a short distance, he stopped, peering and listening intently. Hearing nothing, he crept on, bent almost double, then squatted again to listen. He rose, perhaps, to hazard a sudden sprint. At that precise moment, the dark shape of a rider materialized directly before him. A horse snorted and reared. A man shouted. Grishnach threw himself flat, yanking the hobbits beneath him, and drew his sword. His intent was clear, to slay his captives rather than let them be rescued or escape. But this decision proved his ruin. The sword gleamed dully in the distant firelight. From the gloom an arrow whistled, aimed with skill or guided by fate, and pierced his right hand. He dropped the blade with a shriek. There was a quick thunder of hooves. Even as Grishnach leaped up to flee, he was ridden down and a spear drove through him. He gave one last shuddering cry and fell still. The hobbits lay flattened where he had dropped them. Another horseman galloped up to aid his comrade. Whether by sharp sight or some other sense, the horse gathered itself and leaped lightly over their prone forms. But its rider did not see them, concealed by their elven cloaks, too stunned and terrified to move. Finally, Merry stirred and whispered, "So far, so good, but how do we avoid being skewered next?" The answer came almost at once. Grishnach's cries had roused the orcs. From the knoll came yells and shrieks. Their disappearance had been discovered. Ugluk was likely taking out his frustration on a few more unfortunate heads. Then, suddenly, answering cries erupted from the right, beyond the ring of watchfires, from the direction of the forest and the mountains. Malhur had apparently arrived and was assaulting the besiegers. The sound of galloping horses grew. The riders were tightening their ring around the knoll, braving orc arrows to prevent a breakout, while a detachment rode to confront the new threat. In a heartbeat, Merry and Pippin realized that without having moved, they were now outside the circle of conflict. Nothing stood between them and possible escape. "Now," whispered Merry, a flicker of desperate hope in his voice. "If only our hands and legs were free, we might actually get away." Pippin shook his head. "Don't bother with the knots. I've already worked my hands free. These ropes are just for show now. Here, have some lembas first." He slid the cords from his wrists and pulled out a packet. The whey bread was crumbled, but still good in its leaf wrappings. Each hobbit ate a few pieces. The flavor carried them back to kinder times, to fair faces, laughter, and peaceful meals in days that felt a world away. For a quiet moment they ate in the dark, the nearby clamor of battle fading from their minds. Pippin was the first to stir. "We have to move. Just a second." Grishnak's heavy sword lay nearby, useless to him, so he crawled to the fallen goblin and drew a long, sharp knife from its sheath. He made quick work of their bonds. "Right then," he said, "once we get the blood flowing again, maybe we can stand. For now, we crawl." They began to crawl. The thick, soft turf helped, but it was a slow and wearying business. Giving the watchfire a wide berth, they inched forward until they reached the riverbank, where water gurgled in the shadows below. Looking back, they found the sounds of fighting had ceased. Mauhur and his band were likely dead or scattered. The riders had resumed their silent, grim watch. Dawn was not far off. The eastern sky was already paling. "We need cover," Pippin whispered, "before we're spotted. It won't do us any good if those riders figure out we aren't orcs after we're dead." He stood and stamped his feet. "Those cords cut like wire, but I'm getting feeling back. I can hobble along now. What about you, Merry?" Merry rose. "I can manage. Lembas really does put heart into you, a cleaner feeling than that foul orc draught. I'd rather not know what was in that brew. Let's find some water to wash the taste from our minds." "Not here. The banks are too steep," said Pippin. Forward now, side by side, they walked slowly along the river. Behind them, the light grew in the east. As they went, they traded stories in the light-hearted manner of hobbits, speaking of their misadventures since being captured. A listener would never have guessed the cruelty they'd endured, or the mortal peril they still faced, with little hope of ever finding safety or a friendly face again. "You've been holding your own, Master Took," said Merry with a tired grin. "You'll earn a whole chapter in old Bilbo's book if I ever get to tell the tale. Good work, especially reading that hairy villain and playing along. But I doubt anyone will find your trail now and recover that brooch. I'd hate to lose mine, but I fear yours is gone for good." He paused, then added with a touch of wry pride, "I'll have to step lively to keep up with you. In fact, Cousin Brandybuck will take the lead from here. This is where he comes in. You probably haven't a clue where we are, but I paid better attention at Rivendell. We're walking west along the Entwash. The tail end of the Misty Mountains lies ahead, and there's Fangorn Forest." Even as he spoke, the dark line of trees rose before them. Night seemed to have retreated under those great boughs, fleeing the approaching dawn. "Lead on, Master Brandybuck," said Pippin, "or lead us back. We were warned against Fangorn, but someone as clever as you won't have forgotten." "I haven't," Merry replied, "but the forest seems a better choice to me than walking back into the middle of a battle." And with that, he stepped under the vast waiting branches. The trees stood ancient beyond measure, their long beards of moss and lichen swaying gently in the wind. From the shelter of the shadows, the hobbits peered out, small and secretive shapes that in the half-light resembled children of legend gazing from a primeval wood, in awe of the world's first morning, across the distant great river and the desolate brown lands, far over leagues of grey country. Dawn broke with a flame-red light. The clear call of hunting horns rang out to meet it, and the riders of Rohan stirred into motion. Horn echoed horn across the chill air. Merry and Pippin heard the whinny of war horses and the rising song of many voices. The sun lifted its burning arc above the edge of the world, and with a great shout the riders charged from the east, their mail and spears flashing crimson. Orcs screamed and loosed their last arrows. The hobbits watched several horsemen fall. Yet the line swept onward up the slope and over the crest, wheeling to strike again. Most of the surviving raiders broke and scattered, hunted down one by one, but a single band, formed into a dark wedge, drove stubbornly toward the forest, charging straight up the hill toward the hidden watchers. They drew nearer, cutting down 3 riders who stood in their path, and escape seemed certain. "We've lingered too long," whispered Merry. "That's Ugluk leading them. I've no wish to meet him again." The hobbits turned and fled back into the deep shadows of the trees. Thus they missed the final struggle, where Ugluk was run to ground at the very fringe of Fangorn and slain sword to sword by Eomer, 3rd Marshal of the Mark, who had dismounted to face him across the open fields. Sharp-eyed riders hunted the last orcs who still had strength to run. Afterward, they laid their fallen comrades in a mound and sang their praises, then lit a great fire to scatter the ashes of their enemies. So the raid ended, and no word of it ever returned to Mordor or to Isengard, though the smoke of the burning climbed high into the sky and was marked by many watchful eyes. Chapter 4. Treebeard. Pushing westward and upward along the course of a chattering stream, the hobbits moved as fast as the dim, tangled woods permitted, going ever deeper into Fangorn. Gradually, their dread of the orcs faded, and their pace slowed. A strange, thick feeling settled over them, as if the air itself had grown thin and difficult to breathe. At last, Merry stopped, gasping. "We can't keep on like this. I need proper air. At least, let's have a drink," said Pippin. "My throat's bone dry." He scrambled onto a massive root that curved down into the water and, bending low, scooped handfuls of the clear, cold stream to his lips. He drank deeply, and Merry joined him. The water revived their spirits as well as their bodies. For a time they sat together on the bank, soaking their sore feet and gazing at the silent trees that stood around them in endless ranks, fading into grey twilight in every direction. "You haven't gotten us lost already, have you?" Pippin asked, leaning back against a vast trunk. "We can at least follow this stream, the Entwash, or whatever it's called, and go back the way we came." "We could, if our legs would carry us," Merry replied, "and if we could draw a full breath." "It's so dim and close in here," Pippin mused. "It puts me in mind of that old room in the great place of the Tooks, back in the Smeals at Tuckborough, an enormous chamber where not a stick of furniture has been shifted for generations. They say the old Took lived there year after year, growing older and shabbier along with the room itself, and nothing in it has been changed since he died a century ago." A sudden, unexpected memory surfaced for Pippin then, a tale he'd heard as a fauntling about the old Took secretly planting a sapling from Fangorn in the garden, a sapling that never grew. It was an odd, lonely detail that now seemed to echo the forest's own ancient stillness. "Old Gerontius was my great-great-grandfather, which certainly stretches back the years. Yet even that span feels recent compared to the ancient, weary atmosphere of this woodland. Observe all those drooping, tangled beards and whiskers of lichen clinging to the bark. Many of the trees appear half-dressed in tattered, dry leaves that stubbornly refuse to fall. It's a messy, forgotten place. I can scarcely picture spring ever touching this spot, let alone imagine anyone attempting a thorough cleaning." "Surely the sun must break through occasionally," remarked Merry. "This doesn't match Bilbo's account of Mirkwood in the slightest. That was a place of deep shadows and blackness, inhabited by dark creatures. Here it's merely dim and overwhelmingly crowded with trees. It's hard to believe any animals would dwell here or even linger for long, nor any hobbits," Pippin agreed. "And I don't fancy the idea of trekking through it. I'd wager there's nothing to eat for 100 miles. How are our provisions holding up?" "Dwindling," Merry replied. "We left in such a hurry with only a few spare packets of lembas, abandoning everything else." They examined the remaining elven waybread, just broken bits amounting to perhaps 5 scant days' worth. "And not a cloak or blanket between us," Merry added. "We'll be chilled tonight, no matter which direction we choose." "Then we'd best decide on our path now," said Pippin. The morning is wearing on. At that moment, they noticed a golden glow appearing farther within the wood, as if shafts of sunlight had abruptly pierced the dense canopy. "Look there!" exclaimed Merry. "The sun must have slipped behind a cloud while we've been under these trees, and now she's emerged again. Or perhaps she's climbed high enough to peer down through some gap. It isn't far. Let's go and see." The distance proved greater than they anticipated. The ground continued to rise steeply, growing ever more rocky underfoot. The light widened as they pressed on, and soon they discerned a rock wall ahead, the flank of a hill, or perhaps the jagged end of some long stone root thrust out from the distant mountains. No trees grew upon it, and sunlight bathed its stony surface fully. The twigs of the trees at its base stretched out stiff and motionless, as if reaching for the warmth. Where everything had seemed shabby and grey before, the wood now gleamed with rich browns and the smooth dark greys of bark like polished leather. The tree trunks glowed with a soft green reminiscent of young grass, a hint of early spring, or a fleeting vision of it seemed to surround them. In the face of the rocky wall was something resembling a stair, likely natural, formed by weathering and the splitting of the stone, for it was rough and uneven. High up, nearly level with the forest treetops, was a shelf beneath an overhang. Nothing grew there save a few grasses and weeds at its edge, and one ancient gnarled tree stump with only two twisted branches remaining. It looked almost like the figure of a bent old man standing there, blinking in the morning light. "Up we go," cried Mary cheerfully. "Now for a proper breath of air and a view of the land." They clambered up the rock. If the steps had been fashioned intentionally, they were made for larger feet and longer legs than theirs. In their eagerness, they didn't pause to marvel at how remarkably the cuts and sores from their captivity had healed, or how their strength had returned. At last they reached the edge of the shelf, nearly at the feet of the old stump. They scrambled up, turned with their backs to the hill, drew deep breaths and gazed eastward. They saw they had come only 3 or 4 miles into the forest. The treetops sloped down toward the plain. There, near the forest's edge, tall spirals of curling black smoke rose, wavering and drifting toward them. "The wind's shifting," observed Merry. "It's turned east again. It feels cool up here." "Yes," said Pippin, a note of resignation in his voice. "I fear this is just a passing brightness, and everything will turn grey again soon. What a shame." This shaggy old forest looked entirely different in the sunlight, almost friendly. For a moment, I almost felt I liked the place. "Almost felt you liked the forest. That's remarkably kind of you," said a strange, deep voice. "Turn around and let me see your faces. I almost feel a dislike for you both, but let's not be hasty. Turn around." A large, knob-knuckled hand settled on each of their shoulders, twisting them around with a gentle, undeniable force. Then 2 great arms lifted them up. They found themselves staring at a most extraordinary face. It belonged to a large, man-like, almost troll-like figure, at least 14 feet tall and immensely sturdy, with a tall head that seemed to sprout directly from broad shoulders. Whether it wore a garment resembling green and grey bark, or whether that was its hide, was impossible to tell. Its arms, a short distance from the trunk, were covered not in wrinkles but in a smooth brown skin. The large feet splayed wide, each bearing 7 toes. The lower part of the long face was hidden behind a sweeping grey beard, thick and twiggy at the roots, thinning into something mossy and soft at the ends. But in that moment the hobbits noticed little, except the eyes. These deep-set eyes were now surveying them, slow and solemn, yet piercingly sharp. They were brown, yet shot through with flecks of a vivid green light. Pippin would often try to describe his first impression of them long afterwards. You felt as though there was an enormous well behind them, filled to the brim with ages of memory and long, slow, deliberate thought. But their surface sparkled with immediate awareness, like sunlight dancing on the outermost leaves of a great tree or glancing off the ripples of an impossibly deep lake. It was as if something that grew in the earth asleep, you might say, or simply content in its own existence between deepest root and highest leaf, between the soil and the sky, had suddenly awakened and was considering you with the same patient, timeless care it had devoted to its own inner workings for countless years. "Hrum, whom?" murmured the voice, resonant as a deep woodwind instrument. "Most peculiar. Do not be hasty. That is my motto. But had I seen you before hearing your voices?" And I liked those voices. Mind you, nice little voices that reminded me of something I've quite forgotten. Had I seen you first, I'd have likely trodden on you, mistaking you for little orcs, and discovered my error too late. Root and twig, you are very odd indeed." Pippin, though utterly astonished, no longer felt afraid. Under that gaze he felt a curious, breathless suspense, but no terror. "Please," he managed, "who are you? And what are you?" A queer, wary look came into the ancient eyes, as if the deep wells had been suddenly covered. "Well now," the voice answered, "I am an Ent, or so I am called. Yes, Ent is the word. The Ent, I am, you might say, in your manner of speaking. Some name me Fangorn, others make it Treebeard. Treebeard will do. An Ent, said Merry, his curiosity momentarily overriding his awe. What's that? But what do you call yourself? What's your real name? Who now? Replied Treebeard, a rumble of amusement in his tone. Who? That would be telling. Not so hasty, and I am the one doing the asking. You are in my country. What are you, I wonder? I cannot place you. You do not seem to appear in the old lists I learned when I was young, but that was a long, long time ago, and they may have made new lists since. Let me see, how did it go? He began to murmur, a rhythmic, chanting recitation. Learn now the lore of living creatures. First name, the four, the free peoples, eldest of all, the elf children. Dwarf the delver, darker his houses. Ent the earthborn, old as mountains. Man the mortal, master of horses. Beaver the builder, Buck the leaper, Bear the honey hunter, Boar the fighter. Hound is hungry, Hare is fearful. Eagle in eyrie, Ox in pasture. Hart horn-crowned, Hawk is swiftest. Swan the whitest, Serpent coldest. Whom. How did it go? Room-tum, room-ti-toom-tum. He trailed off. It was a long list, but at any rate, you do not seem to fit in anywhere. We always seem to have been left out of the old lists and the old stories, said Merry with a hint of familiar, weary resignation. And yet we've been about for quite a long time. We're hobbits. Pippin, ever the one to look for a practical solution, chimed in. Why not make a new line, the young hobbits? Dwellers in cozy burrows explained their place in the world. Imagine us alongside the big folk, and you've got the picture, said Pippin. Treebeard considered this. Not a bad notion. So, holes are your homes? That has a proper feel to it. But who named you hobbits? That word doesn't carry an elvish ring. The elves crafted most of the old speech. They began it all. Nobody else uses that name. It's what we call ourselves, Pippin replied. Whom? Steady now? Not so quick, rumbled Treebeard. You name yourselves? That is not a thing to share with just anyone. You'll be giving away your true names without a second thought. We aren't terribly concerned about that, Merry offered. Truthfully, I am Meriadoc Brandybug, though I answer to Merry, and I am Peregrine Took, but Pippin suits me well, or even Pip on a good day. A hasty folk indeed, I perceive, said Treebeard, a note of wry amusement in his voice. Your trust honours me, yet such openness all at once is unwise. There are Ents, and then there are things that merely resemble Ents, if you take my meaning. I shall call you Merry and Pippin, pleasant names, for I will not share my own name, not at this moment. A strange, knowing glint, touched with green humour, lit his eyes. For one, it would take an age. My name is ever growing, and my life has been long, so very long. My name is like a living tale, in my tongue in what you might call old Entish. True names recount the history of what they belong to. It is a beautiful language, but one speaks nothing in it hastily, for we speak only of things worthy of a long saying and a longer hearing. His eyes then grew bright and keen, focusing intently, but now to the heart of it. What is afoot? What brings you into these great matters? I perceive much from this. From this, a Lala Rumba Commander Lind or Burume. Forgive me, that is a piece of my name for it. I know not your outside word. This place where I stand on fair mornings, pondering the sun, the distant grasslands, the horses, the clouds, and the slow unfolding of the world. What is happening? What is Gandalf about? And these he emitted a deep, rumbling discord like a great organ. These orcs and the young Saruman at Isengard. I enjoy news, but do not be too quick. A great deal has happened, said Merry, and even if we rushed, the telling would take time. But you advised against haste. Should we share so soon? Would it be rude to ask your intentions for us, and where your allegiance lies? And did you know Gandalf? I knew him, Treebeard said, his tone softening. The only wizard who held a true care for trees. You knew him as well. We did, Pippin said, his voice heavy. He was a great friend and our guide. Then I can answer your other questions, Treebeard replied. I am not going to do anything with you if you mean acting upon you without consent. We may do some things together. As for sides, I walk my own path. Your road may run beside mine for a time. But you speak of Gandalf as if his tale were finished. We do, Pippin said sadly. The story continues, but I fear Gandalf has departed from it. Who, come now, said Treebeard. Whom, well. He fell silent, studying the hobbits for a long moment. Whom, well, I am at a loss. Proceed then. If you wish to hear more, Merry ventured, we will tell you. But it requires time. Might you set us down? Could we not sit together in the sun while it lingers? You must be growing weary, holding us aloft. Weary. No, I am not weary. I do not tire easily, and I do not sit. I am not very, bendable. But look, the sun withdraws. Let us leave this. What did you call it? A hill, Pippin suggested. Step, or perhaps shelf, Merry offered. Treebeard considered the words with a low hum. Hill, yes, that is the term. Yet it feels a fleeting word for something that has rested here since these lands were first formed. No matter, we shall move on from it. Where are we going? Merry inquired. To my home, or to one of them, Treebeard replied. Is it a great distance? I cannot say. You may think it far. But what is distance, really? You see, we've lost everything we carried, Merry explained. All we have left is a small bit of food. Oh, do not let that concern you, said Treebeard. I can provide a drink that will sustain you, keep you feeling fresh and hearty for a very long time. And should we part ways, I can place you beyond my borders wherever you wish. Now, let us go. Cradling the hobbits securely, one in the bend of each arm, Treebeard raised one massive foot and then the other, carrying them to the very brink of the stone shelf. His root-like toes curled around the rock. Then, with great care and solemnity, he stepped down, one deliberate pace after another, until he stood upon the forest floor. Without pause, he began walking with long, measured strides through the trees, moving ever deeper into the woods, always near the sound of the stream, climbing steadily toward the mountain slopes. Many trees appeared deep in slumber, or as unaware of him as of any passing creature, yet others trembled slightly, and some lifted their branches high as he drew near. As he walked, he murmured to himself in a continuous melodic flow of sound. The hobbits stayed quiet for a long while. Strangely, they felt both safe and at ease, with much to ponder and marvel at. Finally, Pippin found the courage to speak. "If I may, Treebeard," he began, "might I ask you something? Why did Celeborn caution us about your forest? He told us not to risk becoming lost in it." Did he indeed?" Treebeard rumbled. "And I might have given similar advice had you been traveling in the opposite direction. Do not risk becoming lost in the woods of Laurel in Dorinan. That was the elvish name of old, though now they shorten it, Lothlorien, they say. Perhaps they are correct, perhaps it is fading, not flourishing. The land of the Valley of Singing Gold it was once, now they call it the Dream Flower. Ah, well, but it is a peculiar realm, not for every wanderer to enter. I am astonished you ever left it, and more astonished you ever entered. That has not been the fate of outsiders for many long years. It is a strange land." His tone shifted then, becoming dry and almost sarcastic. "And so is this one, mind you. Plenty of folk have met their end here. Oh, yes, they certainly have. Laurel Lindoren, Lindolorendor, Malinornelian, or Nemelin," he hummed softly to himself. "I suppose they are rather falling behind the times in there," he mused. "Neither this country, nor anything beyond the Golden Wood, is as it was when Celeborn was young. And yet, Tauralilomia tumbalemorna tumbalataria lomianor, so the old saying went. Much has changed, but it remains true in certain corners." "What do you mean?" asked Pippin. "What remains true?" "The trees and the Ents," Treebeard stated. "I do not grasp all that occurs myself, so I cannot make it plain to you. Some of us are still true Ents and quite lively in our own way, but many are growing drowsy, becoming more tree-like, as you might put it. Most trees are merely trees, naturally, yet many are half awakey. Some are fully alert, and a few are becoming rather entish. This is always happening. When a tree begins to wake, you find that some possess bad hearts. It has nothing to do with their timber. I do not mean that. Why? I recall some good old willows by the Entwash, long gone now. Alas, they were quite hollow, practically falling to bits, but as gentle and soft-spoken as a new bud. And then there are trees in the valleys beneath the mountains, seemingly sound and strong, yet rotten within. That kind of blight appears to spread. There were once some truly perilous areas in these parts. There are still places of deep shadow, the Ent continued, his voice a low rumble. You might think of the old forest to the north, but these are darker still. I believe a remnant of the ancient darkness lingers there, and old fears are not forgotten. Yet here in our own valleys there are deep hidden places where that shadow was never truly dispelled, and the trees are ancient beyond my own reckoning. So we tend to our work. We guard these woods from outsiders and the reckless. We nurture, we instruct, we walk our borders and clear away what does not belong. We are the shepherds of the trees, we old Ents. Our numbers have dwindled greatly. There's a saying that sheep grow to resemble their shepherd, and shepherds their sheep, but that is a slow process for short-lived folk. For trees and Ents, the bond is swifter and deeper. We walk through the long ages together. In some ways, we are more like elves, less concerned with our own selves than men tend to be, and more skilled at understanding the essence of other living things. And yet, in other ways, we are more like men, more adaptable than the elves, quicker to reflect the world around us. Or perhaps we are something better than both, for we are more steadfast, able to fix our thoughts on a matter for an age. Many of my kindred now appear as ordinary trees, and it would take a great event to stir them. They speak only in the softest whispers. But some of the trees in my care are lively and nimble, and many still hold conversations with me. It was the elves who began this, of course, awakening the trees, teaching them speech, and learning their language in return. Those ancient elves desired to converse with every living thing. Then the great darkness fell, and they departed over the sea, or retreated into distant valleys to hide, composing laments for a time they believed lost forever. Gone for good. Yes, once there was a single vast forest stretching from here to the mountains of Loon, and this was merely its eastern edge. Those were wide and glorious days. I remember when I could walk and sing from dawn till dusk, and hear nothing but the echo of my own voice from the empty hills. The woods then were like the golden woods of Lothlorien, but denser, more vigorous and young. And the scent of the air. I could lose a week simply standing and breathing it in. Treebeard grew quiet, his great strides still remarkably silent. Then a low hum began again, shifting into a murmured song. Slowly, the hobbits realized he was chanting for them. In the willow meads of Tazarinen I wandered in the spring. Ah, the sight, the fragrance of spring in Nan Tazarien, and I declared it good. I roamed in summer through the elm woods of Ossirian. Ah, the light and the music of summer by the 7 rivers of Ossir, and I believed it the finest. To the beaches of Nelderith I came in the autumn. Ah, the gold, the red, the sighing of leaves in autumn in Tower Neneldor. It surpassed all my longing. To the pine trees upon the highland of Dorthonion I climbed in the winter. Ah, the wind, the whiteness, the black branches of winter upon Orod Nathon. My voice rose and sang into the heavens. And now all those lands lie beneath the waves, and I walk in Ambarona, in Tauramorna, in Aldalome. In my own land, in the country of Fangorn, where the roots delve deep, and the years are piled thicker than the leaves in Tauramornalome. He finished and strode on in silence. A deep hush fell across the forest, stretching as far as the ear could hear. The daylight faded, and twilight wrapped itself around the great tree trunks. At last the hobbits saw a steep, dark rise looming ahead. They had reached the base of the mountains, the green foothills of tall Methydras. Down the slope, the young river Entwash, leaping from its high springs, rushed noisily over stone steps to greet them. To the stream's right lay a long, grassy incline, now grey in the fading light. It was treeless and open to the sky, where early stars already glimmered in clearings between cloud banks. Treebeard marched up the slope without slowing. Suddenly, an opening appeared before them. Two massive trees stood like living pillars on either side, their branches intertwined overhead to form a natural archway where no gate was needed. As the ancient Ent drew near, the surrounding trees raised their limbs, their dark, polished evergreen leaves shimmering and whispering in the fading light. Before them opened a vast, level clearing, as if a grand hall had been carved directly into the mountainside. The earthen walls rose steeply on either side, reaching over 50 feet, flanked by rows of trees that grew progressively taller as they receded inward. At the far end, a sheer rock face had been sculpted into a shallow, arched recess, the hall's only roof besides the overarching branches, which cast deep shadows save for a wide central path. A slender stream, branching from the springs above, cascaded down the rock wall in a shimmering silver curtain just before the archway. The water collected in a stone basin set into the floor amidst the trees, then trickled away alongside the path to eventually meet the Entwash River in the forest below. Here we are," Treebeard announced, ending his long silence. "I have carried you a great many Ent strides, 70,000 perhaps, though what that means in your miles I cannot say. We are now near the base of the last mountain, in your tongue. This place might be called Welling Hall. It suits me. We shall rest here tonight." He placed the hobbits on the grass between the tree aisles, and they trailed behind him toward the great arch. They observed that he walked with his knees nearly straight, his legs swinging wide in each massive stride, his broad toes always touching the ground first. Pausing beneath the sparkling fall of the spring, Treebeard took a long, deep breath and then chuckled softly before stepping inside. Within the bay stood a great stone table, but no chairs. The rear of the space was already dim. Treebeard brought forth two large vessels, placing them on the table. They appeared to hold plain water, but when he held his hands above them, one began to glow with a golden light, and the other with a rich green radiance. The blended illumination filled the chamber like summer sun, filtering through a canopy of new leaves. Glancing back, the hobbits saw the trees outside had also begun to gleam, faintly at first, then brighter, until every leaf was tipped with light, some green, some gold, some the hue of burnished copper, while the trunks shone like pillars of luminous stone. "Well, well, now we can talk again," said Treebeard. "You must be thirsty, and likely tired. Drink this." He moved to the back, where several tall stone jars with heavy lids stood. Removing one lid, he dipped a large ladle and filled 3 bowls, one very large and 2 smaller ones. "This is an Ent house," he remarked. "There are no chairs, I fear, but you may sit upon the table." Lifting the hobbits, he set them upon the great stone slab about 6 feet high, where they sat swinging their legs and sipping carefully. The drink tasted like clear water, similar to what they had drunk from the Entwash near the forest's edge, yet it carried a subtle, elusive fragrance, a hint of distant woods carried on a cool night breeze. Its effect began at their toes, a refreshing vigor rising steadily through every limb until it tingled at the very tips of their hair. The hobbits even fancied they could feel the hair on their heads lifting and curling, as if gently growing in the enchanted air. Treebeard first washed his feet in the basin just outside the archway, then lifted his bowl and drank deeply in one long, unhurried swallow. The hobbits watched, thinking he might never finish. Finally, he placed the bowl down with a contented sigh. "Ah, that's better, whom. Now we can talk more comfortably. You may sit on the floor, and I shall lie here. That will keep this drink from going to my head and making me drowsy." Against the right wall of the recess stood a wide, low bed, no more than 2 feet high, piled thick with dried grass and bracken. Treebeard slowly lowered himself onto it, barely bending at all until he lay stretched out, arms behind his head, gazing up at the ceiling where flickering lights danced like sunlight through leaves. Merry and Pippin settled beside him on cushions of soft grass. "Now tell me your tale, and take your time," said Treebeard. The hobbits launched into the story of their adventures since leaving the Shire. They did not keep to a straight order, often interrupting each other while Treebeard would pause them to return to an earlier point, or leap ahead with questions about what came later. They carefully avoided any mention of the ring and did not explain why they had set out, or where they were bound, and Treebeard did not press for reason. Yet he showed keen interest in every detail: the Black Riders, Elrond and Rivendell, the Old Forest and Tom Bombadil, the mines of Moria, Lothlorien, and the Lady Galadriel. He asked them again and again to describe the Shire and its gentle countryside. At one point he remarked curiously, "You've never seen any Ents around those parts, have you?" "Well, not Entwives, I should say." "Entwives?" said Pippin. "Are they like you?" "Yes." "Well, no, I cannot rightly say any more," Treebeard answered thoughtfully. "But I think they would have liked your land. It just made me wonder." Above all, Treebeard was eager to hear anything about Gandalf, and even more so about Saruman's deeds. The hobbits wished they knew more. They had only Sam's hazy recollection of what Gandalf told the council. Still, they were certain that Ugluk and his band came from Isengard and named Saruman as their master. Whom, rumbled Treebeard, when at last their winding tale reached the battle between the orcs and the riders of Rohan. Well, that is quite a bundle of news, no mistake. You have not told me everything. No, not by a long march. But I do not doubt you are acting as Gandalf would wish. Something very large is stirring. That much I see, and what it is I may learn in good time or ill. By root and twig, it is a strange affair. A little folk not in the old lists springs up, and look, the 9 riders return to hunt them. Gandalf guides them on a mighty journey. Galadriel shelters them in Caras Galadhon, and orcs chase them across countless leagues of wild land. Truly, they seem swept into a great storm. I hope they ride it out. "And what about you?" asked Merry. Whom? I have not troubled myself with the great wars," Treebeard replied. "They belong chiefly to elves and men. That is the business of wizards. Wizards are always fretting about the future. I do not enjoy worrying over what is to come. I am not entirely on anyone's side, because nobody is entirely on mine. If you take my meaning, nobody cares for the woods as I do, not even elves in these later days. Still, I feel more warmth toward elves than others. Long ago they cured us of silence, and that is a gift not to be forgotten, though our paths have since diverged. And there are some, of course, whose side I am certainly not on. I am against them altogether." Here his voice sank into a low, disgusted rumble. These orcs and their masters. There was a time when the shadow over Mirkwood filled me with dread. But when it shifted to Mordor, I felt a brief respite. Mordor is so very far away. Yet now the wind carries a bitter chill from the east, and I fear a blight may soon reach even these ancient woods. An old Ent can do little to turn such a storm. He must either stand firm or be broken by it. But Saruman is another matter entirely. He is a neighbor, and I can no longer ignore him. Lately I have found myself wondering what exactly I ought to do. Pippin inquired. "Who is Saruman? What do you know of his past?" "Saruman is a wizard," Treebeard replied. "Beyond that I can say little. The history of wizards is not known to me. They emerged after the great ships crossed the sea, though whether they arrived with those ships I cannot tell. He was counted among the greatest of them, or so I once believed, long ago. An age in your reckoning. He ceased his wanderings and his care for the affairs of elves and men. He settled at Angrenost, which the men of Rohan name Isengard. At first he kept quietly to himself, yet his reputation grew. They say he was chosen to lead the White Council, though that did not end well. I wonder now if the seeds of his corruption were already sown then. Still, for a time he gave his neighbors no trouble. I even spoke with him. There was a season when he often walked in my forests. He was courteous then, always asking my leave when he happened upon me, and ever eager to listen. I shared with him many things he would never have discovered alone, yet he never offered knowledge in return. I cannot recall him telling me anything at all. And he grew more closed with each passing year. His face, as I remember it, for I have not seen it in many days, became like windows in a stone wall, with shutters fastened tight behind them. Now I believe I grasp his purpose. He schemes to make himself a power. His mind is one of metal and wheels. He has no love for living things, save when they serve his immediate needs. And it is now plain he is a traitor. He has allied himself with vile folk, with orcs, Worse still, he has been altering them in some perilous way. These Isengarders resemble wicked men more than common orcs. It is the mark of creatures born in the great darkness that they cannot bear the sun, yet Saruman's orcs endure it, however much they hate it. What has he done? Has he ruined men or mingled the blood of orcs and men? That would be a black and terrible deed. Treebeard rumbled deeply, as though uttering some curse from the roots of the earth. Some time back, I began to question how orcs dared move through my woods so freely, he continued. Only recently did I suspect Saruman was at fault, that long ago he had been spying out all the paths, learning my secrets. Now he and his foul folk wreak havoc. Down along the borders, they are cutting down good trees. Some they simply fell and leave to rot, pure orc mischief, but most are chopped and hauled away to feed the fires of Orthancs. These days a smoke forever rises from Isengard. Curse him, root and branch. Many of those trees were my friends, beings I knew from sapling days. Many had voices of their own that are now silenced forever. Where once there were singing groves, there are now wastes of stumps and thorns. I have been idle. I have let things slide. This must end with a sudden jerk. Treebeard rose from his resting place, stood to his full height, and struck the table with his hand. The vessels of light trembled, sending up two thin jets of flame. A flicker like green fire shone in his eyes, and his beard bristled like a great broom. "I will put an end to it," he boomed, "and you shall come with me. You may be of help. In doing so, you will also aid your own friends. For if Saruman is not checked, Rohan and Gondor will find an enemy at their backs, as well as before them. Our roads now lead together to Isengard. We will come with you," said Merry. "We will do what we can," came the reply. "Yes," Pippin exclaimed. "I want to see that white hand crushed. I want to be there, even if I'm not much help. I'll never forget Ugluk and our desperate flight across the plains of Rohan." "Good, good," rumbled Treebeard. "Yet I spoke too quickly. We must not be hasty. I have grown too heated. I need to cool myself and think, for it is far simpler to shout stop than to actually bring things to a halt." He strode to the archway and stood for a long while beneath the gentle rain from the spring. Then he gave a low laugh and shook his great body. Where the water droplets fell glittering from him to the stone floor, they sparkled like tiny emerald and ruby lights. Returning, he laid himself back upon the bed and fell silent. After a time, the hobbits heard him murmuring once more, as if counting on his fingers. "Fangorn, Finglas, Fladrif, I," he sighed. "The trouble is that so few of us remain," he said, turning toward them. "Only 3 are left of the first Ents who walked these woods before the shadow fell. Myself, Fangorn and Finglas and Fladrif, to use their elvish names. You may call them Leaflock and Skinbark if you prefer. And of us 3, Leaflock and Skinbark are of little use for such a task. Leaflock has grown sleepy, almost tree-ish, you might say. He has taken to standing alone through the long summers, half asleep, with the meadow grass grown tall around his knees, his body covered in a thick coat of leaves. He once stirred more in winter, but lately he has been too drowsy to walk far even then. Skinbark lived on the mountain slopes west of Isengard, where the worst of the trouble has been. He was wounded by the orcs, and many of his people and the trees he tended have been slaughtered. He is withdrawn into the high places, among the birches he loves best, and he will not come down. Still, I suppose I could gather a fair company of our younger folk, if I could make them understand the need, if I could rouse them. We are not a hasty people. What a pity our numbers are so thin." "Why are there so few of you when you have lived here so long?" asked Pippin. "Have many died?" "Oh no," said Treebeard. "None have died from within, as you might put it. A few have been lost to the misfortunes of the long years, certainly, and more have grown tree-ish. But there were never great numbers of us, and we have not increased. There have been no entings, no children, you would say, for a terrible long count of years. You see, we lost the Entwives." "How very sad," said Pippin. "How did they all die?" "They did not die." Treebeard's voice deepened. "I never said died. We lost them, I told you. We lost them, and we cannot find them." He sighed, a sound like wind in deep branches. "I thought most folk knew that tale. There were songs about the hunt of the Ents for the Entwives, sung among elves and men from the dark woods of Mirkwood all the way to the white city of Gondor. They cannot be wholly forgotten. "Well, I'm afraid those songs haven't travelled west over the mountains to the Shire," said Merry. "Will you not tell us more, or perhaps sing us one of the songs?" "Yes, I will indeed," said Treebeard, seeming pleased by the request. "But I cannot tell it fully, only in brief. And then we must end our talk, for tomorrow we have councils to call, and work to do, and perhaps a journey to begin. It is a rather strange and sad story," he continued after a thoughtful pause. "When the world was young, and the woods were wide and wild, the Ents and the Entwives, and there were Ent maidens then. Ah! The loveliness of Fimbrithiel, of Wandlim, the light-footed, in the days of our youth. They walked together, and they made their homes together. But our hearts did not continue growing in the same fashion. The Ents gave their love to the things they met in the world, and the Entwives turned their thoughts to other matters. For the Ents loved the great trees and the untamed woods and the slopes of the high hills. They drank from the mountain streams, and ate only such fruit as the trees let fall in their path. And they learned from the elves and held speech with the trees themselves. The Entwives turned their attention to the smaller trees and the sunlit meadows beyond the forest's edge. They observed the blackthorn in the thicket, the wild apple and cherry trees blooming in spring, the lush green herbs in the wetlands during summer, and the seeding grasses of the autumn field. They did not seek conversation with these growing things, rather they wished for them to listen and follow commands. The Entwives directed the plants to grow as they intended, to leaf and fruit according to their design, for they valued order, abundance, and a peace that meant everything stayed precisely where they placed it. Thus, the Entwives cultivated gardens for their homes. We Ents, however, continued our wanderings, visiting these gardens only occasionally. When the shadow arose in the north, the Entwives crossed the great river, establishing new gardens and tilling fresh fields, and we saw them even less frequently. After the shadow was defeated, the land of the Entwives flourished incredibly, their fields abundant with grain. Many men learnt their arts and held them in high esteem, while we became mere legends to them, a secret kept by the deep wood. And here we remain, while all the gardens of the Entwives lie in ruin. Men now name that place the Brown Lands. I recall it was long ago, during the war between Sauron and the Men of the Sea, that a longing took me to see Fimbrithiel once more. To my eyes, she was still very beautiful when I last saw her, though she scarcely resembled the Ent maiden of earlier days. The labor had bent the Entwives and browned their skin. The sun had parched their hair to the color of ripe wheat, and their cheeks were like red apples. Yet their eyes remained the familiar eyes of our own kind. We crossed the Anduin and entered their land, only to find a desert, scorched and uprooted, for war had swept through it. The Entwives were gone. For a long time we called out and searched, questioning everyone we met about where the Entwives had gone. Some claimed never to have seen them. Others said they had walked westward. Some said east, and still others south. Nowhere in our travels could we discover them. Our grief was immense, yet the call of the wild forest remained, and we returned to it, For many years we would venture out now and then to look for the Entwives, roaming far and wide and calling their lovely names. But as the years slipped by, our journeys grew less frequent and our wanderings shorter. Now, the Entwives are but a memory to us, and our beards are long and grey. The elves composed many songs about the search of the Ents, and some of these melodies passed into the languages of men. We, however, created no songs of our own content instead, to chant their beautiful names whenever we remembered them. We hold a belief that we might meet again in some future age, perhaps finding a land where we can live together and both be satisfied. Yet there is a foreboding that such a reunion will only come after we have each lost all we presently possess. And it may be that time is finally approaching, for if Sauron of old destroyed those gardens, the enemy in this age appears poised to wither all the forests. There was an elvish song that spoke of this, or so I have always understood it. It was once sung all along the great river. It was never an Entish song, mind you. In Entish it would have been impossibly long, but we know it by heart and hum it occasionally. In your tongue it goes like this: when spring unfolds the beechen leaf, and sap is in the bough, when light is on the wild wood stream, and wind is on the brow, when stride is long, and breath is deep, and keen the mountain air, come back to me, and say my land is fair. When spring is come to garth and field, and corn is in the blade, when blossom like a shining snow is on the orchard laid, when shower and sun upon the earth with fragrance fill the air, I'll linger here and will not come, because my land is fair. When the world is draped in summer's warmth, and beneath a golden noon the dreams of trees unfold within a canopy of sleeping leaves, when the forest halls are cool and green, and the wind is blowing from the west, return to me. Come back and tell me my land is the finest. When summer ripens the hanging fruit and turns the berries brown, when the straw glows gold, the wheat ear shines white, and the harvest fills the town, when honey overflows and apples swell, though the western wind may blow, I will stay here beneath the sun, for my own land is best. When the wild winter arrives to lay low hill and wood, when trees tumble and a starless night consumes the sunless day, when the wind is in the deadly east, then through the bitter rain I will search for you and call your name. I will come to you once more. When winter comes and all singing ceases, when the final darkness falls, when the barren branch lies broken and light and labor are past, I will watch for you and wait for you until we meet again. Then together we will take the road beneath that bitter rain. Together we will take the road that leads into the west and journey far to find a land where both our hearts may finally rest. Treebeard finished his song. That is the way of it, he said. It is an elvish piece, naturally, light in spirit, quick with words, and soon finished. I suppose it is fair enough, but the Ents could have added much more to their part if there had been time. Now, however, I intend to stand up and take a short sleep. Where will you be? We generally lie down to sleep, Merry replied. We'll be quite comfortable right here. Lie down to sleep, Treebeard exclaimed. Why, of course you do. Whom? I was forgetting. Singing that song brought old times to mind. For a moment I nearly thought I was speaking to young Entings. Well, you may lie upon the bed. I'm going to stand out in the rain. Good night to you both. Merry and Pippin climbed onto the bed and curled up in the soft grass and fern. It was fresh, fragrant, and wonderfully warm. The soft lights dimmed and the gentle glow from the trees faded. But through the arch they could see old Treebeard standing perfectly still, his arms raised high above his head. The bright stars emerged in the sky, illuminating the falling water as it spilled over his fingers and head, dripping in hundreds of silver droplets onto his feet. Listening to the gentle tinkling of the drops, the hobbits drifted into sleep. They woke to find a cool sun shining into the great court and across the floor of the bay. Tatters of high cloud raced overhead, driven by a stiff wind from the east. Treebeard was nowhere in sight, but as Merry and Pippin were washing in the basin by the arch, they heard him humming and singing, while coming up the path between the trees. "Hoo-hoo! Good morning to you, Merry and Pippin," he boomed upon seeing them. You have slept long. I have already covered many hundred strides today. Now we shall have a drink, and then we go to Entmoot." He poured them 2 full bowls from a stone jar, a different jar from the one used the night before. The taste was not the same. It was earthier and richer, more sustaining and food-like, so to speak. As the hobbits drank, sitting on the edge of the bed and nibbling small pieces of elf cake, more from a sense that eating was a proper part of breakfast than from actual hunger, Treebeard stood humming in Entish or Elvish or some other strange tongue, gazing up at the sky. "Where is Entmoot?" Pippin finally dared to ask. "Who, eh?" "Entmoot?" said Treebeard, turning around. "It is not a place. It is a gathering of Ents, something that does not often happen in these days. But I have persuaded a fair number to promise they will come. We shall meet where we have always met, Durndingle, as men name it. It lies some distance south from here. We must arrive before noon." Before long they set off. Treebeard carried the hobbits in his arms, just as he had the day before. At the entrance to the court he turned to the right, stepped over the stream, and strode away southward along the feet of great tumbled slopes where trees grew few and scattered. The hobbits gazed upward as the landscape shifted around them. Above the lower slopes, dense thickets of birch and rowan gave way to shadowy pine forests climbing the distant hills. Treebeard then altered his course, veering away from the rising ground and leading them into a deep, ancient woodland. Here the trees towered on a scale Merry and Pippin could scarcely comprehend, immense in girth and height, their canopy creating a profound stillness. For a moment, that old, suffocating feeling they had first felt upon entering Fangorn crept over them, but it dissipated as quickly as it came. Their giant guide remained silent in conversation, instead filling the air with a low, thoughtful hum to the hobbits' ears. It was a resonant, shifting chant. Boom, rum-boom, boora-boom, dara-boom, the notes and rhythms constantly evolving. Now and then they fancied they heard a response, a faint vibration in the earth, a tremor in the high branches, or a murmur from the great trunks around them. Yet Treebeard marched on, never pausing or turning his head. They traveled for what felt like hours. Pippin had attempted to count the immense strides but lost track somewhere after 3,000, his mind overwhelmed by the scale. Eventually, Treebeard's pace slowed. He halted, gently set his passengers down, and curled his great hands before his mouth, forming a kind of hollow tube. From it, he issued a deep, resonant call, "Hum, hom," that rang through the woods like a mighty horn. From several directions far off came similar calls, not echoes but clear answers. Hoisting the hobbits onto his shoulders once more, Treebeard strode onward, sounding his horn call periodically. Each time the replies grew louder and nearer. In this manner, they finally approached what appeared to be a vast, unbroken wall of dark evergreen trees, unlike any the hobbits knew. These trees branched directly from their roots, densely covered in glossy, dark leaves resembling smooth holly, and adorned with upright spikes bearing large, gleaming, olive-colored buds. Skirting this massive hedge to the left, Treebeard reached a narrow opening. A worn path led through it, plunging abruptly down a long, steep slope. The hobbits realized they were descending into a gigantic, bowl-shaped dingle, wide and deep, its rim crowned by that same dark evergreen hedge. The floor within was smooth and grassy, empty save for 3 magnificent silver birches standing tall at the very center. Other paths entered the basin from the east and west. Several Ents had already gathered, with more arriving by the moment, some now following behind Treebeard. As they drew closer, Merry and Pippin stared in astonishment. They had assumed all Ents would resemble Treebeard as much as one hobbit resembles another, at least to an untrained eye. They were utterly wrong. The Ents displayed a staggering variety, as different from each other as one tree is from another. Some variations were like those between individual trees of the same kind, shaped by unique growth and history. Others were as distinct as different species entirely, birch from beech, oak from fir. There were ancient, gnarled ents with beards like weathered bark, though none seemed quite as old as Treebeard. There were tall, strong ents in their prime, with limbs clean and smooth as healthy forest trees. Notably, there were no young ents, no saplings. About 24 stood upon the grassy floor, with just as many still marching in. Initially, the hobbits were captivated by the sheer diversity, the multitude of shapes, colors, and sizes, the variations in height, girth, and the length of limbs, even the number of toes and fingers, which ranged from 3 to 9. A few ents bore some resemblance to Treebeard, evoking the spirit of great beeches or oaks, but there were many other kinds. Some brought to mind chestnut trees, brown-skinned ents with broad, splay-fingered hands and sturdy, thick legs. It was a gathering of ancient, patient power, a council of walking forests convened in secret. Some remembered the ash trees, tall, straight, grey ents with many-fingered hands and long legs. Others thought of the fir, the tallest of their kind, or the birch, the rowan, and the linden. Yet, when the ents gathered around Treebeard, bowing their heads slightly and murmuring in their slow musical voices as they studied the strangers, the hobbits realized they were all of one family. They all possessed the same eyes, not as ancient or as deep as Treebeard's, but each held that slow, steady, thoughtful look with the same green flicker within. Once the whole company had formed a wide circle, a curious and incomprehensible conversation began. The ents started to murmur, one voice joining another until they were all chanting together in a long rising and falling rhythm, the sound swelling on one side of the ring before fading and booming loudly on the other. Though he couldn't understand a word, he assumed it was Entish. Pippin found the sound rather pleasant at first, but gradually his attention drifted. After what felt like an age, with no sign of the chant slowing, he caught himself wondering if, in such an unhasty language, they had even moved past good morning. If Treebeard were to call the roll, how many days would it take to sing all their names? I wonder what the Entish is for yes or no, he mused, and then he yawned. Treebeard noticed him at once. Ha, hey, my Pippin, he said, and the other Ents ceased their chant. You are a hasty folk, I was forgetting, and anyway it is wearisome listening to a speech you do not understand. You may get down now. I have told your names to the Entmoot, and they have seen you, and they have agreed that you are not orcs, and that a new line shall be put in the old lists. We have got no further yet, but that is quick work for an Entmoot. You and Merry can stroll about in the dingle, if you like. There is a well of good water, if you need refreshing, away yonder in the north bank. There are still some words to speak before the moot really begins. I will come and see you again and tell you how things are going. He set the hobbits down. Before walking away, they offered low bows, which seemed to greatly amuse the Ents, judging by the tone of their murmurs and the flicker in their eyes. But soon the ancient beings turned back to their own affairs. Merry and Pippin climbed the path from the west and peered through an opening in the great hedge. Before them, long slopes covered in trees rose from the edge of the hollow, and beyond, above the firs of the farthest ridge, stood the sharp white peak of a high mountain. To the south, on their left, the forest descended into a grey haze in the distance. Far off, a pale green glimmer caught Merry's eye. A glimpse, he guessed, of the plains of Rohan. I wonder where Isengard is, said Pippin. I'm not entirely sure where we are, Merry replied, but that peak is probably Methydras. From what I recall, the ring of Isengard lies in a fork or deep cleft at the end of the mountains. It's likely behind this great ridge. See that smoke or haze over there, left of the peak? What do you think? What is Isengard even like? Pippin asked. And what can Ents possibly do about it, anyway? I've been wondering the same, said Merry. Isengard is a sort of ring of rocks or hills, with a flat space inside and a central pillar of rock called Orthanc, where Saruman has his tower. There's a gate, maybe more than one, in the surrounding wall, and a stream, I believe, running through from the mountains and out across the gap of Rohan. It doesn't seem the sort of place for Ents to tackle, but I have this odd feeling about them. Somehow, I don't think they're quite as safe and, well, funny as they appear. They appeared slow, strange, and patient, almost sorrowful, yet I feel they could be stirred. Should that occur, I would not wish to stand against them. Exactly, Pippin replied. I understand. It's the difference between a peaceful old cow chewing its cud and a bull in full charge, and that shift could happen in an instant. I wonder if Treebeard will awaken them. I believe he intends to, but they do not enjoy being roused. Treebeard himself was stirred last night, only to quiet down again. The hobbits turned away. The voices of the Ents continued to rise and fall in their gathering. The sun had climbed high enough to clear the tall hedge, glinting on the birch tops and bathing the northern slope of the hollow in a pale, cool light. There they noticed a small, sparkling spring. They strolled along the rim of the great bowl under the evergreens. It was a relief to feel cool grass under their feet once more, and to be free from haste, then climb down to the bubbling water. After taking a clean, cold, refreshing drink, they settled on a moss-covered stone, watching sunbeams dapple the grass and the shadows of drifting clouds sweep across the hollow floor. The murmur of the Ents persisted. It felt like a peculiar, isolated place, separate from their own world and far removed from all they had ever known. A deep yearning washed over them for the faces and voices of their companions, most keenly for Frodo and Sam, and for Strider. Finally, the Ent voices quieted. Looking up, they saw Treebeard approaching with another Ent beside him. Whom, back again, said Treebeard, growing weary, or perhaps impatient. Well, I fear you must hold your patience a while longer. We've finished the first stage, but I still must explain matters to those who dwell far off, distant from Isengard, and to those I couldn't reach before the moot. After that, we must decide our course, though deciding what to do takes Ents far less time than reviewing all the facts and events we must consider. Still, it's no use pretending. We'll be here quite a while yet, likely a couple of days. So, I've brought you a companion. He has an Ent house nearby. Bregalad is his elvish name. He says his mind is already made up, and he need not stay at the moot. He is the closest among us to a hasty Ent. You should get along. Farewell. Treebeard turned and departed. Bregalad stood for a time, observing the hobbits gravely. They studied him in return, curious when he might show any sign of this famed hastiness. He was tall, and seemed one of the younger Ents with smooth, gleaming skin on his limbs, ruddy lips and hair the color of grey-green moss. He could bend and sway like a slender sapling in the breeze. At last he spoke, his voice resonant yet higher and clearer than Treebeard's. My friends, let us take a walk, he said. I am Bregalad, which means quick beam in your tongue, but it's only a nickname, of course. They've called me that ever since I said yes to an elder Ent before he'd finished asking. Also, I drink swiftly and depart while others are still dampening their beards. Come along. He reached down 2 shapely arms and offered a long-fingered hand to each hobbit. All that day they wandered the woods with him, singing and laughing, for Quickbeam laughed often. He laughed when the sun emerged from behind a cloud. He laughed when they found a stream or spring, stooping to splash water on his feet and head. He laughed sometimes at a sound or whisper among the trees. Whenever he spotted a rowan, he would pause, stretch out his arms, and sing, swaying gently as he did. As dusk fell, he led them to his Ent house, merely a mossy stone set upon a turf bank beneath a green overhang. Rowan trees encircled the clearing, and a spring, as was common in such dwellings, bubbled from the earth. They conversed as dusk settled over the woods. Not distant, the sounds of the Entmoot continued, yet the tones had shifted, deeper, more urgent, with occasional voices rising in a swift lyrical call, while others fell silent. Beside them, Bregalad spoke softly in the common tongue, his voice nearly a whisper. He shared that he was of Skinbark's folk, and that his homeland had been laid waste. To the hobbits, this was reason enough for his fierce haste, especially concerning orcs. My home was filled with rowan trees. Bregalad murmured a deep sorrow in his words. trees that took root when I was young, long ago, in a peaceful age. The eldest were planted by Ents, hoping to delight the Entwives, but they only smiled and spoke of fairer blossoms elsewhere. Still, no trees of the rosekin were ever more beautiful to me. They grew until their shade was like a green hall, and their autumn berries were a heavy, glorious wonder. Birds would gather there. I have always liked birds, even their chatter, and the rowan gave plenty. But the birds turned harsh and greedy, tearing at the branches, wasting the fruit. Then came the orcs with their axes. I called to my trees by their long names, but they did not tremble or answer. They lay dead. O Orophane, Lassimista carnimirie, O fair rowan, how white the blossom lay upon your hair. My rowan, I saw you gleam on a summer's day, your bark so bright, your leaves so light, your voice so cool and soft. Upon your head how golden red the crown you bore aloft. O rowan dead, upon your head your hair is dry and grey, your crown is spilled, your voice is stilled for ever and a day. O Orophane, Lassimista carnimirie. The hobbits drifted to sleep to Bregalad's gentle singing, a lament in many tones for the fallen trees he had loved. They passed the next day with him as well, seldom venturing far from his home. Mostly they sat quietly beneath the bank's shelter, for the wind had grown cold and the sky was thick with grey clouds. Sunlight was scarce, and from afar the voices of the Entmoot rose and fell, sometimes loud and powerful, sometimes low and mournful, now quickening, now slow and grave as a funeral song. A second night arrived, and still the Ents deliberated under swift clouds and flickering stars. The third day dawned bleak and windy. At sunrise, the Ents' voices swelled into a great tumult before fading once more. As the morning passed, the wind dropped, and the air grew thick with anticipation. Brigalad listened intently, though to the hobbits in the hollow of his home. The sounds of the moot were faint. The afternoon wore on, and the westering sun cast long yellow shafts through breaks in the clouds. Suddenly they realized a deep quiet had fallen. The entire forest stood in hushed attention. The Ent voices had ceased. What could it mean? Brigalad rose, tense and upright, gazing north toward Durndingle. Then, with a resounding crash, came a great shout, "Rahum Ra!" The trees shuddered as if struck by a gale. A pause followed, and then a marching rhythm began like solemn drums, over which voices swelled, high and strong. We come with roll of drum, to runda, 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 rum. The Ents were coming. Their song grew ever nearer and louder. We come with horn and drum, to runa, 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 rum. Bregalad lifted the hobbits and strode from his house. Before long, the marching line came into view. The Ents were advancing with immense strides down the slope. Treebeard led the way, with some 50 followers behind him, walking two abreast, keeping perfect step and beating a steady rhythm upon their flanks. As they drew nearer, the flash and flicker of their eyes became visible. "Whom, home! Here we come with a boom! Here we come at last!" Treebeard called out when he spotted Bregalad and the hobbits. "Come, join the gathering! We are off! We are off to Isengard!" "To Isengard!" the Ents shouted in a chorus of deep voices. "To Isengard! To Isengard, though ringed and barred with doors of stone. Though Isengard be strong and hard, as cold as stone and bare as bone, we go. We go to war, to hew the stone and break the door. For trunk and branch are burning now, the furnace roars. We go to war, to land of gloom with tramp of doom, with roll of drum we come, to Isengard with doom we come. With doom we come, with doom we come." So they chanted as they marched southward. Bregalad, his eyes gleaming, stepped into the line beside Treebeard. The old Ent now lifted the hobbits and placed them once more upon his shoulders, and so they rode proudly at the head of the singing company, their hearts pounding and their heads held high. Though they had anticipated some kind of action, they were astonished by the transformation that had come over the Ent. It now seemed as sudden as the breach of a dam that had long held back a flood. The Ents made their decision rather quickly, after all, didn't they? Pippin dared to remark after a while, when the singing momentarily ceased and only the rhythmic beating of hands and feet could be heard. "Quickly," said Treebeard. "Whom, yes, indeed. Quicker than I expected. Truly I have not seen them stirred like this for many an age. We Ents do not like being stirred, and we never are stirred unless it is clear to us that our trees and our very lives are in grave peril. That has not happened in this forest since the wars of Sauron and the men from across the sea. It is the orc work, the senseless cutting rarum without even the poor excuse of feeding the fires, that has so enraged us, and the betrayal of a neighbor who ought to have aided us. Wizards should know better. They do know better. There is no curse in Elvish, Entish, or the tongues of men foul enough for such treachery. Down with Saruman." "Will you truly break down the doors of Isengard?" asked Merry. "Ho whom, well we could, you know. You may not realize how strong we are. Perhaps you have heard of trolls. They are mightily strong, but trolls are only imitations fashioned by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of Ents, as orcs were of elves. We are stronger than trolls. We are formed from the very bones of the earth. We can split stone as tree roots do, only faster, much faster, if our minds are awakened. If we are not cut down or ruined by fire or sorcerous blast, we could break Isengard into fragments and shatter its walls into dust. But Saruman will try to stop you, won't he? Ah, yes, that is so. I have not forgotten it. Indeed, I have pondered it long. But you see, many of the Ents are younger than I am by many generations of trees. They are all awakened now, and their mind is fixed on one purpose, breaking Isengard. Yet they will begin to think again before long. They will settle a little when we take our evening drink. What a thirst we shall have! But let them march now and sing. We have a long road ahead, and there is time yet for thought." It is something to have begun. Treebeard marched on, singing with the others for a time. But after a while his voice faded to a murmur and then fell silent once more. Pippin could see that his ancient brow was furrowed and knotted. Finally he looked up, and Pippin could see a sorrowful expression in his eyes, sad, yet not without hope. There was a light in them, as if a green flame had settled deeper into the dark pools of his contemplation. "My friends," he began, his voice measured and deep, "it is very possible that we are walking toward our end. This could be the final march of the Ents. Yet, if we remained in our forests, doing nothing, that same end would find us all the same. That truth has been taking root within us for a long while, and it is the reason we move now. This was no sudden decision. Now, at the very least, this last march might be remembered in a song." He let out a weary sigh. "Yes, we might yet aid the other races before we fade. Still, I would have given much to see the old songs about the Entwives come to life, to look upon Fimbrathil once more. But there it is. Songs, like trees, yield their fruit only when and how they choose. Sometimes the fruit falls too soon, withered before its time. The Ents moved with a swift, ground-eating stride. They had traveled down into a long, southward-sloping valley, and now began their ascent up the high western ridge. The dense woods thinned, giving way to clusters of birch trees, and then to open slopes where only a handful of lonely pines stood. The sun dipped behind the dark hills ahead, and a grey twilight settled over the land. Peering back, Pippin was struck by a strange sight. Had their numbers grown? Where the barren slopes should have been, he thought, he saw whole groves of trees. But these groves were shifting, moving. Was it possible? Could the trees of Fangorn be awake, the entire forest rising and marching to war? He rubbed his eyes, doubting the shadows and his own weariness. Yet the great grey forms continued their steady advance, accompanied by a sound like wind through countless branches. As the Ents neared the ridge's crest, all singing stopped. Night fell completely, bringing a deep silence, broken only by a faint tremor in the earth beneath their feet and a soft rustle like a whisper of countless dry leaves. Finally, they reached the summit and gazed down into a dark chasm. the great cleft at the mountain's end, Nan Curunir, the valley of Saruman. Night covers Isengard, said Treebeard. Chapter 5, The White Rider. My bones are frozen through, grumbled Gimli, stamping his feet and beating his arms against the cold. Dawn had finally arrived. The companions had eaten a meager breakfast at first light, and now, in the brightening morning, they prepared to search the ground once more for any sign of the hobbits. "And let's not forget that old man," Gimli added. "I'd feel a sight better if I could spot the imprint of a boot." "Why would that comfort you?" asked Legolas. "Because an old man whose feet leave tracks might be exactly what he appears to be," the dwarf retorted. "Nothing more, perhaps," said the elf, "but a heavy boot might leave no print here. This grass is deep and resilient." "That wouldn't confuse a ranger," said Gimli. "A single bent blade is enough for Aragorn to read a story. But I don't expect him to find anything. That was an evil phantom of Saruman we saw last night. I'm certain of it, even in the morning light. His eyes are probably watching us from Fangorn at this very moment." "It is a distinct possibility," Aragorn agreed. "Yet I'm not entirely convinced. I keep thinking of the horses. You said last night they were frightened away, Gimli, but I did not share that impression. Did you hear them, Legolas? Did they sound like animals in fear to you?" "No," Legolas replied. "I heard them plainly. Were it not for the darkness and our own unease, I would have said they sounded like creatures overcome with a sudden wild joy. They called out as horses do when they greet a long-lost friend." "That was my thought as well," said Aragorn. "But I cannot solve the riddle unless they return. Come now. The light is strengthening quickly. Let us look first and ponder later. We must start our search here, near our own camp, examining everything carefully and working our way up the slope toward the forest. Finding the hobbits remains our task. Whatever we may believe about our nighttime visitor, if they manage to escape by some chance, then they must have taken shelter among the trees. They would have been seen otherwise. For a while, the companions searched the ground, crawling and feeling their way. The tree loomed sadly overhead, its dry leaves hanging limp and rustling in the cold wind from the east. Aragorn gradually moved off, making his way to the remains of the watchfire by the river bank before turning back to retrace his steps toward the hillock where the fight had taken place. All at once he bent low, his face nearly touching the grass, then called to the others. They hurried over. "We have news at last," Aragorn announced. He held up a torn leaf, once a pale gold, but now browning at the edges. "This is a Molorn leaf from Lorien. There are crumbs on it and a few more in the grass, and look, scattered nearby are pieces of cut rope. Here is the blade that cut them," Gimli said. He reached into a trampled clump of grass and pulled out a short, jagged knife, its broken handle lying beside it. "An orc weapon," he noted, handling it with distaste as he examined the carved hilt, which was shaped into a grotesque face with squinting eyes and a leering mouth. "Well, this is the oddest puzzle we've come across yet," Legolas exclaimed. "A bound prisoner gets away from both the orcs and the riders surrounding them. Then he stops right out in the open and cuts his bonds with an orc knife. But how and why? If his legs were tied, how did he walk here? If his arms were tied, how could he use the knife? And if neither were tied, why cut the ropes at all?" Apparently pleased with his work, he then sits down and calmly eats a bit of waybread. That alone tells us he was a hobbit, even without the Molorn leaf. After that, I suppose, he sprouted wings and flew off singing into the trees. Should be simple to find him. We just need wings of our own. "There was some dark craft at work here, no doubt," said Gimli. "What was that old man up to? What do you say to Legolas's reading of the signs, Aragorn? Can you improve on it?"
"Perhaps I can," Aragorn replied with a faint smile.
"There are other marks close by that you haven't weighed."
"I agree the prisoner was a hobbit and must have had either his hands or his feet free before he reached this spot."
"My guess is his hands, because that makes the riddle simpler, and also because the tracks suggest an orc carried him here. A few paces away, orc blood was spilled. All around are deep hoofprints and signs something heavy was dragged off. The orc was killed by the horseman, and later his body was hauled to the fire. But the hobbit went unseen. He wasn't in the open, because it was night, and he still wore his elven cloak, worn out and starving. Is it any wonder that after cutting his bonds with a knife from his fallen foe, he paused to rest and eat a little before slipping away? It is some comfort to know he had Lembas in his pocket, even though he fled without any pack or gear. That does seem like a hobbit. I say, he though I hope and suspect both Merry and Pippin were here together. Still, nothing proves that for certain. And how do you imagine either of our friends came to have a hand free? Gimli asked. I do not know how it came about, Aragorn answered. Nor do I know why an orc was carrying them off, certainly not to help them escape. No, I rather think I am starting to grasp something that has troubled me from the start. Why, after Boromir fell, were the orcs satisfied with taking only Merry and Pippin? They did not hunt for the rest of us or assault our camp. Instead, they sped straight toward Isengard. Could they have believed they had seized the ring-bearer and his loyal companion? I doubt it. Their masters would not risk giving such direct commands to orcs. Even if they possessed that knowledge themselves, they would never speak so plainly of the ring to such untrustworthy servants. More likely, the orcs were ordered to capture hobbits alive at any cost. There was an attempt to slip away with the valuable prisoners before the fighting began. Treachery, perhaps common enough among their kind. Some large, ambitious orc might have tried to flee with the prize for his own gain. So, that is my theory. Others could be imagined. But one thing we can hold to, at least one of our friends got away. Our duty is to find and aid him before we turn back toward Rohan. We must not let Fangorn intimidate us, if desperation drove him into that shadowed realm. Honestly, I'm not sure which prospect unnerves me more, Fangorn itself, or the idea of trekking all the way through Rohan on foot, grumbled Gimli. Then we head for the forest, Aragorn replied. It did not take long for Aragorn to find new traces. Near the bank of the Ent Wash, he spotted faint impressions, hobbit prints, too light to tell much. Then, under the massive trunk of a tree right at the wood's edge, more prints appeared. The ground was parched and bare, holding few secrets. At least one hobbit paused here, looking back before turning into the forest, observed Aragorn. Then we follow, said Gimli. But I don't like the look of this Fangorn place, and we were warned about it. I wish the trail had led anywhere else. I do not believe the wood itself is evil, whatever stories claim, said Legolas. He stood beneath the forest's eaves, leaning forward as if listening, his eyes wide and searching the gloom. No, not evil, or any malice here is distant. I sense only the faintest whispers from deep, dark places where the hearts of trees have turned black. There is no ill will near us, but there is watchfulness and a simmering anger. Well, it has no reason to be angry with me, retorted Gimli. I've done it no injury. Just as well, Legolas answered. Yet it has been injured. Something is stirring within or about to stir. Can you not feel the tension? It tightens the air. I feel the air is close, said the dwarf. This wood is not as heavy as Mirkwood, but it feels stale and worn. It is ancient, said the elf, a strange, wistful note entering his voice. So ancient that I almost feel young beside it, a sensation I haven't known since traveling with you youngsters. It is old and brimming with memory. I could have found joy here had I come in quieter days. I'm sure you could, Gimli snorted. You are a wood elf. After all, though all elves are peculiar folk, still you ease my mind. Where you lead, I will follow. But keep your bow at the ready, and I'll keep my axe loose in my belt. Not for use on trees, he added quickly, glancing up at the great tree above them. I just don't wish to meet that old man unprepared, without a good retort handy. Let's move. With that, the three hunters entered the forest of Fangorn. Legolas and Gimli left the tracking to Aragorn. There was little to see. The floor was dry and blanketed with drifted leaves. Guessing the fugitives would stay near water, he frequently returned to the stream's bank. It was there he found the spot where Merry and Pippin had drunk and washed their feet. Clear for all to see were the prints of two hobbits, one noticeably smaller than the other. "This is welcome news," said Aragorn, "yet these marks are 2 days old, and here, it seems, the hobbits left the water's edge." "Then what do we do now?" asked Gimli. "We cannot track them through the entire depth of Fangorn. We came poorly supplied. If we don't find them soon, we'll be no help to them, except to sit down and share our hunger as a gesture of fellowship." "If that is truly all we can offer, then we must offer it," Aragorn said. "Let's keep moving." They finally reached the steep, sudden drop at the edge of Treebeard's hill and gazed up at the rocky face, its crude steps ascending to a high ledge. Spears of sunlight broke through the racing clouds, and the woods seemed less grim and colorless. "We should climb up and get our bearings," Legolas suggested. "I feel the air is too close here. I long to breathe something fresher, even for a moment." The group began the ascent. Aragorn trailed behind, his pace deliberate as he studied the steps and outcroppings intently. "I am nearly certain the hobbits climbed this way," he observed. "Yet there are other signs here, very odd ones, that I cannot decipher. Perhaps from this vantage point we might spot some clue to tell us which path they chose from here." He rose and scanned the surroundings, but nothing helpful met his eye. The shelf looked out to the south and east, though only the eastern view was clear. There he could see the treetops marching in orderly lines down toward the flatlands they had crossed. "We have traveled a great winding distance," Legolas mused. "We all could have reached this place safely together, had we left the great river after the second or third day and turned westward. It is a rare thing to know where your path truly leads until you have walked its full length. Yet coming to Fangorn was never our desire," Gimli grumbled. "And still here we find ourselves quite neatly trapped, I'd say," Legolas replied. Then, his tone sharpening, he whispered, "Look, look!" "At what?" Gimli asked. "Out there in the trees. Where?" "I lack the eyes of an elf." "Quiet. Lower your voice. Look there," Legolas insisted, pointing down in the forest along the path we just traveled. "It is him. Can you not make him out, moving from trunk to trunk?" "I see it. I see him now." Gimli hissed. "Aragorn, look. Did I not give warning? It is the old man, clad in filthy grey rags. That is why I missed him at first." Aragorn looked and saw a stooped figure advancing slowly. It was not distant. It resembled a weary beggar, hobbling along, supported by a crude staff. His head was bent, and he gave no sign of noticing them. In kinder lands they might have offered a greeting, but here they remained still and silent, each sensing a peculiar tension in the air, as if something approached that carried a concealed force or a threat. Gimli stared, eyes wide, as the shape drew nearer with each step. Then abruptly he could hold back no longer. "Your bow, Legolas. Draw it. Make ready. It is Saruman. Do not let him utter a word or cast some enchantment upon us. Shoot now." Legolas took his bow and drew the string, slowly, as if some opposing will fought against his own. He held an arrow lightly, but did not set it. Aragorn stood silent, his expression alert and concentrated. "Why do you hesitate? What is wrong with you?" Gimli whispered fiercely. "Legolas is correct," Aragorn said calmly. "We cannot shoot an old man in such a manner, unaware and without challenge, no matter what fears or suspicions we carry. Watch and wait." Just then the old man quickened his stride and moved with startling swiftness to the base of the rock wall. Suddenly he lifted his head while they remained frozen, looking down. No sound passed between them. They could not see his face, for he wore a deep hood, and above it a wide-brimmed hat, casting all his features into shadow, save for the tip of his nose and his grey beard. Yet Aragorn fancied he caught a glint of eyes, sharp and bright, from within the gloom of the hood. Finally the old man shattered the silence. "A most fortunate meeting, my friends," he said, his voice gentle. "I wish to speak with you. Will you come down, or shall I ascend?" Without awaiting a reply, he began to climb. "Now," cried Gimli. "Stop him, Legolas." "Did I not say I wished to speak with you?" said the old man. Lay aside that bow, Master Elf. The bow and arrow fell from Legolas's grasp, and his arms went slack at his sides. And you, Master Dwarf, I pray you, move your hand from your axe handle until I have joined you. You will have no need for such persuasion. Gimli gave a start, and then stood motionless as stone, staring as the old man bounded up the rough steps with the agility of a mountain goat. All weariness seemed to vanish from him. As he stepped onto the ledge, there was a fleeting gleam, a quick flash of white, as if a garment hidden beneath the grey rags had been momentarily unveiled. Gimli's sharp intake of breath cut through the silence like a hiss. "Well met, I say, once more," declared the old man, moving closer. Halting a few paces away, he stood hunched over his staff, his head thrust forward as he peered at them from beneath his hood. "And what brings you to these parts?" "An elf, a man, and a dwarf, all dressed in elvish style. No doubt there's a tale behind it. Such sights are rare here. You speak as one familiar with Fangorn," observed Aragorn. "Is that true?" "Not familiar," replied the old man. "That would take many lifetimes to achieve, but I visit now and then." "May we know your name?" pressed Aragorn, "and then hear what you wish to tell us? The morning is slipping away, and our errand will not wait." "What I wish to say, I've said," the old man answered. "What are you doing here, and what story do you carry? As for my name—" He broke into a soft, prolonged laugh. A shudder passed through Aragorn, not fear, but a strange, cold thrill, like the bite of a sharp wind or the sting of a sudden rain that rouses a troubled sleeper. "My name," the old man repeated. "Haven't you guessed it yet? You've heard it before, I think. Yes, you've heard it. But come now, what of your tale?" The three companions remained silent. "Some might begin to wonder if your errand is fit to share," the old man remarked. "Fortunately, I already know a thing or two. You're following the tracks of two young hobbits, I believe." "Yes, hobbits. Don't stare as if you've never heard the name. You have, and so have I. They climbed up here 2 days ago and met someone unexpected. Does that ease your mind? And now you wish to know where they were taken? Well, perhaps I can offer some news. But why stand? Your task, you see, is no longer as pressing as you imagined. Let us sit and be more comfortable." Turning, he moved toward a pile of tumbled stones at the cliff's base. As if released from a spell, the others stirred. Gimli's hand flew to his axe. Aragorn drew his sword. Legolas nocked an arrow. The old man paid no heed, bending to seat himself on a low, flat rock. Then his grey cloak fell open, revealing beyond doubt that he was robed in white beneath. "Saruman," shouted Gimli, springing forward with axe raised. "Speak, where have you hidden our friends? What have you done with them? Tell me, or I'll put a dent in your hat that even a wizard will struggle to mend." But the old man was quicker. He leaped to his feet and onto a large boulder, where he stood suddenly tall, towering above them. His hood and grey rags were cast aside. His white garments glowed. Lifting his staff, he caused Gimli's axe to fly from his grip and clatter to the ground. Aragorn's sword, frozen in his hand, blazed with sudden fire. Legolas gave a great cry and loosed an arrow high into the air. It vanished in a flash of flame. "Mithrandir," he exclaimed. "Mithrandir. Well met, I say to you again, Legolas," replied the old man. They stared at him. His hair was white as sunlit snow. His robes gleamed. His eyes beneath deep brows were bright and piercing as sunbeams. Power rested in his hand. Struck with wonder, joy, and a touch of fear, they stood speechless. At last Aragorn stirred. "Gandalf," he said, "beyond all hope you returned to us in our hour of need. What veil was over my sight?" Gandalf, Gimli said nothing, but sank to his knees, shielding his eyes. The old man spoke the name again, Gandalf, as if dusting off a memory from a long-closed room. "Yes, that was it. I was Gandalf." He stepped down from the stone, gathering his grey cloak around him. The light seemed to dim, as if a bright sun had slipped behind a cloud. "You may still call me Gandalf," he said, and now the voice was wholly that of their old friend and guide. "Rise, Gimli. There is no fault in you, and no injury done to me. In truth, none among you possess a blade that could harm me now. Be glad. We are met once more at the turning of the tide. The great storm gathers, yet the tide has turned. He placed a hand upon the dwarf's head, and Gimli looked up, a sudden laugh breaking from him. Gandalf, but you are clothed all in white. White I am now, Gandalf affirmed. In a manner one might say I am Saruman, as Saruman ought to have been. But enough of me, speak of your own path. I have walked through fire and crossed deep waters since we parted ways on the bridge. Much of what I once believed I knew has slipped from my mind, while lessons long forgotten have returned to me. I can perceive shapes in the far distance, yet many things near at hand remain hidden from my sight. Tell me your tale. What would you know? Asked Aragorn. To recount all since the bridge would take the night. Will you not first give us word of the hobbits? Did you find them? Are they safe? I did not find them, Gandalf replied. A shadow lay upon the valleys of the Emyn Muil, and I remained unaware of their capture until the eagle brought me tidings. The eagle! Exclaimed Legolas. I have glimpsed one, high and distant. The last sighting was 3 days past over those same stony hills. Yes, said Gandalf. That was Gwaihir the Windlord, who bore me from Orthancs. I sent him ahead to watch the river and gather news. His sight is piercing, yet he cannot see all that moves beneath hill and tree. Some things he witnessed, others I have seen with my own mind. The ring has now passed beyond any aid I might give, or any from our company that set out from Rivendell. It came perilously near to being revealed to the enemy, yet it slipped away. I played some part in that struggle, for I sat upon a high place and contended with the dark tower itself, and the shadow withdrew. Then I was weary, beyond any weariness I have known, and I walked long in dark and solitary thought. Then you know of Frodo's fate, cried Gimli. How does he fare? I cannot say with certainty. He was saved from a great danger, but countless perils still await him. He chose to go on to Mordor alone, and he has departed. That is all I know. Not alone, Legolas interjected. We believe Sam went with him. Did he? Said Gandalf, and a gleam lit his eye, a smile touching his lips. Did he truly? That is fresh news to me, yet it stirs no surprise. Good, very good. You lift a weight from my heart. You must tell me everything. Now sit here beside me and recount the story of your journey. The companions settled on the ground at his feet, and Aragorn began the telling. For a long while Gandalf was silent, asking no questions. His hands rested open upon his knees, and his eyes were shut. Only when Aragorn spoke of Boromir's fall and his final voyage upon the great river did the old man sigh. You have not told all that you know or suspect, Aragorn, my friend, he said softly. Poor Boromir, I could not see what befell him. It was a bitter test for such a man, a warrior and a lord among men. Galadriel forewarned me of his peril, yet he found his redemption in the end. I am glad of it. It was not for nothing that the young hobbits journeyed with us, if only for Boromir's sake, though that is not the full measure of their role. They were brought into Fangorn, and their coming was like the first small stones that trigger a mountain avalanche. Even as we speak here, I hear the first deep rumblings. Saruman would be wise not to be caught away from his home when the dam finally breaks. In one thing you are unchanged, dear friend, said Aragorn, a faint smile on his own face. You still speak in riddles.
What? In riddles?
Gandalf returned, his tone now light, almost playful. No, for I was merely thinking aloud to myself. The elderly have a custom. They seek out the wisest among them to converse with, for the lengthy clarifications the young often require grow tiresome. Aragorn chuckled, the sound now carrying the warmth of a sunbeam. By the measure of even the long-lived men of the ancient lineages, I am no longer young. Will you not share your thoughts with me more openly? What, then, would you have me say? Gandalf replied, falling silent in contemplation. If you wish for my counsel in its plainest form, here is how matters stand. The enemy has long been aware the ring is in motion, carried by a hobbit. He knows the size of our company that departed Rivendell and the nature of each of its members. Yet our true aim remains obscured to him. He assumes we all march to Minas Tirith, for that is the move he would make in our stead, a move his wisdom tells him would be a severe blow to his dominion. In his great fear, he imagines some mighty wielder of the ring may suddenly arise to challenge him with open war, seeking to overthrow him and seize his throne. The notion that we might wish to cast him down with no one to take his place does not enter his thoughts. That we would attempt to destroy the ring itself has not yet pierced even his blackest nightmares. Herein lies our fortune and our hope. Obsessed with the spectre of war, he has unleashed war, convinced he has no time to spare, for he who strikes first and with sufficient force may never need to strike again. Thus the armies he has long prepared are now set in motion earlier than he ever intended. A wise fool indeed. Had he concentrated all his power to seal Mordor and devoted all his cunning to the hunt for the ring, then all hope would have dwindled, neither the ring nor its bearer could have remained hidden for long. But his gaze is fixed abroad, not near to home, and it rests chiefly upon Minas Tirith. Very soon his strength will descend upon that city like a tempest. He already knows his agents sent to intercept our company have failed once more. They did not find the ring, nor did they capture any hobbits to hold as bargaining pieces. Had they managed even that much, it would have struck us a heavy blow, perhaps a fatal one. But let us not shadow our hearts by picturing the test of their gentle courage in the Dark Tower, for the enemy has failed. Thus far. We owe that in part to Saruman. Then is Saruman not a traitor? Gimli asked. Indeed he is, Gandalf answered, a traitor twice over. And is that not strange? Of all our recent trials, the betrayal of Isengard has felt the most bitter. Even as a lord and commander, Saruman has grown formidable. He threatens the people of Rohan and draws their strength away from Minas Tirith, even as the great assault gathers in the east. Yet a treacherous weapon always endangers the hand that holds it. Saruman, too, desired to seize the ring for himself, or at least to ensnare some hobbits for his own dark end. So, between them, our enemies have only managed to deliver Merry and Pippin with astonishing speed, and in the very nick of time, to Fangorn Forest, a place they would otherwise never have reached. They have also sown fresh doubts that now plague their own schemes. No news of the battle will reach Mordor, thanks to Rohan's riders. Yet the Dark Lord is aware that 2 hobbits were taken in the Imin Mule and borne off toward Isengard against the will of his own servant. He now fears Isengard as well as Minas Tirith. Should Minas Tirith fall, things will go badly for Saruman. It is unfortunate our friends are caught in the middle, said Gimli. If no land stood between Isengard and Mordor, they might battle each other while we watched and waited. The victor would emerge stronger than either and free from doubt, Gandalf observed. But Isengard cannot fight Mordor unless Saruman first obtains the ring, that he will never do now. He remains ignorant of his own peril. There is much he does not yet understand. He was so impatient to seize his prize that he couldn't wait at his fortress, instead riding out to intercept and observe his scouts. But for once his timing was off. The fight had ended and was far beyond his aid by the time he arrived. He didn't linger. I perceive his thoughts, and I sense his uncertainty. He possesses no skill in tracking. He assumes the riders killed and burned everything on that battlefield. Yet he has no idea if the orcs were carrying any captives. Moreover, he is unaware of the dispute between his own servants and the orcs from Mordor, and he knows nothing of the winged messenger. The winged messenger, Legolas exclaimed. I brought him down with Galadriel's bow above San-Gebir, and he fell from the sky. He filled all our hearts with dread. What fresh horror is this? One that arrows cannot kill, Gandalf replied. You only slew his mount. It was a worthy act, yet the rider was quickly provided another, for he was a Nazgul, one of the 9, who now ride upon winged beasts. Soon their shadow will fall upon the final armies of our allies, blotting out the sun. But they have not yet been permitted to cross the river. and Saruman remains ignorant of this new form the ring-wraiths have taken. His mind is fixed solely on the ring. Was it there during the battle? Was it discovered? What if Theoden, Lord of the Mark, should come into its possession and grasp its power? That is the peril he fears, and he has rushed back to Isengard to redouble his assault on Rohan. And all this while another danger lurks nearby, one he fails to notice, consumed by his own blazing schemes. He has forgotten Treebeard. Now you're talking to yourself again, Aragorn said with a faint smile. Treebeard is not known to me. I have pieced together some of Saruman's twofold betrayal, yet I fail to see how the arrival of 2 hobbits in Fangorn has aided anything except to send us on a lengthy and pointless pursuit. Hold on, Gimli cried. There's another matter I'd like settled first. Was it you, Gandalf, or Saruman, that we glimpsed last night? You most certainly did not see me, Gandalf answered, so I must conclude you saw Saruman. Apparently, we resemble each other so closely that I must forgive your wish to put a permanent dent in my hat. Good, good, said Gimli. I am relieved it was not you. Gandalf laughed once more. Yes, my worthy dwarf, he said, it is a comfort not to be misunderstood in every particular. Do I not know that feeling all too well? But of course I never held your cautious welcome against you. How could I, when I have so often advised my friends to distrust even their own hands when facing the enemy? Bless you, Gimli, son of Gloin. Perhaps one day you will see us both side by side and decide for yourself. But the hobbits, Legolas interjected. We have journeyed far to find them, and you seem to know their whereabouts. Where are they now? With Treebeard and the Ents, said Gandalf. The Ents, Aragorn exclaimed. So there is truth in the old tales of the deep wood dwellers, the giant shepherds of the trees. Do Ents still walk the world? I believe them only a memory from elder days, if they were ever more than a mere legend in Rohan. A legend of Rohan, Legolas cried. No, every elf in Wilderland has sung of the ancient Onodrum and their enduring grief. Yet even among us they are but a memory. If I were to encounter one still striding through this age, then I would truly feel young again. But Treebeard, that is merely a translation of Fangorn into the common speech, yet you speak of him as an individual. Who is this Treebeard? Ah, now you ask for a great deal, said Gandalf. The little I know of his long, slow history would make a tale for which we have no time now. Treebeard is Fangorn, the guardian of the forest. He is the eldest of the Ents, the most ancient living being that still walks beneath the sun upon this middle earth. I truly hope, Legolas, that you may yet meet him. Merry and Pippin have been fortunate. They encountered him right here, on this very ground where we now rest. He arrived 2 days past and led them to his home deep in the foothills. He visits this place often, particularly when his thoughts are troubled by whispers from distant lands. 4 days ago, I watched him moving through the woods, and I believe he noticed me, for he halted. Yet I remained silent, burdened by my own reflections and weary from my clash with the Eye of Mordor. He, too, offered no greeting and did not call out to me. Maybe he mistook you for Saruman, Gimli suggested. But you talk of him like a companion. I was told Fangorn was a threat. A threat, Gandalf exclaimed. And so am I, profoundly dangerous, more so than any creature you might encounter, save perhaps if you stood before the Dark Lord himself. Aragorn carries peril with him, and Legolas as well. You are surrounded by hazards, Gimli, son of Gloin, for you possess your own formidable nature. Indeed, the forest of Fangorn is treacherous, especially to those overeager with their axes, and Fangorn himself is a force to be reckoned with. Yet he is both wise and gentle. Now, however, his long simmering anger has reached its peak, and the whole wood thrums with it. The arrival of the hobbits and the news they carried was the final drop. That wrath will soon rush forth like a river, but its current is directed squarely at Saruman and the axes of Isengard. Something is stirring that has not occurred since the elder days. The Ents are awakening to discover their own strength. What shall they do? Legolas asked, amazed. I cannot say, Gandalf replied. I doubt even they know. It makes one wonder. He grew quiet, head bowed in contemplation. The others watched him. A sudden beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating his upturned hands in his lap. They seemed to hold light as a cup holds water. Finally, he lifted his gaze to the sun. The morning is passing, he said. We must depart soon. Are we to seek our friends and find Treebeard? Aragorn inquired. No, said Gandalf. That is not your path. I have offered words of hope, but hope alone is not triumph. War is upon us and all our allies, a conflict where only the ring's use could promise certain victory. This fills me with deep sorrow and dread, for much will be ruined and all could be lost. I am Gandalf, Gandalf the White, yet the black remains stronger. He stood and looked eastward, shielding his eyes as if seeing visions far beyond their sight. Then he shook his head. No, he murmured, it has moved beyond our grasp. Let us at least find solace in that. We are no longer tempted to wield the ring. We must now march toward a despairing danger, yet that gravest peril is lifted from us. He turned. Come, Aragorn, son of Arathorn, do not lament your choice in the Emyn Muil, nor deem it a fruitless chase. Amid uncertainty, you chose the path that seemed true, a just decision that has been repaid, for we have met in time, who otherwise might have met too late. But your companion's quest has ended. Your next road is set by your oath. You must ride to Edoras and seek Théoden in his hall. You are needed. The flame of Andúril must now be revealed in the battle it has long awaited war grips. Rohan, and a darker evil spreads. Things fare ill for Théoden. Then shall we not see our cheerful young hobbits again? Legolas asked. I did not claim that, Gandalf answered. Who can say? Have patience. Go where duty calls and hope to Edoras. I too shall go there. It is a weary road for any man, young or old, Aragorn said. I fear the fighting will be done long before I arrive. We shall see, Gandalf repeated. Will you come with me now? Yes, we shall leave together, Aragorn affirmed. Yet I do not doubt you will reach there before me if you desire. He rose and studied Gandalf intently. The others watched in silence as the two stood facing one another. The figure of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, stood tall and unyielding as granite, his hand resting on his sword's hilt. He seemed a king from ancient legends, emerging from the ocean mists to walk among ordinary men. Before him, Gandalf the White appeared bent with age, yet he shone with an inner radiance, bearing a quiet strength greater than any crown could bestow. Aragorn spoke, his voice firm. Do I not speak the truth, Gandalf, that you could travel swifter than any of us? You are our leader and our standard. The enemy commands 9 terrible servants, yet we have one more powerful, the White Rider. He has endured fire and shadow, and they will dread him. We shall follow where he guides. Indeed, we will follow you, Legolas added. But first, Gandalf, it would comfort us to hear of your ordeal in Moria. Can you not share even a little? Will you not stay long enough to tell your companions how you survived? I have lingered too long already, Gandalf replied. Our hours are few. Even if we had a year, I could not recount it all. Then tell us what you can in the time we have, urged Gimli. Speak, Gandalf. How did you face the Balrog? Do not speak its name, Gandalf said, and a shadow of anguish crossed his face, making him appear ancient and weary. He sat in silence before continuing, his words slow and deliberate. I fell for an age, and it fell with me. Its fire surrounded me, searing my flesh. Then we plunged into black, icy waters, a cold like the grip of death itself, which nearly stilled my heart. The chasm beneath Durin's bridge is fathomless, said Gimli. None have found its bottom, yet it has one, Gandalf answered, far beyond light or knowledge. There, at the roots of the world, I finally landed. The creature was still with me. Its flames were doused, but it became a slime-coated horror, stronger than any constricting serpent. We battled deep beneath the living rock, where time has no meaning. It seized me, and I struck it, until at last it fled into black passages. tunnels not delved by dwarves, Gimli, son of Gloin, far below the deepest mines. The world is gnawed by nameless things unknown even to Sauron, beings older than he. I have trodden there, but I will not darken the daylight with tales of that abyss. In that despair, my foe became my only hope, and I chased it, clinging to its heels. So it led me back, all too familiar with the hidden paths, upward through Khazad-dûm until we reached the endless stair. Many believe that stair lost to legend, Gimli said, or say it was never built at all. It was built, and it endured, Gandalf stated. From the deepest dungeon to the highest summit, it wound an unbroken spiral of countless steps, emerging at last upon Durin's tower, carved into the living stone of Zirak-Zigil, the pinnacle of the Silvertine. There, upon Celebdil, was a lonely window in the snow, a narrow ledge, like a dizzy eyrie above the clouds. The sun blazed fiercely, while all below was shrouded in mist. The creature sprang out, and as I followed, it burst again into flame. None witnessed it, though perhaps in later ages songs might tell of the Battle of the Peak. Suddenly, Gandalf gave a short, grim laugh. But what would those songs say? Distant observers thought the mountain was crowned with storm. They heard thunder and saw lightning strike Celebdil, shattering into tongues of fire. Is that not enough? A great smoke and steam enveloped us. Ice fell like rain. I cast down my enemy, and it fell from that great height, shattering the mountainside where it struck. Then darkness took me. I drifted beyond thought and time, wandering roads I will not describe. I was sent back naked for a little while, until my work is finished. I lay exposed upon the bare peak. The tower at my back had dissolved into rubble. Its window vanished, the stairway choked with scorched debris. I was utterly alone, abandoned, trapped upon the unyielding spine of the world. I stared into the heavens as the stars made their slow arc, each day stretching out like an age of the earth itself. From a great distance, the murmur of all living lands reached my ears, the surge of birth and the sigh of death, the melodies and the laments, and the deep, unending strain of burdened stone. It was in this state that Gwaihir the Windlord found me once more, lifting me from the rock. "It seems I am ever destined to be your burden, my friend in need," I murmured. "A burden you have been," he replied, "but no longer you are lighter than a swan's feather in my grasp. The sunlight passes through you. Truly, I doubt you need me at all. Were I to release you, you would drift upon the breeze." "Do not release me," I cried out, the sensation of life returning in a rush.
"Carry me to Lothlorien."
"That is the very command of the Lady Galadriel, who sent me to seek you," he answered. "It was by her word I came to Caras Galadhon, only to learn you had just departed. I lingered in that timeless realm where days bring healing, not decay. There I found renewal and was clad in white. Counsel was both given and received. From there I journeyed by paths both strange and winding, and I bear messages for some among you. For Aragorn, I was charged to say this: where now are the Dúnedain, Elisar, why do your kindred wander so far? The hour approaches when the lost shall emerge, and the grey company shall ride from the north. Yet dark is the road ordained for you. The dead keep watch upon the path that leads to the sea. For Legolas, she sent this word, Legolas Greenleaf, long under tree, in joy you have dwelled, beware the sea. Should you hear the gulls cry upon the shore, your heart will find no more rest within the forest." Gandalf grew quiet and closed his eyes. "And for me, was there no word?" asked Gimli, bowing his head. "Her words are obscure," said Legolas, "and offer little clarity to those who hear them." "That is cold comfort," grumbled Gimli. "What would you have?" Legolas returned. "Should she speak plainly to you of your death? Gladly, if she had nothing else to say." "What is that?" said Gandalf, opening his eyes. "Ah, yes. I believe I can interpret her meaning. Forgive me, Gimli. I was reflecting once more on these tidings. But she did send words for you, and they are neither dark nor sorrowful. To Gimli, son of Gloin, she said, convey his lady's greeting. Lockbearer, wherever your path leads, my thought travels with you. But take care to set your axe against the proper tree. In a fortunate hour you have come back to us, Gandalf," exclaimed the dwarf, springing up and singing heartily in the deep dwarf tongue. "Come then," he shouted, brandishing his axe. "If Gandalf's head is now sacred, let us find one that is fit to split." "That search will not be long," said Gandalf, getting to his feet. "Come, we have used all the time granted for a reunion of long-parted companions. Now haste is required." He drew his old frayed cloak about him and took the lead. They followed swiftly down from the high ledge and back through the woods, alongside the flowing Entwash. They walked in silence until they emerged once more upon the grass beyond the eaves of Fangorn. Their horses were nowhere to be seen. "They have not returned," observed Legolas. "It will be a tiresome journey on foot." "I shall not walk. Time is short," stated Gandalf. Then, lifting his head, he let out a long, piercing whistle. The sound was so clear and sharp, the others stared in astonishment that such a note could come from those aged, bearded lips. He whistled 3 times, and then, faint and far off, they seemed to hear the answering whinny of a horse carried to them from the plains upon the east wind. They waited in wonder. Soon came the sound of hoof-beats, at first no more than a tremor in the earth, sensed only by Aragorn where he lay upon the grass, then steadily growing louder and clearer into a rapid rhythm. Aragorn was the first to speak. "More than a single horse approaches," he observed. Gandalf nodded in agreement. "Naturally," the wizard replied. "We are too heavy a load for just one." Legolas, his keen eyes fixed on the distance, added, "There are 3. Look at them run. I see Hasufal, and there is Arad, my own companion. But leading them is a horse of immense stature, moving with a stride I have never witnessed. You will not see his equal again," Gandalf stated with pride. "That is Shadowfax, Lord of the Mirrors, the noblest line of horses. Not even King Theoden of Rohan has beheld a finer creature. Does he not gleam like polished silver and flow across the earth like a rushing river? He has come for me, the steed of the White Rider. We go to war as one." As the wizard finished, the magnificent horse ascended the slope toward them, his coat shimmering, his mane a banner in the wind of his own speed. The other 2 trailed far in his wake. Upon seeing Gandalf, Shadowfax slowed, uttering a ringing whinny before stepping forward to lower his noble head, pressing his velvety muzzle against the old man's shoulder. Gandalf stroked the great neck. "The road from Rivendell was long, my friend," he murmured. "But you are both clever and swift, arriving when most needed. Let us ride far now, and not be parted in this age." The other horses arrived and stood patiently nearby. Gandalf turned to them, his tone solemn. "We go now to Meduseld, the hall of your master Theoden." The steeds dipped their heads in acknowledgement. "Time is against us," Gandalf continued. "So, with your permission, we shall ride. We ask for your utmost speed. Aragorn will ride Hasufel, and Legolas shall take Arod. With Gimli's consent, Shadowfax will carry the 2 of us. We delay only for a brief drink." Legolas leaped gracefully onto Arod's back. "Now, a piece of last night's puzzle becomes clear," he said. "Whether our horses fled in fear or not, they found Shadowfax, their chieftain, and welcomed him with gladness." "Did you know he was near, Gandalf?" "I did," the wizard answered. "I sent my thought out to him, urging speed, for yesterday he was far to the south. May he carry me back just as swiftly." Gandalf then spoke softly to Shadowfax, and the great horse set off at a brisk but steady pace, careful not to outstrip the others. After a time, he turned abruptly, finding a low spot in the riverbank to ford the stream. He then led them south into a vast open plain where no trees grew. The wind swept through the endless grass like grey tides. There was no path to be seen, yet Shadowfax never hesitated. "He now makes a straight line for Theoden's halls under the White Mountains," Gandalf explained. "It is the faster way. The ground is firmer on the east side, where the main road runs beyond the river, but Shadowfax knows every bog and dell in this land." For hours they traveled through the meadows and river country, Often the grass rose so high it brushed the riders' knees, and the horses seemed to swim through a grey-green ocean. They passed hidden pools and wide stretches of sedge-marking treacherous wetlands, but Shadowfax found the firm path, and the others followed in the wake he cut. Slowly the sun descended in the west. Looking out across the immense plain, the riders saw it for a moment like a crimson ember drowning in the grass. Far off, the mountain shoulders glinted with a final red glow. A great smoke or haze appeared to rise, darkening the sun's face to a bloody hue as it vanished, as if it had set the very plains aflame. "There is the gap of Rohan," said Gandalf, "almost due west of us now. That is the road to Isengard." "I see a vast smoke," Legolas said. "Battle and war," Gandalf cried. "Ride on." Chapter 6. The King of the Golden Hall. They rode on through the sunset, into a lingering twilight, and then into deep night. When they finally halted and climbed down, even Aragorn felt the stiffness and deep weariness in his bones. Gandalf granted them but a brief respite. Legolas and Gimli slept, while Aragorn lay motionless upon his back. Gandalf remained standing, staff in hand, his eyes scanning the eastern and western gloom. An utter stillness held the land, with no trace of movement or life. Long clouds streaked the night sky, driven by a biting wind, when the company stirred once more. They pressed onward under the pale moon, their speed undiminished by the darkness. Hours slipped away as they rode. Gimli's head drooped. He nearly toppled from his saddle, until Gandalf seized his shoulder and roused him. The horses, Hasufal and Arod, weary yet valiant, followed their relentless guide, a grey phantom just visible ahead. Mile after mile fell behind. The growing moon dipped into clouded western skies, and a sharp cold pierced the air. Gradually the eastern darkness softened to a bleak grey. Crimson spears of light pierced the distant black ridges of the Eamon Mule to their left. Dawn broke clean and sharp. A gusting wind swept across their path, bending the tall grasses. Abruptly, Shadowfax halted and whinnied. Gandalf lifted his arm. "Look," he called, and they raised their weary eyes. Before them rose the mountains of the south, their peaks capped in white and veined with black. The grasslands surged against foothills that gathered like attendants, climbing into numerous shadowed valleys, still untouched by morning, winding deep into the mountain heart. Directly ahead, the broadest of these valleys opened like a great gash among the hills. Far within, they could make out a jumbled mountain mass, crowned by one tall spire. At the valley's mouth stood a solitary height like a watchful sentinel. A silvery thread of water flowed about its base, the stream emerging from the dale. Upon its crest, still distant, they caught a flash in the rising sun, a gleam of gold. "Speak, Legolas," said Gandalf. "Tell us what your eyes discern before us." Legolas stared ahead, shielding his gaze from the low sunbeams. "I see a white stream descending from the snows," he answered. "Where it leaves the valley's shadow, a green hill rises to the east. A great dike, a wall, and a thorny fence encircle it. Inside, rooftops cluster, and at the center, upon a green terrace, stands a lofty hall of men. To my sight, its roof seems thatched with gold. Its light shines far across the land. Golden, too, are the posts of its doors. Men in bright mail stand guard, though all else within those courts still sleeps. Those courts are named Edoras," Gandalf said, "and that golden hall is Meduseld. There lives Théoden, son of Thengel, king of the Riddermark. We have arrived with the day's rising. Now the road lies clear before us. Yet we must ride with greater caution. War stirs across this land, and the Rohirrim, the horse lords, are not truly sleeping, however it may appear from afar. I counsel you all, draw no weapon, speak no proud word, until we stand before Théoden's seat." The morning shone bright and clear around them, birds singing as the travelers reached the stream. It raced down swiftly onto the plain, and beyond the hills, curved across their path in a wide bend, flowing east to feed the distant reed-choked Entwash. The land was lush and green in the damp meadows, and along the grassy stream banks grew many willows. Already here in the south their delicate tips blushed red, sensing the approach of spring. A well-trodden ford crossed the stream between low banks, marked by the passage of many horses. The company crossed over and found a wide, rutted track leading upward. At the base of the walled hill, the path wound under the shade of numerous high green mounds. On their western slopes, the grass shone white as with drifted snow. Tiny flowers bloomed there like countless stars in the turf. "Look," said Gandalf, "how beautiful are the bright eyes in the grass. They are known as Evermind in this land of men, called Cymbalminni here, for they bloom through every season and flourish where the dead are laid to rest. Look now, we have reached the great barrows where the sires of King Theoden sleep," Aragorn observed. "7 mounds lie to the left and 9 to the right. Many lifetimes of men have passed since the Golden Hall was raised. In my home of Mirkwood, the red leaves have fallen 500 times since those days," said Legolas. "Yet to us it feels only a brief season, but for the riders of the Mark it seems an age ago," replied Aragorn. "The building of this hall lives only in the echoes of song, and the years before are shrouded in forgotten time. Now they claim this land as their own, their home, and their speech has grown apart from their northern kindred." Then he began to chant softly in a measured, unfamiliar tongue, though the elf and dwarf listened closely, drawn by the deep music in his voice. "That, I suppose, is the language of the Rohirrim," Legolas said. "It resembles the land itself in turns rich and flowing, then stern and unyielding as the mountains. Yet I cannot grasp its meaning save that it carries the sorrow of mortal men." "In the common speech it runs close to this," said Aragorn. "Where now is the horse and the rider? Where is the horn that once sounded? Where are the helm and the mail and the bright hair streaming? Where is the hand upon the harp string and the red fire gleaming? Where is the spring and the harvest, the tall corn growing? They have passed like rain upon the mountain, like wind across the meadow. The days have gone down into the west, behind the hills into shadow. Who shall gather the smoke from the dead wood burning, or behold the flowing years returning from the sea?" So spoke a poet of Rohan, long forgotten, remembering Eorl the young, who rode tall and fair out of the north, with wings upon the feet of his steed, Fellerolf, father of horses, and still men sing of it in the evening. With these words, the travelers moved beyond the silent mounds. Climbing the winding path up the green slopes, they arrived at last before the wind-swept walls and gates of Adoras. Many guards in gleaming mail sat there, who leaped to their feet at once, crossing spears to bar the way. "Halt, strangers unknown," they called out in the tongue of the Riddermark, demanding names and purpose. Their eyes held wonder but little warmth, and they gazed distrustfully at Gandalf. "I understand your speech well," he answered in the same language, "though few outsiders do. Why then not use the common tongue, as is custom in the West, if you wish an answer?" "It is the will of King Theoden that none pass his gates but those who know our tongue and are our friends," one guard replied. "In these days of war, only our own folk are welcome here, and those who come from Mundburg in the land of Gondor. Who are you, crossing the plains so boldly, dressed so strangely, on horses that resemble our own? Long have we kept watch, and we marked your approach from afar. Never have we seen riders so unusual, nor any horse as proud as one of those you ride. He is one of the Miras, unless our eyes are tricked by enchantment. Tell us, are you not a wizard, some spy from Saruman, or phantoms shaped by his arts? Speak now, and be quick." "We are no phantoms," said Aragorn, "nor are your eyes deceived, for these are indeed your own horses that we ride, as you well guessed. Yet a thief does not often ride back to the stable. Here are Hasufal and Arod, lent to us by Eomer, third Marshal of the Mark, only 2 days past. We return them now, just as we vowed to him. Has Eomer not yet returned to bring word of our coming?" A shadow of concern crossed the guard's face. "Of Eomer I will say nothing," he answered. If you speak truth, then doubtless Theoden has heard of it. Perhaps your arrival was not entirely unexpected. It was only 2 nights past that Wormtongue came to us with orders declaring that by the will of King Theoden no stranger should pass beyond these gates. Wormtongue? Gandalf replied, his gaze sharpening as he studied the guard. Speak no further of him. My business is not with such a counselor, but with the Lord of the Mark directly. I am pressed for time. Will you not go, or send word to announce our arrival? The wizard's eyes gleamed from beneath his heavy brows as he fixed the man with a penetrating look. After a pause, the guard responded, Very well, I will go, but what name should I give, and what am I to say of you? You appear aged and weary, yet I sense a formidable and stern presence beneath that guise. You perceive keenly and speak truly, said Gandalf. For I am Gandalf, I have returned, and look, I also bring back a horse. This is Shadowfax the Great, whom no other hand can master. Here beside me stands Aragorn, son of Arathorn, heir to the kings of old, and he journeys now to Mundburg. With us are Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf, our trusted companions. Go now, and tell your master we wait at his gates and seek an audience, if he will grant us entry into his hall. These are strange names you offer, the guard said, but I will report them as you ask, and bring back whatever answer my lord sees fit. Wait here briefly. Do not set your hopes too high. These are shadowed times. He departed swiftly, leaving the travelers under the watchful eyes of his fellow guardsmen. After a time he returned. Follow me, he instructed. Theoden grants you leave to enter, but any weapon you carry, even a staff, must be left at the threshold. The door wardens will keep them safe. The heavy gates swung inward. The company filed in behind their guide along a broad path paved with cut stone, winding upward and climbing in short flights of well-laid steps. They passed many timber houses and dark doorways. Beside the path, a stream of clear water flowed in a stone channel, sparkling and murmuring as it went. At last, they reached the hill's crown. There stood a high platform above a green terrace. At its foot, a bright spring gushed from a stone carved into the likeness of a horse's head, filling a wide basin from which the water spilled into the descending stream. A stone stair, high and broad, climbed the green terrace. On either side of the top step were stone-hewn seats, where other guards sat with drawn swords across their knees. Their golden hair was braided over their shoulders. The sun shone upon their green shields. Their long corselets gleamed brightly. When they rose, they seemed taller than ordinary men. There are the doors before you, said their guide. I must now return to my duty at the gate. Farewell, may the Lord of the Mark show you grace. He turned and hurried back down the path. The others climbed the long stair under the gaze of the tall sentinels. The guards stood silent until Gandalf stepped onto the paved terrace at the stair's head. Then, suddenly they spoke a courteous greeting in their own tongue with clear voices. Hail, travellers from afar, they said, turning the hilts of their swords toward the company in a gesture of peace. Green gems flashed in the sunlight. One guard stepped forward and spoke in the common speech. I am the Dorward of Theoden. My name is Hammer here. I must ask you to lay aside your weapons before you enter. Legolas handed over his silver-hafted knife, his quiver, and his bow. Guard these well, he said, for they come from the Golden Wood, a gift to me from the Lady of Lothlorien. A look of wonder entered the man's eyes, and he placed the weapons hastily against the wall, as if hesitant to handle them. No man shall touch them. I give you my word, he said. Aragorn hesitated for a moment. It is not my wish, he stated, to set aside my sword or to surrender Andúril into the keeping of any other. It is the will of Theoden, Hammer replied. It is not at all evident to me that the will of Theoden, son of Thengel, though he is lord of the Mark, should override the will of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the heir of Elendil to the throne of Gondor. This is the house of Theoden, not of Aragorn, even if he were king of Gondor sitting in Denethor's place, declared Hammer, moving quickly to block the doors. His sword was drawn, its tip aimed at the strangers. This is pointless chatter, Gandalf stated. Theoden's demand may be unnecessary, yet to refuse it is futile. A king will have his way in his own hall, whether it is wise or foolish. Indeed, said Aragorn, and I would obey the master of this house, even if it were a simple woodsman's hut. If I carried any sword other than Andúril, whatever name it bears, Hama replied, you will set it down here, unless you wish to stand alone against every man in Edoras. Not alone, growled Gimli, his hand tightening on the haft of his axe, as he glared at the guard like a dwarf sizing up a sapling for felling. Not alone. Enough of this, Gandalf said firmly. We are all friends here, or ought to be. The only reward for our quarreling will be the laughter from Mordor. My task is urgent. Here is my sword, good Hama. Guard it well. It is named Glamdring, forged long ago by the elves. Now let us pass. Come, Aragorn. With deliberate care, Aragorn unfastened his belt and placed his sword upright against the stone wall. I set it here, he announced, his voice low but carrying, but I forbid you to touch it or to allow any other hand upon it. Within this elven sheath rests the blade that was broken and has been remade. Telchar first forged it in the deeps of time. Death shall come to any man who draws Elendil's sword, save for the heir of Elendil himself. The guard retreated a step, staring at Aragorn in awe. It is as if you have arrived on the wings of song from forgotten days, he murmured. It shall be as you command, my lord. Well then, said Gimli with a gruff nod, if Andúril is to wait here, my axe may keep it company without disgrace. He laid his weapon upon the floor. Now, if matters are settled to your liking, let us go and converse with your master. The guard still wavered. Your staff, he said to Gandalf. Forgive me, but it too must remain at the doors. Nonsense, Gandalf exclaimed, a flash of irritation in his eyes. Caution is one thing, but rudeness is another. I am an old man. If I cannot lean on my stick as I walk, then I shall wait right here until it pleases Theoden to limp out himself to speak with me. Aragorn gave a short laugh. Every man possesses something he is reluctant to entrust to others. But would you truly separate an old man from his support? Come, will you not allow us entry? A staff in the hand of a wizard may be more than a simple prop for age, Hama countered, studying the ashwood staff upon which Gandalf leaned. His expression softened after a moment's internal debate, a flicker of unexpected empathy crossing his features as he recalled his own grandfather's reliance on a carved walking stick. Yet in times of doubt, a worthy man must trust his own judgment. I believe you are honorable folk with no ill intent. You may go in. The guards lifted the heavy bars and pushed the great doors inward, which groaned on their massive hinges. The travelers stepped through. After the crisp air of the hillside, the interior felt dim and close, heavy with the scent of wood smoke and aged timber. The hall was vast, its lofty roof supported by mighty pillars, the space filled with shifting shadows and pools of muted light. Here and there, bright shafts of sunlight streamed down from high eastern windows beneath the deep eaves. Through smoke vents in the ceiling, glimpses of a pale blue sky could be seen. As their eyes adjusted, they saw the floor was paved with stones of many colors, intricate runes and ancient symbols woven beneath their feet. The pillars, they now perceived, were richly carved, their details gleaming dully with traces of gold and subtle hues. Tapestries lined the walls, their broad surfaces depicting figures from ancient legends, some faded by time, others lurking in the gloom. But upon one woven form the sunlight fell directly, a young man upon a white horse, blowing a great horn, his golden hair streaming in an eternal wind. The stallion lifted its noble head, nostrils flaring crimson, as it caught the distant scent of war and let out a piercing cry. Churning water, frothy and green, swirled around its powerful legs. Look upon Eol the young, declared Aragorn. This is how he rode from the northern lands to fight upon the field of Celebrant. The four travelers moved further into the hall, passing the bright fire that crackled upon its long central hearth. They came to a stop. At the chamber's far end, Positioned beyond the fire and facing the northern doors stood a raised platform with 3 steps. Upon it rested a great chair adorned with gold. In that chair sat a man so bowed by age he appeared shrunken, yet his hair was a magnificent cascade of white, woven into thick braids beneath a slender golden circlet. A single white diamond gleamed from his forehead. His beard lay like a drift of snow across his lap, but his eyes held a fierce, undimmed light as they fixed upon the newcomers. Behind his chair stood a woman robed in white. At his feet upon the steps sat a gaunt, withered man with a pallid, knowing face and eyes that seemed half closed under heavy lids. A heavy silence filled the space. The aged king did not stir. Finally, Gandalf's voice broke the quiet. "Hail, Theoden, son of Thengel. I have come back for Look. The storm gathers, and in such an hour all friends must unite, lest they be picked off one by one." With great effort, the old man pushed himself up, leaning on a short black staff topped with white bone. Now the visitors could see that, though bent, he retained the height and bearing of a man who had once stood proud and commanding. "I give you greeting," he said, his voice a low rumble, "and perhaps you expect a welcome. Yet truthfully, your welcome here is uncertain, Master Gandalf. You have always been a messenger of grief. Troubles flock behind you like carrion birds, and their numbers only grow. I will not lie to you. When word came that Shadowfax had returned without a rider, I was glad for the horse's sake, but gladder still for the rider's absence. And when Eomer brought news that you had at last journeyed to your final rest, I shed no tears, but tidings from afar are rarely true. Here you are again, and with you, as one might predict, come greater evils than before." "Why should I welcome you, Gandalf Stormcrow? Answer me that." He lowered himself slowly back into his chair. "You speak with reason, my lord," said the pale man seated on the dais steps, his voice like dry parchment. "It is barely 5 days since the grievous news arrived of your son Theodred's fall upon the west marches, your right hand, the second marshal of the Mark. In Eomer we find little reliability. Had he been given command, few men would remain to guard these walls. And now from Gondor itself we hear the Dark Lord is rousing in the east. This is the precise hour this wanderer selects for his return. Why indeed should we welcome you, Master Stormcrow? I name you Lathspell Ill News, and they say ill news makes for an ill guest." He gave a grim, mirthless laugh, lifting his heavy lids briefly to stare at the strangers with dark, unblinking eyes. "You are considered wise, my friend Wormtongue, and are no doubt a great comfort to your lord," Gandalf replied, his tone deceptively gentle. "Yet a man may bring evil tidings in one of 2 ways. He may be a maker of the evil himself, or he may be one who disturbs no peace and comes solely to offer help when it is most desperately needed." "Perhaps," Wormtongue hissed, "but there is a third kind, those who pick over bones, who meddle in the grief of others, vultures grown fat on the spoils of war. What help did you ever bring, Stormcrow? And what help do you bring now, the last time you stood here? It was aid from us that you sought. My lord told you to choose any horse and be gone, and to the astonishment of all, you took Shadowfax in your arrogance. It pained my lord deeply, though some thought any price was fair to be rid of you. I suspect this visit will prove the same. You come seeking, not giving. Do you bring men? Do you bring horses, swords, or spears that I would name aid? That is the need of this hour. Instead, who are these who trail behind you? 3 travelers in worn grey cloaks stood before the throne, and you, Gandalf, looked the most disheveled of them all. The hospitality of your hall has diminished. Theoden, son of Thengel," Gandalf replied. "Did your gatekeeper not announce my companions? Rarely has any ruler of Rohan welcomed such visitors. The arms they left at your door are worth more than many a warrior, even the strongest. Their garments are grey, gifted by the elves, and in this attire they have moved through deep shadows and great dangers to stand before you. So it is true, as Eomer claimed, that you are allied with the sorceress of the Golden Wood." Wormtongue hissed. "No surprise there. Deceptions have always been spun in that enchanted forest. Gimli took a step forward, but Gandalf's hand gripped his shoulder, holding him still as a statue. Then Gandalf began to sing softly, his voice weaving through the tense air. In the hidden wood, in fair Lothlorien, the steps of men are seldom seen. Few living eyes have beheld the glow that lingers there, a lasting show. Galadriel, Galadriel, your well's water is crystal clear. The star in your hand shines white and pure, unguarded, untouched. The land endures. In the secret wood, in fair Lothlorien, beyond what mortal minds imagine. Abruptly, Gandalf's manner shifted. He threw off his ragged cloak, stood straight without his staff's support, and spoke with a piercing clarity. The wise discuss only what they understand. Grima, son of Galmod, you have become a mindless serpent. So hold your tongue and keep its poison behind your teeth. I did not traverse fire and death to trade twisted words with a servant until the storm breaks. He lifted his staff. A rumble of thunder echoed. The light from the eastern windows vanished, plunging the hall into night-like gloom. The hearth fire dimmed to dull coals. Only Gandalf remained visible, a white figure standing tall before the darkened fireplace. From the shadows, Wormtongue's voice sneered, "Did I not advise you, my lord, to take his staff? That fool, Harmer, has failed us." A flash sharp as split lightning seemed to strike the ceiling. Then silence fell. Wormtongue lay crumpled on the floor. "Now, Theoden, son of Thengel, will you listen?" Gandalf asked. "Do you seek aid?" He raised his staff toward a high window, where the darkness thinned to reveal a distant piece of bright sky. "Not everything is shadow. Take heart, Lord of the Mark. You will find no better help. I have no advice for those who surrender to despair, yet I have counsel, and words for you alone. Will you hear them? They are not for every ear. I ask you to step outside your doors and see what lies beyond. You have sat too long in the dark, trusting in warped stories and deceitful whispers. Slowly, Theoden rose from his chair. A faint light returned to the hall. The woman hurried to the king's side, taking his arm, and the aged ruler descended from the dais with unsteady steps, moving quietly across the floor. Wormtongue did not stir. They reached the great doors, and Gandalf struck them. "Open!" he called. "The Lord of the Mark comes out." The doors swung inward, and a sharp, clean wind rushed inside, carrying the scent of rain and distant grass. "Send your guards to the bottom of the stairs," Gandalf instructed. "And you, my lady, leave him with me a while. I will watch over him." "Go, Éowyn, my sister-daughter," the old king said. "The hour for fear is over." The woman turned and walked slowly back into the house. Pausing at the threshold, she glanced over her shoulder. Her expression was solemn and reflective, her eyes holding a cool, pitying gaze upon the king. Her face was strikingly beautiful, her long hair flowing like a golden stream. Slender and tall in her silver-belted white robe, she appeared both strong and unyielding as forged steel, a true daughter of noble lineage. It was then, in the full light of day, that Aragorn first truly saw Éowyn, Lady of Rohan, and he found her fair, fair and distant, like a pale spring dawn that has not yet blossomed into fullness. She became abruptly conscious of his presence, the tall heir of kings, cloaked in grey, his wisdom etched by many winters. She sensed a hidden power within him. For a heartbeat, she stood motionless as stone, then whirled and vanished. "Now, my lord," Gandalf urged, "gaze upon your country. Taste the free air once more." From the high terrace porch, they looked beyond the stream to the green plains of Rohan melting into a distant haze. Sheets of wind-driven rain fell in slanted lines. The western sky remained bruised with thunder, and lightning danced along the ridges of unseen hills. Yet the wind had turned northward, pushing the great storm that had swept from the east to retreat south, rolling toward the distant sea. All at once, a tear in the clouds behind them released a lance of sunlight. The rain gleamed like falling silver, and the river far off glittered as if made of liquid glass. "It is lighter here," observed Theoden. "Indeed," Gandalf replied, and the weight of years upon you is not as great as some would have you believe. Cast away your crutch." The black staff dropped from the king's grasp, clattering upon the stone. He straightened slowly, like a man stiff from long hours of tedious labor. Now he stood tall and unbent, his eyes a clear blue as he gazed into the clearing sky. "My dreams of late have been dark," he confessed, "but I feel as one newly roused from sleep. I wish you had come sooner, Gandalf, for I fear you arrive only in time to witness the final days of my house. The great hall Brigo built will not stand much longer. Flame will consume the high seat." "What can be done?" "Much," said Gandalf. "But first summon Eomer. Do I guess correctly that you hold him captive on the advice of Grima, him whom all but you call Wormtongue?" "It is true," Theoden answered. "He defied my orders and threatened Grima with death in my own hall. A man can be loyal to you and still despise Wormtongue and his whispers," Gandalf countered. "Perhaps I will do as you bid. Send Hammer to me. Since he failed as a Dorwood, let him serve as a messenger." "Let the accused fetch the accused to judgment," Theoden declared, his voice stern. Yet, as he looked at Gandalf and managed a faint smile, many of the weary lines upon his face softened and faded. After Hammer had been summoned and departed, Gandalf guided the king to a stone bench, and then seated himself on the top step before him. Aragorn and the others stood close by. "There is no time to tell you all you must know," Gandalf began, "but if my hope holds true, a time for fuller speech will come soon. Understand this: you have stepped into a danger greater than even Wormtongue's cunning could weave into your nightmares. But look, you dream no longer, you are alive. Gondor and Rohan are not alone. The enemy's strength is beyond measure, yet we possess a hope he has not imagined." Gandalf spoke swiftly then, his voice low and private for the king's ears alone. And as he spoke, a growing light kindled in Theoden's eyes, until at last the king rose to his full height, with Gandalf rising beside him. Together they looked out from the high place toward the east. "Truly," Gandalf said now, his voice ringing clear and sharp, "that direction holds both our hope and our deepest dread. Doom still balances on a slender thread. Yet hope remains if we can but endure unconquered a little while." The others also turned their eyes eastward. Across the vast divided lands, they stared to the very rim of sight, their thoughts borne on by hope and fear over dark mountains to the shadows' realm. Where was the ring-bearer now? How perilously thin was that thread upon which fate still dangled? To Legolas, straining his elven sight, it seemed he glimpsed a flicker of white, perhaps far off the sun winked on a spire of the Tower of God, and further still, immeasurably distant, yet an ever-present menace, there burned a tiny flickering tongue of flame. King Theoden lowered himself back into his seat, a profound weariness seeming to press upon him despite Gandalf's efforts. His gaze drifted toward the great hall of his house, and a heavy sigh escaped him. "That I should see such shadowed times in my final years," he murmured, "after all I have striven for, is a bitter draught. Where is the peace I was due? And brave Boromir is gone. The young fall, while the old like me are left to wither away." He clasped his aged hands over his knees, the knuckles white. "Your hands might recall their former vigor," Gandalf observed quietly, "if they were wrapped around the hilt of a sword." Theoden started, his hand going instinctively to his hip where no blade rested. "What has Grima done with it?" he whispered. More to himself than anyone, a clear, steady voice cut through the hall. "Take this, my lord. It has always been yours to command." Unnoticed, two men had ascended the stair and now stood a few steps below. Eomer was there, bearing no armor, but holding a naked sword. As he knelt, he presented the hilt to his king. "What is the meaning of this?" Theoden demanded, his tone sharp. He turned, and the men stared in astonishment. The frail, stooped figure they had left was gone, replaced by a lord, standing tall and proud. The guard Hammer stepped forward, his voice trembling. "The fault is mine, lord." When I heard Eomer was to be freed, my heart was so light I may have acted rashly. Yet he was free and a marshal of the mark. He asked for his sword, and I brought it. For your service, my king, Eomer said, head bowed. A tense silence filled the space as Theoden looked down upon his kneeling nephew. For a long moment neither moved. Will you not accept it? Gandalf prompted. Slowly, almost hesitantly, Theoden extended his hand. The moment his fingers closed around the familiar grip, a change swept through him. His thin arm seemed to gain solidity and power. With a sudden fluid motion, he raised the blade high, sweeping it through the air with a shimmering whistle. Then his voice rose, clear and strong, chanting in the tongue of his people a call to war. Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden. Dark deeds stir, shadow gathers in the east. Bridle your horses, sound the horns forth, Eorlingers. Hearing their lord's voice, the guards rushed up the stairs. They stared in wonder. Then, as one, they drew their own swords and laid them at his feet. Command us, they cried. Westu Theoden Hall, shouted Eomer, his face alight. It gladdens our hearts to see you return to yourself. Let none say again, Gandalf, that you bring only sorrow in your wake. Rise, Eomer's sister son, and take back your blade, the king commanded. Hamar, go. Find my sword in Grima's keeping, and bring the man to me as well. He turned to the wizard, his new resolve firm in his eyes. Now, Gandalf, you spoke of counsel if I would listen. What is your advice? You have already begun to follow it, Gandalf replied. To trust in Eomer here, whose mind is straight, over one whose thoughts are twisted. To cast off fear and regret, and see only the task before you. Send every rider west at once, as Eomer advised. We must smash Saruman's threat now, while the chance remains. Should we fall, we fall. Should we prevail, the next challenge will await us. Your remaining people, the women, the children, the elderly, must withdraw to the mountain refuges prepared for just this darkness. Let them take supplies, not treasures. Their lives are what matter now. This counsel is sound, Theoden declared. Let my people make ready. But you, my guests, Gandalf spoke truly that my hall's hospitality has faltered. You have ridden through the night, and the morning is spent without rest or food. A guest house shall be prepared where you may eat and sleep. No, Lord, said Aragorn, stepping forward. There is no rest for the weary yet. The riders of Rohan go to war today, and we will ride beside them with axe, sword, and bow. We did not come here to shelter behind your walls, Lord of the Mark. I gave Eomer my word that our swords would be drawn together. Now, Eomer said, a fierce hope in his eyes. Now there is true hope of victory. Hope indeed, Gandalf replied. Yet Isengard remains a formidable fortress, and other dangers are closing in. Do not linger here once we depart, Theoden. You must lead your people with haste to the refuge of Dunharrow in the mountains. Never, Gandalf, the king declared. You underestimate your own healing arts. It will not be so. I will ride to war myself and stand at the forefront of the battle, even if I must fall there. That is how I shall find my rest. Then even a defeat of Rohan would be remembered in glorious song, said Aragorn. The soldiers nearby struck their shields and cried out, The Lord of the Mark will ride forth, Eorlingers. Yet your people must not be left both weaponless and without a leader, Gandalf pressed. Who will guide and rule them in your stead? I will decide that before I depart, Theoden answered, and here arrives my adviser. Just then, Harma returned from the hall. Cowering between two guards came Grima, called Worm Tongue. His face was pallid, and he squinted in the daylight. Harma knelt and offered Theoden a long sword sheathed in a scabbard adorned with gold and emerald stones. My lord, here is Herugrim, your ancestral blade, he announced. It was discovered within his chest. He was most reluctant to surrender the keys. Many other missing items were found there as well. You speak falsehoods, Worm-tongue hissed. This very sword your lord entrusted to my care, and now he asks for its return, Theoden stated. Does that trouble you? Certainly not, my lord, Worm-tongue simpered. I strive only for your well-being and that of your house. But do not overtire yourself or strain your strength. Let others manage these troublesome visitors. Your meal is nearly prepared. Will you not go to it?" "I will," said Theoden, "and let food for my guests be served beside me. The host rides today. Send out the heralds. Summon every soul who lives nearby. Every man and sturdy boy fit to carry arms, all who possess a horse, let them be ready in the saddle at the gate before the second hour past noon." "My dear lord," Wormtongue wailed, "it is as I dreaded. This sorcerer has enchanted you. Is no one to remain and defend the golden hall of your forefathers, or to guard your treasures? None to protect the Lord of the Mark?" "If this is enchantment," Theoden retorted, "it feels far more wholesome than your poisonous whispers. Your so-called care would soon have me crawling on all fours like a beast. No, not a single soul shall stay behind, not even Grima. Grima shall ride as well. Go, you still have time to scrub the rust from your blade." "Mercy, Lord," Wormtongue whimpered, groveling on the ground. "Pity one worn out in your service. Do not cast me from your side. I, at least, will stand by you when all others have deserted you. Do not send your faithful Grima away." "You have my pity," Theoden said, "and I do not send you from my side. I myself go to war alongside my men. I command you to come with me and demonstrate your loyalty." Wormtongue's eyes darted from face to face, like a cornered animal searching for an escape. He ran a pale tongue over his lips. "Such resolve is to be expected from a lord of the house of Eorl, however aged," he murmured. "But those who truly love him would spare his declining years. Yet I see I have come too late. Others, who might mourn his death less keenly, have already swayed him. If I cannot reverse their doing, then hear me in this, Lord. One who knows your will and honors your orders should remain in Edoras. Name a loyal steward. Let your counselor Grima oversee all matters until your return, and I pray we live to see it, though no prudent man would call it likely." Eomer gave a sharp laugh. "And if that plea does not spare you from battle, most noble Wormtongue, what lesser duty would you accept? Perhaps carrying a sack of grain up into the high passes, if anyone would trust you with it." "No, Eomer, you do not fully grasp Master Wormtongue's clever mind," Gandalf interjected, fixing him with a penetrating stare. "He is both bold and cunning. Even now he gambles with danger and wins a toss. He has already squandered hours of my precious time. Down," he commanded, his voice a low, terrible growl. "On your belly. How many years has Saruman owned you? What was the bargain? When all the men lay slain, you were to claim your portion of the spoils and seize the woman you covet. For too long you have watched her with a hungry gaze, shadowing her every step." Eomer's hand tightened on his sword hilt. "This much I had already guessed," he said under his breath. "For that alone I would have cut him down earlier. Law of the Hall be damned. Yet there are deeper crimes." He moved to act, but Gandalf raised a hand, holding him back. "Eowyn is beyond his reach now," the wizard stated. "But you, Wormtongue, you have served your true master to your utmost. Surely you have earned some reward, though Saruman has a habit of forgetting his promises. My counsel is to go swiftly and remind him, lest your faithful service slip his mind." "You speak lies," Wormtongue hissed. "That accusation falls too readily from your tongue," Gandalf replied, his tone calm yet sharp. "I do not lie. Look well, Theoden. Here coils a viper. You cannot in safety bring it with you, nor can you abandon it here. To kill it would be justice. Yet it was not always this twisted thing. Once it walked as a man and served you in its own way. Give him a horse and set him free this instant, to go where he will. By that choice his true nature will be revealed. Do you hear this, Wormtongue?" King Theoden declared, "Here is your choice. Ride with me to war, and we shall see on the battlefield where your loyalty lies. Or depart now to whatever refuge you seek. But if you choose flight, know that should our paths ever cross again, you will find no mercy from me." Slowly, Wormtongue pushed himself to his feet, He regarded them through slitted eyes, his gaze finally settling on Theoden's face. He opened his mouth as if to form some retort, then suddenly straightened. His hands clenched and unclenched. A venomous glitter shone in his eyes, so full of malice that those nearby instinctively stepped away. Baring his teeth in a silent snarl, he spat a hissing breath upon the stones at the king's feet before twisting aside and fleeing down the stairway. "After him," Theoden ordered. "Ensure he harms no one, but do not injure or detain him. Provide a horse, if he will take one, if any horse will consent to bear him." Eomer muttered darkly. A guard sprinted down the stairs in pursuit. Another went to the well at the terrace's base and, using his helmet, drew water to cleanse the stones Wormtongue had defiled. "Now, my guests," said Theoden, turning, "come, take what refreshment our haste allows." They returned to the great hall. Already from the town below came the cries of heralds and the blast of war horns, for the king would ride out as soon as the men of Edoras and the nearby settlements could be armed and gathered. At the king's table sat Eomer and the 4 travelers, and attending the king was the Lady Éowyn. They ate and drank with purposeful speed. The others listened as Theoden pressed Gandalf about Saruman's betrayal. How far back his treachery stretches, who can truly say? Gandalf mused. He was not born to evil. Once I believe he was a friend to Rohan, and even as his heart chilled, he still found you useful. But for many years he has plotted your downfall, wearing a mask of friendship until the moment was ripe. In those years, Wormtongue's task was simple. All you did was quickly known in Isengard, for your borders were open and strangers traveled freely. And always Wormtongue's whispers were in your ear, poisoning your mind, numbing your heart, sapping your strength, while others watched helpless, for your will was held in his grasp. But when I escaped and brought you warning, the mask was torn away for all with eyes to see. After that, Wormtongue played a more dangerous game, constantly seeking to delay you, to keep your full strength from being marshaled. He was cunning, dulling men's vigilance or preying on their fears, as the moment required. Do you not recall how fervently he argued that no rider should be spared, for what he called a wild goose chase to the north, when the true and present danger lay to the west? He persuaded you to forbid Éomer from hunting the raiding orcs. Had Éomer not defied Wormtongue's voice speaking with your authority, those orcs would have reached Isengard by now, carrying a prize beyond price. It is not the prize Saruman covets above all else, but at the very least 2 of my companions who share a secret hope, a matter I cannot yet speak of openly, even to you, my lord. Can you imagine what torment they might now be enduring, or what knowledge Saruman may have wrung from them to our ruin? "Much do I owe to Éomer," replied Theoden. "A loyal heart may sometimes speak too boldly." "And add," said Gandalf, "that to a suspicious mind the plain truth can often appear twisted. My sight was nearly lost," Theoden admitted. "Yet my greatest debt is to you, my guest. Once more your arrival is timely. Before we depart, I would grant you a gift of your own choosing. Name anything that is mine to give. I keep only my sword." "Whether my timing proves fortunate remains to be seen," Gandalf answered. "But as for your gift, I will select one that suits my need for speed and certainty. Give me Shadowfax. Before he was but alone, if such a term even applies. Now I must ride him into grave peril, matching silver against shadow. I would not hazard what is not my own. Besides, a bond of affection already grows between us." "You choose wisely," said Theoden, "and I give him freely. Yet it is no small gift. There is no horse like Shadowfax. In him, one of the great steeds of elder days has returned. We shall not see his like again. To my other guests, I offer what may be found in my armory. You have no need of swords, but there are helms and mail-coats of skilled craft, gifts to my forefathers from Gondor. Select from them before we leave, and may they serve you well." Attendants then brought forth gear from the king's treasury, arraying Aragorn and Legolas in gleaming mail. They chose helms and round shields, their centers adorned with gold and set with gems of green, red, and white. Gandalf accepted no armor, As for Gimli, he required no coat of rings, even had one been found to fit his stature, for no hauberk in the hordes of Edoras matched the craftsmanship of his own short corslet, forged deep under the lonely mountain. Yet he selected a cap of iron and leather that sat well on his round head, and took up a small shield. It bore the emblem of the house of Eorl, a white horse running upon a green field. "May it guard you well," said Theoden. "It was made for me in Thengel's time, when I was still a boy." Gimli bowed. "I am honored Lord of the Mark to bear your device. Truth be told, I would rather carry a horse than be carried by one. I trust my own feet better. But perhaps I will yet find ground where I can stand and fight." "That may well be," Theoden replied. The king now rose, and Éowyn immediately approached, bearing wine. "Furthu Theoden Hall," she said, "receive this cup and drink in this hopeful hour. May health attend your going and your return." Theoden drank, and she then offered the cup to the guests. When she stood before Aragorn, she halted suddenly, her gaze fixed upon him, eyes bright. He looked down at her fair face and smiled, but as he took the cup, his hand met hers, and he felt her tremble at the touch. "Hail, Aragorn, son of Arathorn," she said. "Hail, Lady of Rohan," he answered, though his expression grew solemn and the smile faded. After all had drunk, the king walked down the hall to the doors where his guards waited. Heralds stood ready, and the remaining lords and chieftains of Edoras and the nearby lands were assembled. "Behold, I ride out, and it seems this may be my last journey," declared Theoden. "I have no child. My son Theodred is slain. I name Éomer, my sister's son, as my heir. If neither of us returns, then choose a new lord as you see fit. But someone I must now entrust with my people to rule here in my stead. Who among you will stay?" No one spoke. "Is there no one you would name? In whom do my people place their trust?" "In the house of Eorl," answered Hama. "But Éomer I cannot spare." "Nor would he remain," said the king, "and he is the last of that line." "I did not say Éomer," Hama replied, "and he is not the last." There stood Éowyn, daughter of Éomund, the king's sister-daughter. Her spirit was fearless and noble, and she was beloved by all. While we are away, let her lead the people of Rohan as their lord. King Theoden agreed. "Let it be announced that Lady Éowyn shall command in my stead." The king then took a seat before the doors of his hall. Éowyn knelt before him, and he presented her with a sword and a fine coat of mail. "Farewell, my sister-daughter," Theoden said. "The hour is dark, yet we may still return to Meduseld. At Dunharrow our people can hold for a long time. If the battle turns against us, all who escape will find refuge there." "Do not speak that way," she replied, her voice steady. "For every day that passes, I will endure a year until you come back." As she spoke, her gaze drifted to Aragorn, who stood nearby. He met her eyes and said, "The king will return. Do not fear. Our fate awaits us, not in the west, but in the east." With Gandalf at his side, the king descended the stair, and the company followed. Aragorn glanced back as they moved toward the gate. Éowyn remained alone before the doors at the top of the stair, the sword planted upright before her, her hands resting on its hilt. Clad in shining mail, she gleamed like silver in the sunlight. A sudden sharp wind swept across the courtyard, tugging at her cloak, a fleeting reminder of the vast unprotected plains she would now defend alone. Gimli walked beside Legolas, his axe upon his shoulder. "Finally we move to action," the dwarf declared. "Men require many speeches before a deed. My axe grows impatient. Not that I doubt the skill of these Rohirrim in battle, but this manner of war does not suit me. How am I to fight? I would rather walk than be jostled like baggage at Gandalf's saddlebow." "Likely a safer place than most," Legolas replied with a faint smile. "Though I expect Gandalf, or perhaps Shadowfax himself, will be glad to set you down when the fighting starts. An axe is not a rider's weapon, and a dwarf is no natural horseman," Gimli said, patting his axe haft. "It is orc necks I wish to hew, not to skim the helmets of men." At the gate, a great host was assembled, old and young, all mounted and ready. More than 1,000 men were gathered, their spears rising like a young forest. They shouted with joy as King Theoden appeared. Some held the king's horse, Snowmane, ready, while others brought the horses for Aragorn and Legolas. Gimli stood frowning, uneasy, until Eomer approached, leading his own steed. "Hail, Gimli, son of Glóin," Eomer called. "I have not had the time to learn polite speech under your instruction, as you once offered. But shall we set aside our quarrel? I will speak no more ill of the Lady of the Golden Wood. For now I will set aside my anger, Eomer, son of Eomund," Gimli answered. "But if you ever have the chance to look upon Lady Galadriel, you will name her the fairest of all, or our friendship ends." "So be it," said Eomer, "but until that day grant me your pardon, and as a token, ride with me, I beg you. Gandalf and the Lord of the Mark will ride at the front, but my horse, Firefoot, can carry us both if you are willing." "You have my thanks," said Gimli, greatly pleased. "I will ride with you gladly, provided my comrade Legolas may ride beside us." "It shall be so," Eomer declared. "Legolas on my left, Aragorn on my right, and none will dare to stand before us." "Where is Shadowfax?" Gandalf asked. "Running free on the grass," came the answer. "He allows no man to handle him. See, there he goes, down by the river ford, like a shadow among the willow trees." Gandalf whistled and called the horse's name. From far off, Shadowfax tossed his head and whinnied, then turned and sped toward the host like an arrow shot. "If the breath of the west wind were to take visible form, it would look like that," Eomer said, as the magnificent horse halted before the wizard. "The gift appears already given," remarked Theoden. "But hear me all. Here and now I name my guest, Gandalf Greyheim, wisest of counselors, most welcome of wanderers, a lord of the Mark, and a chieftain of the Erlingers, for as long as our line endures. And to him I give Shadowfax, prince of all horses." "My thanks, King Theoden," said Gandalf, in a sudden fluid motion. He swept his grey cloak back and cast his hat aside, springing onto his waiting horse. He wore neither helm nor mail, and his hair, white as snow, streamed freely in the wind, while his robes shone with a piercing light under the sun. "Look, the White Rider!" Aragorn's voice rang out, and the cry was taken up by the host. "Our king and the White Rider," they roared. "Ride now, riders of the Mark!" Trumpets blared, horses reared with shrill cries, and spear met shield in a clamor of readiness. Then the king lifted his hand, and with a sound like a gale unleashed, the final army of Rohan charged thunderously toward the west. From her lonely post before the doors of the silent hall, Éowyn watched the distant glint of their spears vanish across the plain. The sun was already sinking as they departed Edoras, its light in their eyes painting the rolling fields of Rohan in a wash of gold. They followed a worn track northwest along the foothills of the White Mountains, traveling through a green, undulating land, fording numerous swift and shallow streams. To their right and far ahead, the misty mountains rose, growing ever darker and more imposing with each passing mile. The sun descended slowly before them, while evening gathered at their backs. Driven by urgency and the dread of arriving too late, they pressed on with little pause. The horses of Rohan were swift and hardy, yet the leagues were long, 40 leagues and more as the crow flies from Edoras to the fords of Isen, where they hoped to find the king's men holding back Saruman's forces. Night enveloped them, and at last they halted to make camp. They had ridden 5 hours and were deep on the western plain, but more than half their journey remained. Under a starry sky and a waxing moon, they formed a great circular bivouac. They lit no fires, uncertain of what moved in the darkness, but set a ring of mounted guards around them, while scouts, like fleeting shadows, rode out to survey the folds of the land. The slow night passed without news or alarm. A dawn horn sounded, and within the hour they were on the road again. The air grew heavy, unseasonably hot, with a haze veiling the rising sun. Behind it, climbing the sky, was a deepening darkness like a great storm advancing from the east. And away in the northwest, Another shadow seemed to brood about the feet of the misty mountains, a gloom creeping slowly down from the wizard's veil. Gandalf fell back to ride beside Legolas and Eomer. "You have the keen sight of your people, Legolas," he remarked. "They say you can tell a sparrow from a finch a league away. Look now toward Isengard, and tell me what you see." "Many miles lie between," answered Legolas, lifting a long hand to shade his eyes as he gazed into the distance. "I see a darkness. There are shapes moving within it, great forms upon the river bank, but I cannot make out what they are. It is no common mist or cloud that hinders me. It is a veiling shadow, a power laid upon the land, and it drifts slowly down the stream. It seems as if the twilight of an endless forest is flowing down from the hills." "And at our backs comes a storm out of Mordor," said Gandalf. "This will be a black night indeed." As their second day of riding wore on, the heaviness in the air intensified. By afternoon, dark clouds overtook them, a somber canopy with billowing edges lit by flashes of stark light. The sun sank blood-red in a smoky haze. The last rays of light set the peaks of Thrihirn ablaze, tipping the riders' spears with fire. The three jagged horns, now very near on the northernmost arm of the White Mountains, stared starkly at the dying sunset. In the final red glow, men in the vanguard spotted a black speck, a lone horseman riding wearily back toward them. They halted, waiting. He approached, a figure of exhaustion, his helm dented and his shield split asunder. Slowly, he slid from his saddle and stood gasping for a moment before he could find his voice. "Is Eomer with you?" he finally managed. "You have arrived, but the hour is late and your numbers are few. All has turned to ruin since Theodred's fall. Yesterday, we were driven back across the Isen with heavy losses. Many were lost at the crossing. Then, under cover of night, fresh troops assailed our camp. It seems Isengard has been emptied. Saruman has armed the wild hillmen and the herdsmen from Dunland beyond the river, and he has unleashed them upon us. We were overwhelmed. Our shield wall shattered. Erkenbrand of Westfold has retreated with what men he could rally toward his stronghold at Helm's Deep. The rest are scattered. Where is Eomer? Tell him there is no hope on this road. He ought to turn back to Edoras before the wolves of Isengard reach the Golden Hall." Theoden had remained silent, concealed behind his guards. Now he urged his horse forward. "Step closer and stand before me, Surel," he commanded. "I am here. The final host of the Eorlingas has ridden out. It will not turn back without a fight." The man's weary face brightened with disbelief and relief. Straightening his posture, he then knelt and offered his battered sword to the king. "Command me, my lord," he cried, "and forgive me. I believed you believed. I sat in Meduseld, bent like an old tree beneath winter snow. So I was when you rode away to war. But a wind from the west has stirred the branches," said Theoden. "Find this man a fresh horse. We ride now to Erkenbrand's aid." As Theoden spoke, Gandalf rode a little apart, sitting alone as he looked north toward Isengard and west, where the sun was sinking. Now he returned. "Ride, Theoden," he urged. "Make for Helm's Deep. Do not go to the fords of Isen, and do not linger on the open plain. I must leave you briefly. Shadowfax must carry me now on an urgent errand." Turning to Aragorn, Eomer, and the king's household guard, he called, "Guard well the Lord of the Mark until I return. Await me at Helm's Gate. Farewell." He spoke a word to Shadowfax, and like an arrow loosed from the bow, the great horse leaped forward. In the blink of an eye he was gone, a streak of silver in the sunset, a sudden wind over the grass, a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. Snowmain snorted and reared, eager to give chase, but only a swift bird in flight could have matched that speed. "What is the meaning of that?" one guard asked Harmer. "It means Gandalf Greyheim has pressing business," Harmer replied. "He ever comes and goes when least expected." "Wormtongue, were he here, would have some sly explanation," said the other. "True enough," Harmer answered, "but for my part I will wait until I look upon Gandalf again." "You may have a long wait," muttered the guard. The host now turned from the road leading to the fords of Isen and swung southward. Night deepened, and still they rode. The hills drew nearer, though the high peaks of Thriern were already fading against the darkened sky. Still miles ahead, across the Westfold Vale, lay a green hollow, a deep bay in the mountains, from which a narrow gorge cut into the hills. The folk of that land named it Helm's Deep, for a hero of ancient wars who once sheltered there. The path wound ever steeper and tighter inward from the north under the looming shadow of Thriern, until the cliffs, frequented by crows, rose like colossal towers on either side, shutting out the sky. At Helm's Gate, just before the mouth of the deep, a spur of rock thrust out from the northern cliff. Upon it stood ancient stone walls, and within them a tall tower. Men said that in the distant days of Gondor's glory, the Sea Kings had built this fortress with the strength of giants. It was called the Hornburg, for a trumpet blown from its tower echoed through the deep behind, as if long-forgotten armies were marching to war from caverns beneath the hill. A wall, too, had been raised in elder days, stretching from the Hornburg to the southern cliff, to bar the gorge's entrance. Below it, through a broad culvert, the deeping stream flowed out into the vale. The river curled around the base of the Horn Rock, carving a channel through a broad, sloping meadow that descended from Helm's Gate down to the Helm's Dyke before tumbling into the Deeping Combe and the Westfold Vale beyond. At the Hornburg fortress of Helm's Gate, Erkenbrand, the Lord of Westfold, had made his stronghold. Foreseeing the gathering shadows of war, he had wisely reinforced the ancient walls and prepared the defenses. The king's riders were still advancing through the lower valley toward the Coombe's entrance when shouts and horn calls echoed from the scouts ahead. Arrows cut through the gloom. A scout galloped back with grim news. Wolf riders prowled the vale, and a vast force of orcs and wild men from the north, having crossed the Isen River, was driving south toward Helm's Deep. "We have passed many of our people slain along the road," the scout reported. "Others wander in broken groups without leaders. None can say what has become of Erkenbrand. If he still lives, he may be cut off before reaching the gate." "Has there been any sign of Gandalf?" King Theoden asked. "Many speak of an old man in white riding a horse, moving like a gust over the plains," the scout answered. Some believed it was Saruman himself. They say he rode toward Isengard before nightfall. There are also tales that Wormtongue was spotted earlier, traveling north among a band of orcs. Theoden's expression darkened. "It will go hard for Wormtongue if Gandalf finds him. Yet now I lack both my counselors, the old and the new. Still, as Gandalf advised, our path leads to Helm's Gate, whether Erkenbrand awaits us or not. How large is this host from the north?" "Immense, my lord," said the scout. "A frightened man may double his count, but I have spoken with steady soldiers, and I believe the enemy's main strength outnumbers us many times over." "Then we must make haste," Éomer declared. "We must cut through whatever foes stand between us and the fortress. The deep holds caves to shelter hundreds, and hidden paths lead from them into the hills." "Put no faith in secret ways," warned the king. "Saruman's eyes have long studied this land. Yet in that place we may hold long forward." Aragorn and Legolas rode now beside Éomer at the front. Through the deepening night they pressed, their pace slowing as the road climbed higher into the shadowy folds at the mountain's feet. They encountered only scattered bands of orcs who fled before the riders could engage them. "I fear it will not be long," Éomer said, "before the enemy commander, Saruman or some captain of his, learns of the king's approach." The rumor of war swelled behind them. Now, carried on the dark air, came the harsh rhythm of enemy chants. Having climbed high into the Deeping Combe, they glanced back. Across the black fields below, countless torches glittered like a field of bloody flowers, some winding in flickering lines from the lowlands, others blazing where homesteads were put to the torch. "A great host follows closely," observed Aragorn. "They bring fire with them," Theoden said bitterly. "They burn as they advance barn, cottage, and tree. This was a fertile valley, home to many. Alas for my people." Aragorn's hand tightened on his reins. "If only dawn were here, that we might sweep down upon them like a tempest from the heights. It wounds the spirit to retreat before them. We need not retreat much farther, Eomer replied. Just ahead lies Helm's Deep, an old trench and wall cut across the Coombe, a quarter-mile below the gate. There we can make a stand. But Theoden shook his head. We are too few to hold the Deep. The Deep stretched for over a mile, and the gap in its ancient line was broad. Our rearguard will make it stand here if we are pursued, declared Eomer. The riders reached the breach under a starless, moonless sky where the road descended from the Hornburg beside the exiting stream. The rampart rose abruptly before them, a towering shadow beyond a dark chasm. A sentinel's voice rang out as they approached. "The Lord of the Mark rides for Helm's Gate," Eomer responded. "I am Eomer, son of Eomund. These are tidings we scarcely dared hope for," the sentinel cried. "Make haste. The enemy is close behind." The host streamed through the opening and halted on the upward-sloping grass beyond. To their relief, they discovered Erkenbrand had left a garrison to hold Helm's Gate, and more survivors had since arrived. "We may have 1,000 who can still stand and fight," said Gamling, the elderly commander of the Dyke's defenders. "But most have seen too many winters, like myself, or too few, like my grandson here." What word of Erkenbrand? Yesterday we heard he was retreating here with the remnants of Westfold's finest riders. Yet he has not appeared. "I fear he will not come now," Eomer replied. "Our scouts bring no news of him, and the enemy swarms through the valley at our backs." "I would he had escaped," said King Theoden, a note of grim resignation in his voice. "He was a mighty man, in whom the valor of Helm Hammerhand lived again. But we cannot wait for him. We must gather all our strength behind the wall. Are your stores sufficient? We brought little provision, riding for open battle, not a siege." Gamling answered, "In the caves of the Deep behind us are most of the folk of Westfold, the old, the young, women and children, but great stores of food, along with many beasts and their fodder, have also been gathered there." "That is well," said Eomer. "The foe is burning and plundering all that remains in the valley." A hard smile touched Gamling's lip. "If they come to bargain for our goods at Helm's Gate, they will find the price exceedingly high." The king and his riders moved onward. They dismounted before the causeway that spanned the stream, and in a long line led their horses up the ramp and through the gates of the Hornburg. Within they were met with joyful welcome and a resurgence of hope, for now there were sufficient men to hold both the fortress and the great wall. Eomer swiftly deployed his forces. The king and his household took their place in the Hornburg itself, joined by many Westfold men. But upon the Deeping Wall and its tower, and in the space behind it, Eomer arrayed the bulk of his strength, for here the defense seemed most precarious if a determined assault came in force. The horses were led far back into the deep under what guard could be spared. The Deeping Wall stood 20 feet high, so thick that 4 men could walk abreast along its top, behind a parapet. Only a tall man could see over. Clefts were cut in the stone for archers. It could be reached by a stair from a door in the Hornburg's outer court, or by 3 flights of steps from the deep behind. But its face was smooth, the great stones fitted with such skill that no foothold could be found, and at the top they overhung like a cliff carved by the sea. Gimli stood with his back against the wall's breastwork, while Legolas sat perched on the parapet above, his bow in hand as he stared into the deepening gloom. The dwarf stamped a boot on the stone. "This is more to my liking. My heart always lifts when we near the mountains. There is good rock here. This land has tough bones. I felt them in my feet as we rode from the dike. Give me 100 and 100 of my kin, and I would make this a place where armies would shatter like waves upon a shore." "I do not doubt it," Legolas replied, his tone shifting from solemn observation to one of dry, almost sarcastic detachment. "But you are a dwarf, and dwarves are a strange folk. I find no comfort in this stone cage, and I suspect I shall like it even less by the light of day." He added, almost to himself, "It lacks the whisper of the wind through the leaves. It feels like a tomb waiting to be sealed." Gimli's presence was a comfort to me, and I was grateful to have him near with his sturdy legs and that solid axe of his. I wish there were more of his kin among us, but even more I would have traded much for 100 skilled archers from Mirkwood. We would need them. The Rohirrim had their own capable bowmen, but there were simply too few of them here, far too few. It's too dark for archery now, Gimli remarked. Truth be told, it's time for sleep. Sleep. I feel the need for it, like I never thought a dwarf could. Riding is weary work. Still, my axe feels restless in my grip. Just give me a line of orc necks and space to swing, and all this tiredness would vanish. A long, slow stretch of time crept by. Deep in the valley below, scattered campfires still glowed. The forces of Isengard were advancing now in a hushed march. Their torches could be seen snaking up the ravine in numerous lines. Suddenly, from the outer defense, shouts and screams erupted, mingled with the fierce war cries of men. Flaming torches appeared over the ridge, clustering thickly at the broken section of the wall. Then they scattered and disappeared. Riders came galloping back across the field and up the ramp to the gate of the fortress. The rear guard of the Westfold had been pushed back. "The enemy is upon us," they reported. "We shot every arrow we possessed and filled the ditch with orcs, but it won't hold them for long. They're already climbing the banks in 100 places, thick as swarming ants. At least we taught them not to carry their torches so boldly." The hour was now well past midnight. The sky was a pit of blackness, and the heavy, still air promised a coming storm. Without warning, the clouds were ripped apart by a blinding flash. Forked lightning struck down upon the eastern hills. For one stark moment, the defenders on the walls saw the entire space before them illuminated in a ghastly white light. The ground was seething with black forms, some squat and broad, others tall and menacing, wearing high helmets and black shields. Hundreds upon hundreds more were pouring over the ditch, and through the breach, this dark tide swept up toward the walls, filling the space from cliff to cliff. Thunder rumbled through the valley. Rain began to slash down. Arrows, as thick as the rain itself, whistled over the battlements, clattering and skittering off the stones. Some found their mark. The assault on Helm's Deep had begun, yet from within came no sound, no challenge, no answering volley of arrows. The attacking horde paused, confused and thwarted by the silent threat of the unyielding stone. Again and again, lightning ripped the darkness aside. Then the orcs would shriek, waving spears and swords, loosing a cloud of arrows at any defender visible on the ramparts. The men of Rohan looked out in awe. To them it seemed as if they gazed upon a vast field of dark corn, violently tossed by a tempest of war, where every stalk glinted with cruel barbed light. Brazen trumpets blared. The enemy surged forward, some against the main wall, others toward the causeway and the ramp leading to the great gates. There the largest orcs were gathered, along with the wild hillmen of Dunland. They hesitated only a moment before charging ahead. The lightning flashed once more, and upon every helmet and shield was revealed the ghastly white hand emblem of Isengard. They reached the base of the rock. They drove toward the gates. Then, at last, came an answer. A storm of arrows met them, and a hail of heavy stones. They wavered, broke, and fled back, only to regroup and charge once more, breaking and charging again. Each time, like an incoming tide, they halted at a point closer to the walls. Trumpets sounded again, and a mass of roaring warriors leaped forward. They held their great shields above them like a moving roof, while in their midst they carried 2 massive tree trunks behind them. Orc archers crowded, sending a hail of darts against the bowmen on the walls. They reached the gate. The trunks, swung by powerful arms, smashed against the timbers with a rending boom. If a man fell, crushed by a stone hurled from above, 2 others sprang forward to take his place. Again and again the great rams swung and crashed. Eomer and Aragorn stood together on the wall. They heard the roar of voices and the relentless thudding of the rams, and in another sudden flash of lightning they saw clearly the dire peril, now facing the gates. "Now is the moment," Aragorn shouted. "The time has come to fight as one." They moved with blazing speed along the rampart, up the stone steps, and burst into the open courtyard atop the rock. As they ran, they rallied a band of determined warriors to their side. A narrow side door was set into the western corner of the fortress wall, where the stone of the cliff met the masonry. From that point, a slender trail wound its way toward the main gate, squeezed between the wall and the sheer drop of the rock. Éomer and Aragorn led the charge through the doorway, their fighters at their backs. Blades rang free from their scabbards in a single sharp chorus. "Gúthwini," Éomer roared. "For the mark!" "Andúril," Aragorn answered. "For the Dúnedain." They struck the wild men from the flank with the force of a sudden storm. Andúril rose and fell, a flash of cold white flame. A great cry echoed from the walls and towers. "Andúril! Andúril is unleashed!" The blade reforged shines once more. The attackers at the gate dropped their battering rams in panic and wheeled to meet this new threat, but their shield walls shattered as if struck by lightning. They were cut down, driven back, or hurled from the rock into the rocky bed of the stream below. Orc archers loosed a few frantic shots before scattering into the gloom. For a brief moment, Éomer and Aragorn stood before the battered gates. The thunder grumbled in the far distance now. Faint lightning still flickered against the southern mountains. A sharp, clean wind had begun to blow from the north, tearing the clouds apart. Stars appeared, and above the hills the setting moon broke through, its pale yellow light glimmering on the tattered storm clouds. "Our timing was fortunate," Aragorn observed. Studying the gates, the massive hinges and iron bars were twisted and bent. Many of the great timbers were splintered. "But we cannot remain outside these walls to hold them," Éomer said urgently. "Look there!" He pointed to the causeway. Already beyond the stream, a fresh mass of orcs and hillmen was reforming. Arrows began to whine and ricochet off the stones around them. "We must fall back. We need to barricade the gates from within with whatever stone and timber we can find. Move." As they turned to retreat, a group of orcs who had been playing dead among the corpses suddenly sprang to life, moving with silent, deadly speed. Two threw themselves at Éomer's feet, tripping him, and were upon him in an instant. But from the shadows, a small, stout figure leaped forward with a rasping cry, "Baruch Kazad, Kazad Aimenu!" An axe whirled through the air and swept back. Two orcs fell, headless, the others fled. Éomer was scrambling to his feet just as Aragorn rushed back to help him. The postern door was slammed shut, barred, and heaped behind with stones from the courtyard. When everyone was safely inside, Éomer turned. "My thanks, Gimli, son of Glóin," he said. "I did not know you had joined our charge. Yet sometimes the unexpected companion proves the most welcome. How did you come to be there?" "I followed to clear my head of sleep," Gimli replied. "But I saw those hillmen, and they looked a bit too large for my liking. So I found a good stone to lean against and settled in to watch your sword work." "I owe you a debt not easily repaid," said Éomer. The dwarf gave a short laugh. "The night is young. There may be plenty of chances before it's done. I am satisfied until this moment I have chopped nothing but firewood since we departed Moria too," said Gimli, giving his axe an affectionate pat. He had returned to his position on the wall. "Two," Legolas called over. "I have fared better, though now I must scavenge for arrows. Mine are all spent. My count stands at 20 at the very least, but that is merely a handful of leaves fallen in a vast forest." The sky was clearing rapidly, and the descending moon shone with a hard, bright light. Yet this illumination brought little comfort to the riders of the mark. The enemy before them appeared to have multiplied, not lessened, with still more pouring up through the breach from the valley below. Their bold strike from the rock had won only a momentary pause. The assault on the gates resumed with redoubled fury. Against the deeping wall, the armies of Isengard raged like a tempest-driven sea. Orcs and hillmen clambered and swarmed about its base from one end to the other. Grappling hooks flew over the battlements, faster than the defenders could slash them away. Ladders rose by the hundreds. Though many shattered, more took their place, and orcs scrambled up like beasts from southern jungles. At the base of the wall, the dead lay heaped like storm-tossed driftwood, the grisly mounds climbing ever higher as the onslaught continued. The Rohirrim were exhausted. Their quivers were empty, every arrow spent, their swords were chipped, their shields splintered. Thrice Aragorn and Eomer rallied the men, and thrice the sword, and Duril blazed in a furious countercharge that hurled the enemy back from the rampart. Then a new cry of alarm rose from the deep behind them. Orcs had slithered like vermin through the drainage culvert where the stream exited. There, hidden in the cliff's shadow, they waited until the assault upon the wall peaked, and nearly every defender was drawn to the parapet. Now they burst forth. Some had already reached the horse pens, battling the guards. With a roar that echoed off the stone, Gimli leaped down from the wall. "Khazad! Khazad!" He found no shortage of foes. "Aye, oi!" he bellowed. "They're behind us! Come, Legolas! There's plenty here for the both of us." From the Hornburg, Gamling the Old heard the dwarf shout over the din. "Orcs are in the deep," he cried. "To helm forth, Helmingas!" He raced down the stair from the rock with a band of Westfold warriors. Their sudden, furious charge drove the orcs back, trapping them in the gorge's narrows. Every invader was cut down or sent shrieking over the edge into the abyss below. 21! Gimli shouted, cleaving the last orc with a two-handed blow. "That puts me ahead of Master Legolas again. We must seal this rat-hole," said Gamling, turning to the dwarf. "Your folk are known for cunning with stone. Will you aid us?" "We do not carve rock with battle-axes, nor with our bare hands," Gimli replied. "But I will lend what skill I can," under his direction. The men gathered loose stone and rubble, blocking the inner mouth of the culvert, until only a trickle could pass. The rain-swollen stream, now choked, swirled angrily before spreading into shallow, icy pools. "It'll be drier up there now," Gimli said. "Come, let's see how the wall fares." He climbed back to find Legolas sharpening his long knife beside Aragorn and Eomer. The assault had eased, the culvert attack thwarted. 21, Gimli announced. "Good," said Legolas calmly. "But my tally is 24. It has been close work here with the blade." Eomer and Aragorn rested wearily on their swords. To the left, the clamor of battle at the rock swelled once more, yet the Hornburg stood firm, an island amid a raging sea. Its gates were shattered, but behind the barricade of timber and stone, no foe had yet broken through. Aragorn gazed at the faint stars and the moon sinking behind the western hills. "This night feels as long as years," he murmured. "How much longer until daybreak?" "Dawn is not far off," said Gamling, who had joined them on the wall. "But I fear daylight will bring us little relief." "Yet dawn has ever been the hope of men," Aragorn answered. "These creatures of Isengard," Gamling countered, "these half-orcs and goblin men bred by Saruman's foul craft, they will not flinch at the sun, nor will the wild hillmen. Do you not hear their voices?" "I hear them," Eomer said grimly, "but to my ears it is only the shriek of carrion birds and the howl of beasts." "Many cry out in the Dunland tongue," Gamling insisted. "I know that speech. The words are an old saying of our people, once heard in many western dales of the Riddermark. Listen, they despise us, and they rejoice, for they believe our fate is sealed. 'The king,' they shout. We will capture their king. Death to the Forgoil, death to the Strawheads, death to the northern thieves. So they name us. For 500 years they have not forgiven the grievance that the lords of Gondor granted the mark to Eorl the Young, and forged an alliance with him. Saruman has poured oil upon that ancient fire. They are a fierce people once awakened. They will not retreat for night or day until Theoden is captured, or they lie dead." "Yet the morning will bring me hope," Aragorn replied. "Is it not told that no enemy has ever taken the Hornburg so long as men stood to defend it?" "So the songs tell us," said Eomer. "Then let us defend it, and hope," Aragorn declared. Even as the words left his lips, a blare of war horns split the air. A thunderous crash followed, a flash of flame, and a billow of smoke. The waters of the Deeping stream burst forth, hissing and foaming, no longer blocked. A great hole was torn in the wall, and a tide of dark shapes flooded through Saruman's devilry, cried Aragorn. They have crept into the drain once more as we spoke, and they have kindled the fire of Orthanc under our very feet. Elendil, he shouted, leaping down into the gap. Yet as he moved, 100 ladders were raised against the battlement. Over the wall and through the breach the final assault rolled in, like a black wave upon a shore of sand. The defence was shattered. Some of the riders were forced back, deeper and deeper into the glittering caves, falling and fighting as they yielded ground, step by painful step. Others hacked their way back toward the fortress. A wide stair climbed from the deep up to the rock and the rear gate of the Hornburg. Near its base stood Aragorn. Anduril still shone in his hand, and the dread of that sword held the foe at bay for a time, as one by one all who could reach the stair climbed upward toward the gate. Higher up, upon the upper steps, Legolas knelt. His bow was drawn, but a single arrow was all that remained to him, and he watched, poised to loose it at the first orc that dared approach the stair. "All who can have now reached safety within Aragorn," he called. "Fall back." Aragorn turned and raced up the stair, but in his exhaustion he stumbled. His enemies surged forward at once. Up came the orcs, howling, their long arms reaching to grab him. The leader fell with Legolas's final arrow in his throat, but the others leaped over him. Then a massive stone, hurled from the outer wall above, crashed down upon the stair and flung them back into the deep. Aragorn reached the door, and swiftly it slammed shut behind him. "Matters fare badly, my friends," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Badly enough," Legolas answered, "but not yet hopeless while you stand with us. Where is Gimli?" "I cannot say," said Aragorn. "I last saw him battling on the ground behind the wall, but the enemy tide drove us apart." "That is ill news indeed," said Legolas. "He is tough and resilient," Aragorn said. "Let us hope he manages to fall back to the caves. There he would be safe for a time, safer than we are. Such a refuge would suit a dwarf's taste." "That is my hope as well," said Legolas. "Yet I wish he had come this way. I long to tell Master Gimli that my count has reached 39. If he wins back to the caves, he will surely surpass your tally again." Aragorn laughed, a weary but genuine sound. "Never have I seen an axe wielded with such fury." "I must go and search for arrows," said Legolas. "If only this night would end, and I could have proper light for shooting." Aragorn now entered the citadel. There, to his distress, he learned that Éomer had not gained the Hornburg. "No, he did not come to the rock," said one of the men from Westfold. "I last saw him rallying men about him and fighting at the very mouth of the deep. Gamling and the dwarf were with him. But I could not reach them." Aragorn moved swiftly across the inner courtyard and climbed to a high room in the tower. There stood the king, a dark silhouette against a slender window, gazing down upon the valley. "What word do you bring, Aragorn?" he asked. "The deeping wall has fallen, my lord, and its defences are gone. Yet many have escaped here to the rock. Is Éomer among them?" "He is not here, lord. Many of your riders fell back into the deep, and some claim Éomer was with them. They might hold the narrows against the enemy and reach the caves. What hope remains for them then, I cannot say. Perhaps more hope than we have. The stores there are said to be good, and the air stays fresh through vents high in the stone. No one can break in against determined men. They may endure for a long while. But the orcs have brought some devilry from Orthancs," Aragorn replied. "They wield a blasting fire, and with it they shattered the wall. If they cannot enter the caves, they might seal all within. Now we must focus every thought on our own defense." "I chafe in this prison," said Théoden. "Had I been able to couch a spear and ride before my men on the field, I might have felt the old joy of battle once more, and met my end there. Here I serve little purpose. Here you are guarded within the strongest fortress of the Mark," Aragorn answered. "We have better hope of defending you in the Hornburg than in Edoras, or even at Dunharrow in the mountains." "They say the Hornburg has never fallen to assault," Théoden murmured. "Yet now my heart is uncertain. The world shifts, and all that once seemed steadfast now feels frail. How can any tower stand against such numbers and such reckless hate? Had I known Isengard's strength had grown so great, perhaps I would not have ridden out so boldly to meet it. For all of Gandalf's arts, his counsel does not shine as brightly now as it did beneath the morning sun. Do not judge Gandalf's counsel until all is finished, Lord, said Aragorn. The end will not be long in coming, the king replied, but I will not end here, caught like an old badger in a trap. Snowmane and Hasuful and the horses of my guard are in the inner court. When dawn breaks, I will order Helm's horn sounded, and I will ride out. Will you ride with me then, son of Arathorn? Perhaps we will carve a path through, or make an ending worthy of song, if any remain to sing of us after. I will ride with you, said Aragorn. Taking his leave, he went back to the walls and walked their full circuit, heartening the men and lending his strength wherever the attack was fiercest. Legolas walked with him. Blasts of fire leaped from below, shaking the stones. Grappling hooks flew through the air, and ladders were raised. Time and again the orcs gained the top of the outer wall, and time again the defenders hurled them back. At last Aragorn took his stand above the great gates, heedless of the enemy's darts. As he gazed out, he saw the eastern sky begin to pale. Then he raised his empty hand, palm outward in a sign of parley. The orcs howled and mocked. Come down, they shouted. If you want to talk, come down. Bring out your king. We are the fighting Uruk-hai. We will drag him from his hole if he will not come. Bring out your skulking king. The king stays or comes at his own will, said Aragorn. Then what are you doing up there? They retorted. Why do you peer out? Do you want to see the greatness of our army? We are the fighting Uruk-hai. I looked out to see the dawn, said Aragorn. What of the dawn, they sneered. We are the Uruk-hai. We do not stop fighting for night or day, for fair weather or storm. We come to kill by sun or moon. What of your dawn? None can know what the new day will bring, Aragorn answered. Leave now, before it brings you evil. Get down, or we will shoot you from the wall, they cried. This is no parley. You have nothing to say. I have this yet to say, Aragorn replied. No enemy has ever taken the Hornburg. Leave or not one of you will be spared. No one would survive to carry word back to the north. They had no idea of the danger they faced. Aragorn stood alone above the shattered gates, facing the enemy horde, and in that moment such immense authority and noble bearing shone from him that many of the wild hillmen hesitated. They glanced back toward the valley, and some even peered uncertainly at the sky. The orcs, however, only laughed, their voices coarse and loud. A storm of arrows and darts flew over the wall as Aragorn leaped to safety. A deafening roar followed, and a blast of fire. The stone archway where he had stood an instant before collapsed into smoke and rubble. The barricade was blown apart as if struck by lightning. Aragorn sprinted for the king's tower. But just as the gate fell and the orcs gathered to charge, a murmur rose behind them. It began like a distant wind, then swelled into a clamor of many voices crying out strange, urgent news in the dawn light. The orcs upon the rock heard this rumor of dismay and wavered, looking back over their shoulders. Then, sudden and terrible, the great horn of Helm rang out from the tower above. Every creature that heard it trembled. Many orcs threw themselves flat, clawing at their ears to block the sound. Back from the deep the echoes rolled, blast after blast, as if a mighty herald stood upon every cliff and hilltop. On the walls the men listened in awe, for the echoes did not fade. Instead, the horn calls wound onward among the hills, growing nearer and louder, answering one another, fierce, wild, and free. Helm, Helm, shouted the riders. Helm has arisen and returns to war. Helm for King Theoden. And with that cry the king arrived. His horse was white as snow, his shield gleamed gold, and his spear was long and bright. At his right hand rode Aragorn, heir of Elendil, and behind them came the lords of the house of Eorl. The young light broke in the eastern sky. Night fled. Forth, Eorlingers, with a mighty shout, they charged. Down from the gates they roared. Across the causeway they swept, driving through the ranks of Isengard like a gale through a field of grass. From the deep behind them came the stern cries of men pouring from the caves, pushing the enemy outward. Every defender left upon the rock joined the assault, and still the sound of blowing horns echoed among the hills. On they rode, the king and his companions. Captains and champions fell or fled before them. Neither orc nor man could stand against that charge. The enemy turned their backs to the swords and spears of the riders, their faces toward the valley, wailing in terror and confusion as the new day rose. So King Theoden rode from Helm's Gate and hewed his way to the great dike. There the company halted. The light grew bright around them. Sunbeams flared above the eastern hills and glimmered on their spear points. Yet they sat silent upon their horses, gazing down into the deeping coombe. The land was utterly changed. Where once a green dale had lain, its grassy slopes climbing toward the hills, now a forest stood. Great trees, bare and silent, rose rank upon rank, their tangled boughs and ancient crowns casting deep shadow. Their twisted roots were sunk in the long grass, and darkness pooled beneath them. Only 2 open furlongs lay between the dike and the eaves of that nameless wood. There now cowered the proud host of Saruman, terrified of the king and terrified of the trees. They had streamed down from Helm's Gate until the ground above the dike was empty, but below it they were packed like swarming flies. They crawled and clambered vainly along the walls of the coombe, seeking escape. The valley's eastern side was too steep and stony, and from the west their doom approached. Suddenly upon a ridge a rider appeared, clad in white, shining in the risen sun. Over the low hills the horns were sounding. Behind him, hastening down the long slopes, came 1,000 men on foot, swords in hand. In their midst strode a tall, strong man. His shield was red. As he reached the edge of the valley, he raised a large, dark horn to his lips and blew a clarion call that echoed across the field. "Erkenbrand!" shouted the riders in a unified roar. "Erkenbrand has come! Look now to the White Rider!" called Aragorn, his voice cutting through the din. "Gandalf has returned to us." Legolas, his eyes wide with awe, murmured, "Mithrandir, this is true enchantment. I must see this forest before the magic fades." The forces of Isengard bellowed in confusion, surging back and forth as terror took hold. Once more the horn's note rang from the tower. Through the broken wall of the dike thundered the king's guard. Down from the hills rode Erkenbrand, lord of Westfold, his men like a tide behind him. And down came Shadowfax, sure-footed as a mountain goat, with Gandalf upon his back. The White Rider was among them, and his coming struck the enemy with a madness of fear. The wild hillmen threw themselves to the ground. The orcs shrieked, stumbling and casting away their weapons in panic. Like smoke scattered by a rising gale, they broke and fled. Their wailing cries faded as they vanished into the looming shadow of the trees, a shadow from which not one returned. Chapter 8. The Road to Isengard. Thus, under the clear light of a new morning, King Theoden and Gandalf, the White Rider, stood together once more on the fresh grass by the deeping stream. With them were Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Legolas the elf, Erkenbrand of Westfold, and the noble lords of the Golden House. Around them gathered the Rohirrim, the riders of the Mark. Their joy in victory was tempered with awe, and all eyes looked toward the mysterious wood. A great cheer suddenly arose as those who had been driven back into the Hornburg emerged from the Deek. There came Gamling the Old and Eomer, son of Eomund, and beside them strode Gimli the dwarf. He wore no helmet, only a linen band stained with blood around his head, yet his voice boomed strong. 42, Master Legolas," he cried. "A pity, my axe is notched." For the 42nd wore an iron gorget about his throat. "What is your count?" "You best me by a single one," Legolas answered with a grin. "Yet I bear no envy. So great is my gladness to see you standing." "Welcome, Eomer, my sister's son," said Theoden. "My heart is lighter seeing you unharmed." "Hail, Lord of the Mark," Eomer replied. "The long night is over, and day has returned. but this dawn brings strange reports." He turned, looking first in wonder at the forest, then at Gandalf. "Once again you arrive unlooked for in our hour of need." "Unlooked for?" Gandalf said, a playful glint in his eye. "Did I not promise to return and meet you here? You named no hour, nor described the manner of your coming. The aid you bring is strange indeed. Your power is great, Gandalf the White, perhaps. Yet if it is so, I have not displayed it. I gave only counsel in danger, and made good use of Shadowfax's speed. Your own courage achieved far more, and the enduring march of the Westfold men through the darkness." The company stared at Gandalf with deepened wonder. Some glanced uneasily at the wood, passing hands over their eyes as if doubting their own sight. At this, Gandalf laughed, a long and merry sound. "The trees, no, I see that forest as clearly as you, but that is no work of mine. It is a force beyond the advice of the wise. The outcome has been better than my design, better even than my hope." "Then, whose magic is it, if not yours?" asked Théoden. "Clearly it is not Saruman's. Is there some greater power of which we are ignorant?" "It is not magic, but a strength far more ancient," Gandalf answered. "A power that walked the world before elf sang or hammer rang, before iron was mined or tree was felled, when mountains were young under the moon. Before rings were forged or sorrow was crafted, it moved through the forests of old." "And what answer solves your riddle?" Théoden asked. "If you wish to learn," said Gandalf, "you must ride with me to Isengard." "To Isengard?" they exclaimed. "Yes," Gandalf replied. "I go back to Isengard. Let those who will come along." "There we might witness unexpected events," Gandalf suggested. "Yet even if every man in the mark were gathered, healed from their wounds and weariness, they would not be enough to storm Saruman's fortress." King Théoden replied. Still Gandalf was resolute. "To Isengard I will go, though my stay will be brief. My path now leads east. Expect me in Edoras before the moon fades." "Wait," said Théoden. "In the bleak hour before dawn I was uncertain, but we shall not separate now. If that is your advice, I will ride with you." "I intend to confront Saruman very soon," Gandalf stated, "and since he has caused you such harm, your presence would be just. But how quickly can you ride?" "My men are battle-weary," the king admitted, "and I am weary as well. I have ridden far with little rest. Ah, my age is no pretense, nor is it solely the work of Wormtongue's whispers. It is a malady no healer can fully mend, not even you, Gandalf. Then let all who ride with us take their rest now," Gandalf advised. "We will travel under evening's cover. That is just as well, for I believe our movements should be as discreet as possible from now on. Yet do not bring a large host, Théoden. We go to negotiate, not to wage war. The king selected unwounded men with swift horses and sent them as messengers into every valley of the Mark to spread word of the victory. They also carried his summons, calling all men, young and old, to hasten to Edoras. There the Lord of the Mark would hold a muster of all who could bear arms 2 days after the full moon. For the ride to Isengard, Théoden chose Éomer and 20 men from his household. Gandalf would be accompanied by Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Despite his injury, the dwarf refused to be left behind. "It was a weak strike, and my helmet took the brunt," he insisted. "A mere orc scratch won't keep me from this." "I will tend to it while you rest," Aragorn offered. The king then returned to the Hornburg and slept a deep, untroubled sleep he had not known in years, while the rest of his chosen company also rested. Those who were unhurt, however, began a great labor. Many had fallen in battle, lying dead on the field or in the deep. No living orcs remained. Their bodies were beyond counting. A great number of the hillmen, however, had surrendered in fear, crying for mercy. The men of the Mark took their weapons and put them to work. "Now help mend the wrongs you took part in," commanded Erkenbrand. "Afterward, you will swear an oath never again to cross the fords of Isen in arms or march with the enemies of men. Then you may return freely to your lands. You were deceived by Saruman. Many of you received death as reward for your trust in him, Had you been victorious, your pay would have been little better. The Dunlendings were astonished, for Saruman had told them the Rohirrim were cruel and burned their captives alive. On the field before the Hornburg, 2 burial mounds were raised. In one were laid the riders of the East Dales who fell in the defence, and in the other those of Westfold. In a solitary grave under the shadow of the Hornburg lay Hama, captain of the king's guard, who fell before the gate. The orcs were piled in great heaps away from the mounds of men, near the edge of the forest. The people were uneasy, for the mounds of carrion were too vast for proper burial or burning. They had little firewood, and none dared take an axe to the strange trees, especially after Gandalf's warning not to harm bark or bough at their great peril. "Leave the orcs where they lie," Gandalf said. "The morning may bring a new plan." As the afternoon wore on, the king's company made ready to depart. The burial rites had only just commenced. King Theoden stood in solemn grief for Hama, his fallen captain, and was the first to cast earth upon the new grave. "Saruman has dealt a grievous wound to me and to all this land," the king declared, his voice low. "That injury will not be forgotten when next we meet." As the sun began to sink toward the western hills framing the Coombe, Theoden, Gandalf, and their company finally descended from the deeping wall. A great host assembled behind them, riders of the mark alongside the folk of the Westfold, elders and children, women and men, all emerged from the caverns. They lifted a song of victory, their voices clear in the open air, but the melody soon faded into a watchful silence. Every eye was drawn to the forest ahead, and a shared unease settled over the crowd. The riders approached the wood's edge and halted. Neither horse nor rider wished to enter. The trees stood grim and threatening, shrouded in a clinging mist or shadow, their long boughs swept low like groping fingers, while twisted roots broke the soil like the limbs of unknown beasts. Dark hollows gaped beneath them, yet Gandalf advanced, leading the way. Where the road from the Hornburg met the tree line, they now saw an opening like a great arched gate beneath the mightiest branches. Gandalf passed through, and the others followed. To their astonishment, the road continued within, with the deeping stream still flowing beside it. Above, the sky was open and filled with golden evening light, but to either side the vast aisles of the forest were already swallowed by deep dusk, fading into shadows no eye could pierce. From those shadows came the creak and groan of wood, distant cries and a murmur of wordless voices, thick with anger. No orc, nor any living thing was to be seen. Legolas and Gimli now shared a single horse, riding near Gandalf, for the dwarf was deeply uneasy in that place. "It is close in here," Legolas said to Gandalf. "A great wrath hangs in the air. Can you not feel it throbbing against your ears?" "I can," Gandalf replied. "What has become of the wretched orcs?" Legolas asked. "That, I suspect, no one will ever learn," said Gandalf. They rode on quietly for a time, though Legolas continually glanced from side to side, often inclined to stop and listen to the forest sounds had Gimli permitted it. "These are the most peculiar trees I have ever beheld," the elf remarked. "I have watched many an oak grow from acorn to ancient decay. If only there were time now to walk among them. They have voices, and in time I might learn their thought." "No, no," Gimli exclaimed. "Let us be gone from them. I can guess their thought well enough, hatred for anything that walks on 2 legs. Their speech is of crushing and of strangling, not for all 2-legged things," Legolas countered. "There you mistake them. It is orcs they hate. These trees do not belong here. They know little of elves or men. The valleys where they first sprouted are far away. From the deep dales of Fangorn they come, Gimli. That is my guess. Then that is the most perilous wood in all Middle-earth," said Gimli. "I owe thanks for the part they played, but I cannot love them. You may find them wondrous, yet I have beheld a greater wonder in this land, more fair than any grove or glade that ever grew. My heart is still full of it. Strange indeed are the ways of men Legolas here. They possess one of the marvels of the northern world. And what do they call it? Caves. Just caves, holes to flee to in war or to store fodder. My good Legolas, do you know the caverns of Helm's Deep are vast and beautiful? Were their splendor known, an endless pilgrimage of dwarves would come merely to look upon them. Aye, they would pay pure gold for but a brief glance, and I would give gold to be excused from such a visit, Legolas returned, and double that to be let out if ever I strayed in. You have not seen, so I forgive your jest, said Gimli, but you speak foolishly. Do you deem those halls fair, where your king dwells under the hill in Mirkwood, halls that dwarves aided in building long ago? They are mere huts next to the caverns I have witnessed here, vast, unending halls, where the eternal music of water drips into pools, shining like starlit mirrors. And Legolas, when torches are lit and men tread upon sandy floors beneath echoing domes, oh, then gems and crystals and veins of precious ore sparkle in the polished walls. Light glows through folded marble, delicate as the living touch of Queen Galadriel. There are pillars of white and saffron and dawn rose, Legolas, carved into shapes from dreams. They rise from many-colored floors to meet the glistening pendants above. Wings, ropes, curtains fine as frozen clouds, spears, banners, peaks of hanging palaces. Still lakes reflect them. A shimmering world stares back from dark pools under clear glass. Cities beyond what Durin's mind might have dreamed, stretch through avenues and pillared courts, deep into shadowed recesses where no light reaches. And plink, a silver drop falls, and the ripples in the glass make every tower bend and sway like sea-caught weeds. Then evening arrives. They fade and wink out. Torches move to another chamber. Another dream. There is chamber after chamber, Legolas, hall opening from hall, dome after dome, stair beyond stair, and still the winding paths lead deeper into the mountain's core. Caves, the caverns of Helm's Deep, what fortune brought me there? It brings tears to my eyes to depart. Then I wish you this comfort, Gimli, said the elf, that you may survive this war and return to see them again. But do not tell all your kin. From your telling there seems little left for them to do. Perhaps the men of this land are wise to speak sparingly. One busy family of dwarves with hammer and chisel might spoil more than they create. No, you misunderstand, said Gimli. No dwarf could remain untouched by such beauty. None of Durin's line would mine those caves for stone or ore, not even for diamonds and gold. Do you chop down groves of blossoming trees in spring for firewood? We would tend these gardens of flowering stone, not ravage them, with careful skill, tap by tap, maybe just a small chip of rock in a whole worried day, so we could labor, and as years passed, we would reveal new paths and unveil far chambers still dark, glimpsed only as emptiness beyond cracks in the rock, and lights, Legolas. We would craft lights, lamps like those that once glowed in Khazad-dûm, and when we wished, we would push back the night that has dwelled there since the hills were formed, and when we needed rest, we would let the darkness return. You stir me, Gimli, said Legolas. I have never heard you speak this way before. You almost make me sorry I have not seen these caves. Come, let us strike a bargain. If we both come safe through the dangers ahead, we will travel together a while. You shall visit Fangorn with me, and then I will go with you to see Helm's Deep. That would not be my chosen path of return, said Gimli, but I will bear Fangorn if you promise to come back to the caves and share their wonder with me. You have my word, said Legolas. But alas, now we must leave behind both cave and wood for a time. Look, we are reaching the end of the trees. How far to Isengard, Gandalf? About 45 miles, as Saruman's crows would fly, said Gandalf. 15 from the mouth of Deeping Combe to the fords, and 30 more from there to the gates of Isengard. But we will not ride all that way tonight. And when we arrive, what will we find? Asked Gimli. You may have an idea, but I cannot imagine. I do not know for sure myself, answered the wizard. I was there at dusk yesterday, yet much could have changed since. Yet I believe you will not call the journey wasted, even if the glittering caves of Aglarond remain unseen. At length, the company emerged from the trees, finding themselves at the foot of the combe, where the road from Helm's Deep split, one branch winding east toward Edoras, the other north toward the fords of Aeson. As they rode clear of the forest's edge, Legolas drew rein and looked back with longing. Suddenly he gave a sharp cry. "Eyes!" he exclaimed. Eyes peering from the shadows of the boughs. Never have I seen eyes like those. The others, startled, halted and turned, but Legolas made to ride back. "No, no," shouted Gimli. "Go on with your madness if you must, but let me off this horse first. I want no part of those eyes. Wait, Legolas Greenleaf," Gandalf called. "Do not return to the wood. Not now. Your time has not yet come." Even as he spoke, 3 strange figures stepped from among the trees. Tall as trolls they stood, 12 feet or more in height. Their powerful bodies, sturdy as young oaks, seemed clad in close-fitting grey and brown like raiment or tough hide. Their limbs were long, their hands bore many fingers, and their hair stood stiff, their beards the grey-green of moss. They gazed outward with solemn eyes, not toward the riders, but fixed northward. Abruptly, they raised their long hands to their mouths and sent forth ringing calls, clear as a horn's note, yet more musical and varied. The calls were answered. Turning, the riders saw others of the same kind approaching, striding through the grass. They came swiftly from the north, moving with the deliberate gait of wading herons, yet far swifter, their long legs beating a rapid rhythm. Some of the riders cried out in amazement, and a few gripped their sword hilts. "You need no weapons," said Gandalf. "These are herdsmen. They are no enemies. Indeed, they take no heed of us at all." And so it seemed, for without a glance at the company, the tall creatures strode into the wood and vanished. "Herdsmen," said Theoden. "Where are their flocks? What are they, Gandalf? Clearly they are no mystery to you." "They are the shepherds of the trees," Gandalf replied. "Has it been so long since you listened to tales by the harp? Even children in your land, weaving together threads of old stories, could answer you. You have looked upon Ents, O king, Ents out of Fangorn forest, which in your tongue you name the Entwood. Did you think that name was born of idle fancy? No, Theoden. To them you are but a passing tale. All the years from Eor the young to Theoden the old weigh little, and the deeds of your house are a small matter." The king fell silent. "Ents," he said at last, "out of the shadows of legend I begin to grasp the wonder of the trees. I have lived to see strange days. Long have we tended our livestock and tilled our fields, built our homes, forged our tools, or ridden off to fight in the wars of Minas Tirith. And that we named the life of men the way of the world, we gave little thought to what lay beyond our borders. We have songs that tell of these things, yet we forget them, teaching them only to children as a careless tradition. And now the songs themselves have stepped from strange places into our midst, walking visible beneath the sun." "You should take heart, King Theoden," said Gandalf. "For now it is not only the brief life of men that is threatened, but also the life of those beings you considered mere legend. You are not without allies, even if you do not know them. And yet I also feel sorrow," Theoden answered. "For, however this war may turn, might it not end with much that is fair and wondrous vanishing forever from Middle-earth?" "It might," Gandalf said. "The shadow of Sauron's malice can never be fully undone, nor can its mark be erased as though it never was. Yet these are the times to which fate has bound us. We must press forward on the path we have chosen." The company turned from the coombe and the dark woods, taking the road that led toward the ford. Legolas trailed behind, his steps heavy with reluctance. The sun had vanished below the edge of the world, yet as they rode clear of the hills and gazed west toward the gap of Rohan, the horizon still burned crimson. Beneath drifting clouds, a fiery glow lingered. Against that bloody sky, dark shapes wheeled, flocks of black-winged birds circling low. Some swept overhead with sorrowful calls, returning to their nests among the crags. "The carrion birds have feasted well upon the battlefield," Éomer observed grimly. They rode at a steady pace as night settled over the plains. A slow moon climbed, swelling toward fullness, casting the rolling grasslands in a cold silver light that made them seem a vast, grey, heaving sea. After perhaps 4 hours from where the roads branched, they neared the fords. Long slopes descended sharply to where the river widened into stony shallows between high, grass-covered banks. On the wind came the distant howling of wolves. Hearts grew heavy, memory lingering on the many who had fallen here. The road dipped between rising turf banks, cutting through the terraces down to the water's edge, then climbing again on the far side. 3 lines of flat stepping stones crossed the stream, with shallow fords for horses running from each bank to a bare stony islet at the center. The riders looked down, and a strange sight met them. Once, the fords had been alive with the rush and chatter of water over rock. Now they stood silent. The riverbed lay nearly dry, a barren waste of gravel and pale sand. "This place has grown dreary," said Eomer. "What sickness has befallen the river? Saruman has destroyed many fair things. Has he drunk the very springs of the Isen dry?" "So it appears," Gandalf replied. Theoden sighed. "Must we cross here, where the beasts of carrion feast on so many brave riders of the mark?" "This is our road," said Gandalf. "Your loss is bitter, but you will see that at least the mountain wolves do not gnaw upon your fallen. They feast beside their allies, the orcs, a fitting fellowship among their kind. Come." They rode down to the river, and as they approached, the wolves fell silent, slinking back into the shadows. Fear had taken them at the sight of Gandalf in the moonlight, and of Shadowfax beside him, shining like living silver. The company passed over to the islet, where faint, glittering eyes watched from the dark banks. "Look," said Gandalf. "Friends have toiled here there, at the center of the eyot, rose a mound of earth, ringed with stones, and studded with many spears standing upright in the ground." "Here rest all the men of the mark who fell near this place," Gandalf said. "Let them remain in peace," Eomer murmured. "Long may their mounds stand guard over the fords of Isen, even after their spears have rusted away." "Was this your doing as well, Gandalf, my friend?" asked Theoden. "You achieved a great deal in one evening and a night." "With Shadowfax's speed and the help of others," Gandalf answered. "I rode far and fast, but here beside this barrow I tell you for your comfort. Though many fell in the battles at the fords, the count was less than rumour claimed. More were scattered than slain. I gathered all I could find. Some I sent with Grimbold of Westfold to join Erkenbrand. Others I set to raise this burial mound. They have since ridden with your marshal Elfhelm, whom I dispatched with many riders to Edoras. I knew Saruman had sent his full strength against you. His servants abandoned all other tasks. For the assault on Helm's Deep, the land seemed emptied of foes. Yet I feared wolf riders and looters might still strike at Meduseld while it stood undefended." Theoden felt a flicker of hope at the words. "And I will be glad to see it once more," he replied, "though I suspect my stay there will be brief." The group then took their leave of the solemn island and the burial mound, crossing the river and climbing the opposite bank. A sense of relief settled over them as they left the sorrowful fords behind, though it was soon pierced by the renewed howling of distant wolves. They followed the line of an old road that descended from Isengard to the river crossings. For a stretch, it traced the river's bend east and then north, before finally turning westward to aim straight for the gates of Isengard, nestled under the mountain at the valley's far end, some 16 miles distant. The riders kept to the firm, springy turf beside the road itself, making better time. By midnight, the fords were many leagues behind them, and the king, weary from the journey, called for a halt. They had reached the foothills of the Misty Mountains, where the long slopes of Nan Curanir reached down to greet them. The valley ahead was shrouded in deep shadow, the moon having sunk behind the western peaks. Yet from that darkness rose a massive twisting column of smoke and vapor. As it climbed, it caught the last faint rays of the vanished moon, spreading across the stars in shimmering, silvery black billows. "What do you make of that, Gandalf?" asked Aragorn. "It looks as if the whole Wizard's Vale is on fire." "There is often a haze hanging over that valley these days," Eomer said, "but never anything like this. These are steams, not mere smoke, Saruman is concocting some devilry to welcome us. Perhaps he is boiling the very waters of the Ison, which is why the riverbed lies silent. Perhaps he is, Gandalf answered quietly. We will discover his purpose tomorrow. For now, let us take what rest we can. They made camp beside the dry riverbed of the Ison. Some managed to sleep fitfully, but late in the night the watchman cried out, rousing everyone. The stars still shone overhead, yet over the ground there flowed a darkness deeper than the night, rolling northward on both sides of the river. "Do not move," Gandalf commanded. "Keep your weapons sheathed. Wait, and it will pass you by." A clammy mist closed in. A few stars still glimmered faintly above, but on either side walls of impenetrable gloom rose like moving towers, trapping them in a narrow lane. They heard voices, whispers, groans, and an endless rustling sigh. The very earth trembled beneath them. For what felt an age, they sat in fear, until at last the darkness and its murmurs passed on, vanishing into the mountain's embrace. Far to the south at the Hornburg, men heard a great noise like a rushing wind fill the valley at midnight, and the ground shook. None dared venture out. Come morning they found a scene of eerie change. The slain orcs were gone, and the strange sentient trees had vanished as well. The grass deep in the valley was crushed and brown, as if trampled by enormous herds, and a mile below the dike, a vast pit had been dug and covered with a hill of stones. It was believed the fallen orcs were buried there. The hill was ever after called the Death Down, and no grass grew upon it. As for the trees, they were never again seen in Deeping Combe. They had departed in the night, returning to the dark dales of Fangorn, their vengeance upon the orcs complete. The king and his companions slept no more that night. They witnessed no further wonders, save for one, the sudden startling sound of water beginning to murmur once more in the long dry riverbed beside them. A sudden surge of water crashed over the stones before subsiding, leaving the Ison River to flow and bubble in its familiar bed as it always had. At first light they prepared to move on. The morning arrived, grey and pale, the sun hidden, the air thick with fog and a foul reek clinging to the land. They advanced slowly, now riding upon the highway, a broad, hard, and well-maintained road. Through the shifting mists, the long arm of the mountains rose dimly on their left. They had entered Nan Curunir, the Wizard's Vale. This was a sheltered valley, open only to the south. It had once been fair and green, with the Ison running deep and strong through it, fed by countless springs and streams from the rain-washed hills. The surrounding land had been pleasant and fertile, no longer. Near the walls of Isengard, slaves of Saruman still tilled a few acres, but most of the valley was now a wilderness of weeds and thorns. Brambles sprawled across the ground or climbed over bushes, forming shaggy caves for small creatures. No trees stood, only the burned and hacked stumps of ancient groves were visible among the rank grasses. The land was a silent, sad place, broken only by the rush of water over stone, with smokes and steams drifting sullenly in the hollows. The riders spoke not a word, many harbored doubts, wondering what grim end awaited their journey. After several miles, the highway transformed into a wide street paved with expertly laid squared stones, not a blade of grass visible between them. Deep gutters lined either side, carrying trickling streams of water. Suddenly, a tall black pillar loomed ahead, bearing a great carved stone painted as a long white hand, its finger pointing north. They knew the gates of Isengard could not be far, and their hearts sank, their eyes straining uselessly against the clinging fog. For years uncounted, within the mountain's arm in the Wizard's Vale, had stood the ancient place called Isengard. Partly shaped by the mountains themselves, it had been enhanced by mighty works of the men of Westerness in elder days. Saruman, having dwelt there long, had certainly not been idle. At the height of his power, when many accounted him the chief of wizards, Isengard was fashioned thus, a great ring wall of stone, like towering cliffs extended from the mountainside and curved back to it. A single entrance was made, a great arch carved into the southern wall, leading to a long tunnel hewn through black rock. This passage was sealed at each end by massive iron doors, so cunningly wrought on hinges of steel driven into living stone that when unbarred they moved with a silent, easy push. To pass through that echoing tunnel and emerge was to behold a vast plain, a great circle, hollowed like a shallow bowl, measuring a mile from rim to rim. Once it had been green, filled with avenues and fruitful groves, watered by streams flowing from the mountains into a lake. But in Saruman's latter days, no green thing grew. The roads were paved with dark, hard stone flags, where trees might have been long lines of pillars marched, some of marble, others of copper and iron, linked by heavy chains. Countless houses, chambers, halls, and passages were cut and tunneled into the inner walls, so the entire open circle was watched by innumerable windows and dark doors. Thousands could dwell there, workers, servants, slaves, and warriors with great stores of arms. Wolves were fed and housed in deep dens below. The very plain was bored and delved, a testament to relentless industry. Deep shafts were bored into the earth, their tops hidden beneath low mounds and domes of stone, so that under the moonlight the ring of Isengard resembled a restless, haunted cemetery. The very ground shuddered. Those shafts descended through slopes and spiraling staircases to caverns far below, where Saruman kept his treasuries, storehouses, forges, and roaring furnaces. Endless iron wheels turned in the gloom, and the constant thud of hammers echoed. By night, plumes of vapor rose from the vents, glowing from beneath with a hellish red, a cold blue, or a poisonous green light. All roads within the ring converged toward the center. There stood a tower of impossible form, crafted by ancient builders who had shaped the stone of the ring, yet it seemed less constructed than violently torn from the earth's own bones during some primordial agony. It was a stark peak and island of rock, black and glassy hard. 4 colossal piers of multi-sided stone fused into one mass, which near the summit split into gaping horn-like spires, their pinnacles as sharp as spear points and keen as blades. Between them lay a narrow space, and upon a floor of polished stone inscribed with strange symbols, a person could stand 500 feet above the plain. This was Orthancs, Saruman's citadel, a name that carried a double meaning. In the Elvish tongue it signified Mount Fang, while in the old language of the Mark it meant the cunning mind. Isengard had been a strong and wondrous place, once beautiful, where great lords of Gondor kept watch on the western borders, and wise men studied the stars. Yet Saruman, slowly warping it to his own shifting designs, believed he had improved it. He was deceived, for all those arts and subtle devices he proudly claimed as his own, having abandoned his former wisdom, flowed only from Mordor. What he fashioned was nothing, merely a petty imitation, a child's model or a slave's fawning replica of that vast fortress, armory, prison, and furnace of terrible power. Barad-dûr, the dark tower, which tolerated no rival, scorned flattery, and waited in secure, immeasurable strength. So Saruman's stronghold was known by report, for within living memory no man of Rohan had passed its gates, save perhaps a few like Wormtongue, who crept in secret and spoke nothing of what they witnessed. Now Gandalf rode up to the great pillar of the White Hand and passed it. To the rider's astonishment, the hand upon it no longer gleamed white. It was stained as if with dried blood, and looking closer, they saw its nails were crimson. Unheeding, Gandalf rode on into the mist, and they followed him with reluctance. All around them now, as if from a sudden deluge, wide pools of water lay beside the road, filling every hollow, while small streams trickled down through the stones. At last, Gandalf halted and beckoned. They came forward and saw that beyond him the mists had cleared, revealing a pale sunlight. The noon hour was past. They had reached the gates of Isengard, but those gates now lay thrown and twisted upon the ground. Everywhere, stone, cracked and shattered into countless jagged fragments, was scattered far and wide or heaped in ruinous piles. The great arch still stood, yet it opened upon a roofless gulf. The tunnel was exposed, and through the cliff-like walls on either side, huge rents and breaches had been torn. Their towers were pounded into dust. It was as if the great sea itself had risen in wrath and smashed upon the hills with a catastrophic storm, wreaking no greater devastation. The ring beyond was a lake of steaming, bubbling water, a vast cauldron where a wreckage of beams, spars, chests, casks, and broken gear heaved and floated. Twisted and leaning pillars lifted their splintered tops above the flood, but all the roads were drowned, in the distance half veiled in drifting mist. The island rock loomed. The dark, imposing tower of Orthanc remained unbroken by the storm, its pale stone feet now lapped by encroaching waters. King Theoden and his riders sat in silent awe upon their horses, understanding that Saruman's power had been overthrown, though the manner of it lay beyond their guess. Their gaze shifted toward the shattered gates, where a great heap of rubble lay beside the archway. There, almost hidden among the stones, two small figures reclined at their ease, clad in grey. Bottles, bowls, and platters were scattered nearby, as if they had just finished a hearty meal and were now enjoying a rest. One appeared to be sleeping, the other leaned back against a broken rock, legs crossed, arms behind his head, sending long wisps and delicate rings of thin blue smoke from his mouth. For a long moment, the king and Eomer and all their men stared in wonder, amid the total wreck of Isengard. This seemed the strangest sight of all. Before Theoden could speak, the smoking figure suddenly noticed the silent riders at the mist's edge. He sprang to his feet. He looked like a young man, though standing no more than half the height of one, with a head of brown, curling hair uncovered. His travel-stained cloak was of the same hue and cut as those worn by Gandalf's companions when they had ridden to Edoras. He bowed very low, hand upon his breast, then turned, seemingly ignoring the wizard and his friends, to address Eomer and the king. "Welcome, my lords, to Isengard," he said. "We are the door wardens. I am Meriadoc, son of Saradoc, and my companion here," he gave the sleeper a gentle nudge with his foot, "is Peregrine, son of Paladin, of the house of Took. Our home lies far in the north. The Lord Saruman is inside, though at present he is engaged in council with one called Wormtongue, or he would surely be here to greet such honorable guests." "Surely he would," Gandalf laughed. "And did Saruman order you to guard his damaged gates and watch for visitors when you could tear yourselves away from plate and bottle?" "No, good sir. The matter seems to have slipped his mind," answered Merry with grave courtesy. "He has been rather occupied. Our orders came from Treebeard, who has assumed the management of Isengard. He instructed me to welcome the Lord of Rohan with fitting words. I have done my best. And what of your companions? What of Legolas and me?" cried Gimli, unable to hold back any longer. "You rascals! You woolly-footed, wool-pated runaways! What a fine chase you've led us on! 200 leagues through fen and forest, battle and death to rescue you, and here we find you feasting, idling, and smoking. Smoking! Where did you scavenge that weed, you villains? By hammer and tongs, I am so torn between rage and joy that if I don't burst, it will be a miracle. You speak for me as well, Gimli?" laughed Legolas, "though I would sooner learn how they came by the wine." "One thing your hunting clearly failed to find," said Pippin, opening one eye, "is brighter wits. Here we sit upon a field of victory, surrounded by the plunder of armies, and you wonder how we came by a few well-earned comforts." "Well-earned?" Gimli spluttered. "I find that hard to believe." The riders chuckled. "It seems we are witnessing the reunion of dear friends," said Theoden. "So these are the lost ones from your company, Gandalf? These days are fated to be filled with marvels. I have seen many since leaving my hall, and now here before me stands another wonder from legend. Are these not the halflings some among us call the Hobbit land? Hobbits, if you please, Lord," said Pippin. "Hobbits," Theoden repeated. "Your tongue has changed, yet the name suits. Hobbits. No report I have heard does justice to the reality." Merry bowed again, and Pippin rose to offer a low bow of his own. "You are most gracious lord," said Pippin. "At least, I hope I may take your words that way." "And here is something truly remarkable," Gandalf mused. "In all my travels across distant lands since departing my homeland, never before have I encountered folk who held any tales of hobbits. My ancestors journeyed from the north in ages past," King Theoden replied. "Yet I must be honest, we possess no such stories. Among our people, it is only whispered that far beyond countless hills and rivers dwell the halfling folk, making their homes within holes in sandy hills. But there exist no legends of their exploits, for it is said they accomplish little, shunning the eyes of men, able to vanish in an instant. They can even shift their voices to mimic the chirping of birds. Yet it appears there is more to tell." "Much more, my lord," Merry chimed in eagerly. "For one," Theoden continued with a faint smile, "I had never heard they breathed smoke from their mouths." "That is hardly surprising," answered Merry. "It is an art we have cultivated for only a handful of generations. It was Tobold Hornblower from Longbottom in the South Farthing who first cultivated the true pipeweed in his gardens around the year 1070 by our reckoning. How old Toby came upon the plant." "You underestimate the peril, Theoden," Gandalf interjected, his tone shifting to one of wry exasperation. "These hobbits will perch on the brink of catastrophe and debate the joys of a full pantry, or the minute exploits of their fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, and cousins removed to the 9th degree. Should you indulge them with excessive patience? The chronicle of smoking is best saved for a more suitable hour. Where is Treebeard, Merry? On the northern side, I believe. He went to fetch a drink of clean water, that is. Most of the other Ents are still with him, occupied with their labors over yonder." Merry gestured toward the steaming lake. As they gazed, a distant rumble and clatter echoed, like stones sliding from a mountainside. From afar came a deep hum-hum, resonant as triumphant horns. "And is Orthanc left unguarded?" Gandalf pressed. "The water is there," said Merry. "But Quickbeam and several others keep watch. Not all those posts and pillars upon the plain are of Saruman's design. Quickbeam, I think, stands by the rock near the base of the stair." "Yes, a tall grey Ent is there," Legolas observed, "but his arms hang at his sides, and he stands as motionless as an ancient tree." "The afternoon wears on," said Gandalf, "and we, at least, have not eaten since dawn. Still, I wish to see Treebeard promptly. Did he leave me no message, or have platters and bottles driven it from your mind?" "He did leave a message," Merry said, "and I was coming to it, though I have been delayed by many inquiries. I was to say that if the Lord of the Mark and Gandalf ride to the northern wall, they will find Treebeard there, and he will welcome them, I might add," he said with a bow. "They will also find the finest fare there, discovered and selected by your humble servants." Gandalf laughed. "That is more like it. Well, Theoden, will you ride with me to find Treebeard? The path wins, but it is not distant. When you look upon Treebeard, you will learn a great deal, for Treebeard is Fangorn, the eldest and chief of the Ents, and to converse with him is to hear the speech of the most ancient living being." "I will accompany you," Theoden declared. "Farewell, my hobbits. May we meet again in my hall. There you shall sit beside me and recount all your hearts wish to tell, the deeds of your forefathers as far back as you can trace them, and we shall also speak of Tobold the Old and his herb lore. Farewell." The hobbits bowed deeply. "So that is the King of Rohan," Pippin whispered. "A splendid old fellow, remarkably courteous."